I've been trying to do this since 2017 when I first ended up being disabled and knowing that I wasn't going to be able to meet all my life's goals and dreams. So let me explain. Because the doctor said, hey, do you want to live to see your children graduate from high school? And if you've heard me talking at all in any of these chats or streams, the most important thing to me is my children. The most important thing to me is black children, right? And in that moment, I was like, okay, what you gonna do, girl? I decided to get myself together and become the black woman that I wanted my sons to look for in a wife. So I lost weight. I went to school. I opened a daycare after a while, and I became a chef in my own right. But all of those things were just for my one purpose and goal, and it will always be that. My one purpose in this world is young black folk.
Citizens, how's your spirit? Y'all, let me know how the sound is, please. Give me a 5 in the chat if everything is all right. I am so glad to be live with y'all this evening. Boy, these YouTube streams and had a girl working since Monday. I really meant to be here every day this week. I have been on YouTube every day this week, just not right here. So I made sure to get back here by Friday so we could have a chat and a conversation. Oh, yay! Check out Mimsy. How's your spirit going? The intellectual soapbox, so nice. Check out Knowledge and Relationships in the building coming through. I appreciate you guys so much. All right, y'all know the deal. First thing on deck, tell me about your spirit, how things are going. What's been new with you? Hey, if you all see this, you saw the title, please make sure that you all get Brother One Community over here. We were in the midst of a conversation earlier today. I believe that was on Darrell's platform, and some things came up, and he had to leave. And I reached out in each way that I could, and YouTube was the last option that I had available. Hey, here we are having a conversation. In the meantime, those of you who are in the chat, y'all give me a theme song, and I am going to bring up my YouTube music so I can play one. You're better this evening, Mimsy. I'm so glad. I know y'all. These YouTube streams be out here doing the most, right? Um. So anyway, one of the things that I want to make sure that I do is, hey, come on now, act right with a girl. Ta-da! And this one. Yay, me. I'm so smart sometimes, y'all. And then other times I be not getting it right. And I'm about to have one of those moments here in a second. Okay. Bear with me. I'm learning some new things as I go along here so I can share new things with you guys. I figured out how to get myself into the stream twice, which was really nice in a different way. My spirit is fantastic, Bimsy. I mean, fully blown, overjoyed. First of all, I love our dudes so much. Our men are amazing in the way that they support one another in this community. I love the way that they're able to express themselves, even sometimes when they know, they're right there at the cusp. They have a way of, understanding. I got to get this out, but I know that I got some boundaries and some things, and I appreciate and understand them in that way a bit more. Now that I understand what it is to kind of live life as a system. Speaking of living life as a system, I'm gonna play my theme song for today because, like, literally, Mims, was it yesterday morning that I woke up and realized it was a dude upstairs? That's kind of weird. Uh, I'm the man by Aloe Black. Okay. Oh, that's right. I have to share my screen. Oh, ain't I special, y'all? Y'all love me. Go ahead and tell everybody. You see me over there? I be learning new stuff, y'all. You know how to do that? I hope you do. And if you don't know how to do that, but you want to know how, let me know. I'll tell you. Get out of there. Get supposed to be there either. Thank you, universe. Here we go. Now the beauty is, I don't have to show y'all all
Well,
that
you
close.
can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Yes, I am, yes, I am, yes, I am. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. I believe every lie that I ever told.
Gave her every heart that I ever stole.
I played my cards and I didn't fold. Well, it ain't that hard.
Cause I got soul. Hey!
Somewhere I heard that life is a test. I've been through the worst, but I still give my best. God made my mold different from the rest. Then he broke that mold, so I know.
Come on, y'all. What's your theme song? How's your spirit on a Saturday night?
Stand up now and face
the
the sun.
Hide my
tail
tail,
or turn and run. It's time to do what must be done. Be a king when kingdom comes.
So you can tell everybody. See, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody.
I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
So you can tell everybody. Well, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and
tell everybody. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
Yes, I am, yes, I am, yes, I am. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
I got all
the answers to your questions.
I'll be the teacher.
All right, y'all. I gotta get my act right, or they gonna shut me down. So, y'all come on. I need some theme songs. I can do this all night. I'm put my chair in a spot where I can just get up and dance right here and act like I got some common sense about me. Y'all know I don't. And I also have absolutely no shame. I love me. I love me. I appreciate the fact that y'all love me. So many things. Anyway, y'all, I put the theme song out there. I'm sorry, the title out there. If YouTube is a business, how are you showing up in this space, right? Are you keeping in mind my ADA rights, my religious rights, my civil rights? Because y'all out here doing some wild stuff to one another in these streets and streams, all for clicks and likes and views. The way you talk to each other, the avatar troll hour is always fun. I done seen too many things, and I'm watching so many of you kind of unravel a little bit that I worry sometimes. So before we get started, I'm going to get this medicated moment together and let y'all know what I got going on as I get my life right. Tonight's medicated moment is brought to you by a mix of 3 different strains. Why? Well, because I just felt like being extra, and so I did some extra. So tonight we have some Purple Mr. Nice Guy, we have some Face Off OG, and we have some Lemon Stilton Crumble, right? And the Lemon Stilton, have you guys ever seen concentrates and crumbles and that kind of thing before? Are the folks showing you that stuff? Here, let me see. You see that? Oh, it fell on my stand. So I put this on top of the flour, right? And give me just a second, y'all. So we put the lemon Stilton crumble on top of the flour, and I'm doing a bowl. You can do this in a cone. You can do this in a blunt wrap if that's your thing. We got the Face Off OG, and I try to take an equal amount. Man, that's wonderful. Okay, Face Off OG. It's a nice 18% THC. Still got a nice got some give to it. Not too dry, right? Lovely, lovely indica dominant. And the Purple Mr. Nice Guy. Now, I told y'all over on Instagram that I had been having some issues with trying to flush all of this icky toxins out of my system. And I was using some purple strains to help with that. And this Purple Mr. Nice Guy, look at that. That's a god doggone gorgeous. Do you see that, bud? I wish. I'm working on getting a better camera, but do you see that? That thing is purple. It's so dark, it's almost the color of my damn hair. That is what you want to see. Okay, if you're talking about purple something, that is what you want to see. Also, it's a little bit crumbly, but these are both sun-grown strains because, honey, sun-grown and their hydro counterparts were in the like 20% and $13 a gram. These sun growns, beautiful, fantastic quality, and they were only $10 a gram. You better get your life right and get your ass to a goddamn dispensary. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? All right, let me get my bond over here and get my act right. Hey, handsome. How's your spirit, love? Ah, it's great to see you too, babe. I'm glad you're able to check in. I hope all is well at work. Who is sending me messages right now? Oh, I know. Do you have a theme song for me, love? Okay. So, like I said, that I put the lemon Stilton. I'm sorry, I crumbled those up, put them inside of the bowl, and then put the lemon Stilton right on top of the flour. Y'all can see I already had a little puff before we got started. You know how it is. Got to make sure the medication is right. And then when you put the concentrate on top of the flour, you need to make sure that you melt the concentrate just a little bit. So, you just want to take it and just right where the concentrate is, do a little hit. So that the concentrate starts to melt over the flour. And this way you make your flour last longer. Okay, because then the concentrate kind of wraps around the flour and it takes a little bit for it all to kind of burn up together. So you make your high last longer. So you make your medicating experience last longer. And then on top of that, I got medicated coffee. I put some lemon Stilton and some butter in my coffee, and now I've got medicated coffee. Which, by the way, y'all, I really need to make some more coffee, and it's just me here to be able to do it. So in a few minutes, I'm gonna get up, but I have a video that I'll play for that. Anyway, let me get back to medicating and the theme song over here. Let's see. Where do I want to go? Well, you can tell everybody. I love this song right here. What the hell? What the hell? Hey, knowledge and relationships. I need y'all to help me get some sounds together. So, turn this down a bit. I need y'all to help me get me a little sound thingy together with the pew, 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 pew. But I got different ones like, what the hell? I love that little kid wherever they are. Anyway, remember, circular breathing when it comes to hitting your bong. That way you don't get burned up your whole thing. Anyway, here we go. I see you, Daniel. You're next. You know me, love. I got to give a little bit to this song before they shut me down on YouTube, right? Invited to me. Let the redeemed of the Lord tell the story. By his grace be a walking testimony. For thine is the kingdom and the glory. And I'll praise your love forever because you're holy, yeah. Hey! What? For thine is the kingdom and the glory. And I'll praise your love forever. Hey! Hey! Let the redeemed of the Lord tell the story. By his grace be a walking testimony. Cause thine is the kingdom and the glory. Hey! All right, y'all. Woo! I had to get myself together there. Anyway, I'm such a mess. I'm just now looking at myself. I do adore that song, Love. I know I need to get my life right a little bit and find me something different to pour you. I wish you could join so you could tell people how much I terrorize you with that song. I love you though. I'm so glad you understand. You're such an amazing man. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna get my act right and get Daniel's song going in the chat here in just a second. Uh, in the meantime, you guys, while I'm doing that, please make sure that you share this conversation with your communities. Um, I know it's late on the Saturday night, and really, I just wanted to open up the space in case Brother One Community was out there and wanted to have a conversation. But then I also realized, I still haven't told you all about me being in the hospital and what that was like. Um, Although I'd said it on my Instagram, I hadn't said it over here, and that's really what matters. But before I do that, let's get Daniel because his theme song. You want the original one now, babe? You didn't want it earlier. Okay. Um, it's all in together now is his theme song, but that that night, the nights leading up to it, it was us and our understanding of how we were going to get through it together. So, of course, there were some rocky moments even in that, but we overcame, and that's the most important thing. So, yeah, um, here we go.
Yo, check this out. My name is the old dirty bastard, you know what I'm saying? When I run, when I get down for my crown, I come out crazy like a tiger or something, you know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Nobody
My
can even
bad.
F with me.
Oh,
Check it
that's so
down.
funny.
You know what I'm saying? So that's how we coming, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
It's funny because it's 4 minutes and 44 seconds long. If y'all know anything about Bobby said Wu-Tang and that thing, you know what tour is about.
You can't understand it, then fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I love this, motherfucker. I need this. We work from hand to hand, from country to town, from city to state, from world to world, nigga, from universe to universe. It's a white and black day. It's all in together. You understand me? Turn me up. 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 Girl, shake your ass. Girl, shake your ass. Everybody shake your ass.
I ain't got no ass. That's why I didn't like this song. I knew it was something about this doggone song. What you trying to say about me, babe? I feel some type of way.
Somebody getting hot in here. Everybody getting hot in here.
Take a long time to get there. Ooh, I got another All Together Now song though. You ready? Here we go. I know. Look, clutch.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I told you, babe. I like big.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I love you. A, B, C, D. Can I bring my friend T, E, F, G, H, I, J? I love you. Boom, 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 boom. Sail the ship. Boom, boom, boom. Chop the tree. Boom, boom, boom. Skip the rope. Boom, boom, boom. Look at me.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna behave myself. Quite literally, I'm pretty sure the man wanted this song right here, and I am just difficult. This one. You guys, I'm so messy. Y'all should be you. Hey, if you would like to be a part of JP's shenanigans, please be sure to make sure you go to the description Or just look for JP the Aspiring Matriarch on Instagram and send me a friend request. If you're in my closest friends, remember I don't do friends, I only do allies. But if you're in my closest allies group, then you get love bombed at least once a day with some type of ridiculous puppy or baby ream, and you get to see my shenanigans. You might even be like it was Dawn Frank today, who got a surprise video of me. I'm supposed to be showing a picture of food, and she got a whole video. So go over to Instagram and check your girl out. I love you, babe. It's Saturday night. I figure I'm going to be talking to myself or me and you anyway. Why not get on your nerves a little bit? I like being your contrayed chaos, and I do it in a good way. There's a good one.
I told him come back when you sober. Drunk ass punk on a motherfucking hunt for Red October. Don't even catch me while I'm running. Rhymes start running like loops on an S1200. Instruments and terror on war shit is corporate. Visual niggas paint portraits.
All right, y'all. Here's the first question for tonight. Babe, you know I like this song already. You know, I got a thing for Afro Samurai. Shout out to Brother Clarence, our Afro Samurai, making it to 500 this week. Shout out to you. Big things, brother. You had Tommy Sotomayor up there. Chaotic Truth is I guess, hey, shout out to Brother Chaotic Truth, though, because, don't want to speak to a woman, he said, but he was willing to have a conversation with me. And so I'll take that. It was on Brother Clarence's channel, and then he did have to be chin checked when he felt some type of way. Not my issue, not my problem. But I'm just saying, at least he did show up and actually, allow me to actually ask him a couple of things. So, yeah, how do black men feel about controlled chaos? I have my own perspectives on it, having spoken to a number of them, and I frame it with the black man reference just because it makes y'all feel good inside. I think it's an all men thing, to be honest with you. In that way, I kind of think it's an all people thing. But I'm gonna let y'all tell me what you think. But I do want to tell you, in the meantime, that's a question for later. And I will put it back up there. Excuse me. Like I said, I wanted to finish up telling you about our little lived experience, which is why I needed the theme song break. And I kind of might need. Huh. You know what? Let's just take a journey back into JP getting started, because I need a remembering moment here. There's not a moment in my life that doesn't come with pain. But it's my job to try to make sure that it comes with some joy. I try to smile. I try to get out here and talk to y'all. My community here is small, but it's mine. We're all positive. We're all trying to move forward. We made it through this pandemic, and we're all still whole. That was like, I think June, July of last year. Less than 12 months ago. It's my first video, and I'm pretty sure I did theme songs even then. How often do you look back at your own life? Like, How often do you go down that personal road to try and figure out, have you gotten off your path or not? Are you still solid in who you said you'd be as a being, um, a leader, a content creator, a parent? It's all the same in some way because it all comes from you. In some way, I'm just so amazed in a way at this life that I it's that word pain, right? So I'm not quite sure exactly where we left off. I rarely go back and look at my videos in that way. I speak my truth and then I'm out. Uh-huh. It's kind of how I deal with a lot of things in life because I speak my truth. It's what having Asperger's and specifically uh, this brain is really about. I realize now that a lot of the times what I was struggling with was the ambiguities that people exhibit. Um, and in that way, hey, partly cloudy, how's your spirit? Glad to see you. Uh, I realize the question. That's why I don't like these questions where they ask, "Do black men feel about how anything?" First of all, yeah, black men feel, black women feel, black people feel. Uh, like in some ways, I hate having this conversation because it allows for the icky people to have a narrative to spin, right? Because there are no common courtesies. That's why the title is what it is. There are no common courtesies in these YouTube streams. There are no common courtesies in the way that we talk to one another in the real world, the way that we react to the things that are going on. We are ooky to one another, and then we make each other feel bad when we say something about it. Um, I watched Dr. Tia Son Johnson, and recently he was talking about how even when we talk about young men or black men in general self-deleting, it's framed around the pains that it caused the mother or something or another. And in some ways, I suppose I'm guilty of it. I have a sign, or I guess I would ask you, gentlemen, whether or not I'm guilty of it. There's a sign that I have that says, "My sons are not prey." Um, it's not to frame the narrative around me, but to say that they are still someone's children. Why did you stop looking at them that way? When did you stop looking at them that way? And the reality is that most people stop looking at our boys as children around the age of 6. And I knew that and I understood that as their mother. Hey, Mimsy. I do need to have another pup. I'm going to do it in just a second. Thank you for reminding me. I understood that because I'm their mother, right? Um, and then they got older and bigger and stronger, and the eldest was about 12, and I had the gastric bypass surgery so that I could live to see them graduate from high school. And we were at the bowling alley, and he picked me up and moved me just from one side of his body to the other. And I was like, oh, shit. Nope. All bets are off, homie. Now, in that moment, don't you pick me up no more. And over time, every now and then, I did say some things that were inappropriate, like "I will knock your little dick in the dirt if you put your hands on me." But in that same regard, my sons never tried to put their hands on me. I was there at home as much as I could be for as long as possible. My parents didn't get to have it that way. Both my mother and my father worked so that my sisters and I could really have a stable home. Um, but in the beginning, we went to daycare. It was the military that gave us that opportunity and transition, and I understand that. That's why I always give credit to my time as a military dependent, military brat, military spouse, military mom. And I appreciate that, even though I know what our country does, and I know how icky it is. And I understand that some of the self deletions that go on out there are because our fellas don't come home and get to process that. Yeah, they get time off, right? They get 30 days of when they get back, or what. You have to forgive me right now in this moment. I can't put them all together. There's so many leaves and things that happen in the military. It's if you have to have like man. When I think about the number, when I think about fellas, I love y'all, and ladies, I just don't watch y'all because I already knew this about y'all. You were raised by a Marine dad, yeah. Oh, partly cloudy. I know you had some. Woo, honey. Tokes up to you because I understand that. Woo, child. Okay. Um, Ladies, I love you all, but this last year I just been trying to understand how to talk to y'all. I already knew how to talk to the fellas by the time that Anyway, um, but in this last week, what I found is that a lot of us, nope, a lot of you content creators are like our military families trying to figure out how to deal with a deployment, right? Um, or the return from deployment, really. Like you're getting back home and you're looking at one another and I love these people. We love that soldier. They seem the same, but they don't seem the same. And we're talking to one another and we're smiling at each other, but something seems off. And no one helps you understand. And depending on how old you are, partly cloudy, you might understand this, but no one helps you to understand um, that there's a power dynamic that's happening inside of your relationship in that way. No one helps you to understand it in the military because, hell, in the 80s, they would say to you, if the government wanted you to have a family, they would have issued you one. Shout out to Shalay. She might remember them kind of terms, right? And in some ways, that's still true today. Like we have family readiness groups, or that they had now. They may be better now. I have been away from Okay, you said you 52 partly clad. Oh, do you remember that leather belt partly clad? Do you remember that thing? You getting out the bathtub. Hey, you want to make a difference in the black community today? Stop spanking your fucking kids. Let's have that conversation. Come see me. Come send this out to all your friends and family and relatives and whatever it is right here, right now. Tell them to come see me because we're going to have this conversation about beating your goddamn kids. And if you think that there's a spank here, a spank on the hand every now and then over a certain age is still appropriate, you out your motherfucking mind. Come see me. Want to build trust in the black community? Between generations? It was a control measure used by by them other people to control your people. And now you out here doing it, slinging on your kids. See? Oh, come on up here, partly cloudy. I'm gonna let you have a whole mantra while I go twinkle too. I'll let you say all you got to say. I ain't even got to hear it. I'm still gonna tell you you're damn wrong. And I'll prove it. It makes you nothing but a gigantic bully over your child. It is a traumatic experience. And we make light of it because we don't know what else to do with it. Where do we put it? It was done to us, so we did it, we do it. Yeah, well, we understand it's probably not the best thing. And then it's also escalated to these weird ass trust games on YouTube or on social media, excuse me. You know, I told y'all earlier, one of these times I was on here, that little poop game y'all playing with your kids, it makes your kids think, fuck wrong with you? What the hell? What the hell is your problem? Do you not understand that you used to wipe my ass? Is there a crisis happening? It's not funny. You fucking freak. What is wrong with you? Now, I've done some odd things in a lot of ways. I'll take it. I'll take it. I like to see people outside of themselves in a funny way. Like, I used to have this thing about belly buttons. I think that they look like, hey, raspberries and belly buttons, you could do the same thing. So, only in my friend group, because I have to have a certain level of comfort with you to let my guard down in that way. But in my friend group, back then I did friends, I would stick my finger in your belly button. It's weird. I know. But it's like, what the? You don't forget, in the same way that you don't forget, how's your spirit? Or me asking you about your theme song, right? So, ta-da. This is it. You want to build some trust in the black community between generations? Stop spanking your children. Stop encouraging people to spank your children. Stop doing this crazy ass bull. Oh, I done told y'all already. You can call me mentally ill, but you motherfuckers are crazy. Now what? Come see me. That's all I'm saying. Y'all want to pick me apart. Y'all want to do all these other things. You want to side chat me and whatnot, talk shit about the people around me because you're not brave enough to show up and say anything at all, cowards. You're still in the same panel with me. And then as soon as I leave, talk that bullshit. A whole lot of people can't stand some of you motherfuckers right now. It's because you're not creating a comfortable work environment. It's a rather hostile work environment. And people are sick of your shit. As are your children. Get your life right. Out here looking at so-called adults in their 30s, 40s, and 50s acting like toddlers. Get your life right. Get your act right. Hey, by the way, it's a new hashtag. I've been busy, y'all. Oh, do y'all know why you have to use? Do you know it? Never mind. I'll be waiting for somebody to like, you know. But no, nah, ain't nobody actually has that type of audacity. Get your act right. Divest yourself of self hate. Before you get up here in these social media streams, start there. Really? Seriously. Because you are embarrassing us. Damn it. Well, you're embarrassing you, to be honest. We're just trying to save you from your embarrassment. Some of some folks are feeling it in real time right now. And instead of being able to articulate themselves, oh my gosh, y'all, I love me some me. I'll give you a prime example of how a lot of y'all look in Black YouTube right now. Let me just get this together for a moment. Circus.
I have anxiety.
Ah, can y'all see that? I'm not sure if I can make it any bigger. Let me see. I don't tend to use my whatchamacallit in this way. Okay, here we go. This is how y'all look in social in Black YouTube for sure, for sure. Hold on, let me check the comments here. Just to be sure. Oh look, I got a troll. Yay! That's so nice. Do. I suppose that was to be expected. Once I said, get your act right. Anyway, let's get back over here. Here we go.
That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself. I find it difficult to engage with others. So everyone shut the fuck up because my anxiety is up here right. I have anxiety. That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself. I find it difficult to engage with others. So everyone shut the fuck up because my anxiety is up here right. I have anxiety. That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself. I find it difficult to engage with others. So everyone shut the fuck up because my anxiety is up here right.
Listen, it's not those of you who come up here and you say honestly, yo, this shit, what the hell? It's not y'all. They're not the ones. It's the ones who get up here after naming themselves some disrespectful name. Here, hold on. An observant creator says we've seriously got to stop attacking our children. It instills fear and uncertainty in not only the level of safety at home, but causes us to question our actions more often than not, affecting our overall confidence. Thank you. Some of you get on here on this, you project this image of I got my shit together, but you put out this content of I'm still hurting inside. And you blame those who say something about it and say, well, you're judgy, or there's something wrong with you, or how dare you? What's wrong with your life? Because you can't understand it. That's why I had to get up here and be like, all right, I got to get my act right so we can have this conversation. And we're going to start right there. Stop spanking your damn kids. I said it. I'm going to say it again and again and again. To build trust in the Black community between generations, stop spanking your children. And I'm not just, listen, yes, I get it. There is a time. There are children in this world who, I was one of them, still am in some ways, who need to understand that who figure out that fire is hot by touching fire. No matter how many times you say it, they're gonna reach out in that way. But in some ways, that's all children, isn't it? They need you to give them some boundaries, but do you have to hit them? Make it make sense. Why isn't just pulling my hand away and telling me enough? Because of how many times you have to say it? Doesn't that mean you're not saying it clearly enough? I'm going to take a pause right here for the cause. I'm going to let the video play, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to explain to you the last leg of my little COVID journey. When I come back, y'all have a couple of theme songs for me because I'm guaranteeing you this one's just, what the hell? That should be the name of the damn thingy, but really, what the hell? Y'all, the callousness in this world, the people in this world are fucking disgusting. Gross. Doesn't matter your race. Doesn't matter what you call yourself as a content creator, a person of some doctrine or another. Y'all are fucking gross. And I mean that with my whole damn chest. Come see me. I'll be right back. Be ready. I am.
I've been trying to do this since 2017 when I first ended up being disabled and knowing that I wasn't going to be able to meet all my life's goals and dreams. So let me explain. As the doctor said, hey, do you want to live to see your children graduate from high school? And if you've heard me talking at all in any of these chats, the most important thing to me is my children. The most important thing to me is black, right? And in that moment, I was like, okay, I decided to get myself together and become the Black woman that I wanted my sons to look for in a wife. So I lost weight. I went to school. I opened a daycare after a while, and I became a chef in my own right. But all of those things were just for my one purpose and goal, and it will always be that. My one purpose in this world is young, black.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Had to, you know, take a pause for the cause, handle some business. Let me play a theme song for you. I got one for you, and then I'm gonna see if y'all got one for me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play my old school theme song video really quick. Oh look, my cousin Liz. Oh, I love you, cousin. We'll chat soon, child. I can't believe Lil Marvin got a baby. How in the world did that happen? I'm just saying. Anyway, who's in the comments? Hey, Emerge. I'm just saying. How much is your fee to make? I'm gonna play. Listen, I'm gonna play. I do. I still have it. Wait, dang it, hun. You could have used the one that I made of us. I gotta find it again now. That jam with JPM. You want to take that? You want to make a video? Call me. We'll make a video. Um, I'll tell you how to make one. It's just laying layers. I promise. It's not as hard as it seems. Y'all are intimidated by the wrong things. I promise. Hey, if you're serious, here's my info. You can reach out to me. Hey, you know what? I'll play you another video then. Since you're serious, here, we'll do this. I'll show you. Hey, citizens, how's your spirit? It's JP. Welcome to our compassionate melanated community. This is where we unpack our I'm going to unpack some of mine over the course of this video and throughout the time that we spend together. But first, I want to tell you what community means to me. Community is the purposeful, consistent effort to support and uplift the circumstances of those with the least agency for the betterment of all. And when I say compassion,
There's not a moment in my life that doesn't come with pain. But it's my job to try to make sure that it comes with some joy. I try to smile. I try to get out here and talk to y'all. My community here is small, but it's mine. We're all positive. We're all trying to move forward. We made it through this pandemic, and we're all still whole.
But we had a conversation about what we could do different, and I was thinking about that, so I decided that hey, I'll do this pop up because according to YouTube, I haven't been live in a month. That's not true. They just blocked the last couple of videos because there was way too many theme songs. Speaking of, does anybody have a theme song for me? Anybody?
Medication works. Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could help you understand. I do this so that you could try to understand, so that you could know that there's a whole host of people out here like me who never get to leave too far away from their homes, and yet we have amazing lives. We're happy in our lives, and yet we have a whole lot to share. Don't count us out. Don't hold us down. And for fuck's sake, we are not inspiration porn. I am not here so that you can go back and be like, yay, at least I'm not JP. That ain't it.
That video was actually made by someone who, in the beginning and in less than 3 months, went from not knowing how to do anything on Canva to doing all of that. And all I did was provide the creative direction. So, I mean, and the support to understand the mechanics behind it. So, y'all can check me out on Buy Me a Coffee. You can hit the girls' Cash App at any time. $ purpcorn. Your spiritual DJ could always use a little bit extra because, as Partly Cloudy said, it's always 420 somewhere, right? even if it's just in my spirit. Shout out once again. Let's go ahead and handle this. Oh, and while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and play the theme song that I was getting ready to play. Here we go, y'all. Hey, let me know if y'all know this one.
Mr. Telephone Man, there's something wrong with my life. When I dial my baby's number, I get a click every time. Mr. Telephone Man, there's something wrong with my life. When I dial my baby's number, I get a click every time. When I dial 611 to be a service, she said, "Hello, may I help you, please?" I told her something
Must be wrong with my phone, 'cause my baby hang up on me. Mr. Telephone Man. Y'all don't know nothing about this. You know, y'all born around them 2000s. You can't understand this. You sit back somewhere, baby, I love you. But this right here, you gotta actually know. You gotta feel it. You had to pick up that phone and try. You understand? It was a thing. It's like 20 times before she answered. What? Hey, ho, what happened then? A minute later, I got the operator saying, "Please hang up and place your call again." Baby, Mr. Telephone Man, there's something wrong with my line. When I dial my baby's number, I get a click every time. Mr. Telephone Man, something's wrong with my line. Hey, gotta dial her number. I get a click. Y'all don't know nothing about that damn click, y'all.
some strange man is on the telephone.
Hey,
He keeps telling me my baby
ain't home. She ain't got no party line. Out. Situation's blowing my mind. Hey, just can't take it anymore.
Please, operator, see what you can do. I dialed the right number, but I still couldn't get through.
What?
Could you just check the line just one more time if you can? I'm pretty sure my phone won't be answered by no man.
Y'all ain't ready.
Mr. Telephone Man.
There's something wrong with my line. It's the weekend, damn it. Come on. I get a click
Every time, Mr. Telephone Man.
Something's wrong with my line.
I'm trying to dial one number.
You ready? I give you my Care Bear stare.
Must be a bad connection. I give him my love and affection.
Oh, shit.
I just can't take this no more.
Oh, shoot.
This situation
Blowing my mind.
can't get
My baby on the line. Y'all, I don't need y'all. I'm my own goddamn party. Let me tell you something. After this, I'm going right here. Because I'm older and wiser now, and well, the shit with the phones have changed. Y'all don't know how to behave with a damn phone no more. I told y'all that last stream on YouTube, people had phones everywhere recording me, watching me, fucking help me. Because you people things, y'all are fucking icky. Your feelings, ugh, ugh. Y'all, your feelings are your problem. Fix them before you get up here on YouTube, before you start making babies, before you start talking about changing a goddamn community. Fix you. Get out yourself. Some of y'all are 50 years old and still living in your goddamn id. And you talk about being college educated, so I don't need to explain to you what the fuck that is. Come see me. Back to my joy. Hold on just 1 second. Pardon us. Oh yeah. I don't wanna go through. If I spelled it right, I would have got it right the first time, but I'm such a DA mess in that way. Here we go. Ready? Y'all know this one? Hey!
What y'all know about it? So I think we should have a grown-up conversation real quick. Now, me being the grown man that I am,
Woo, it's warm in here. I gotta take
if
this
I'm
thing
happy,
off.
if we happy in a relationship, everything's cool.
I'm gonna
I'm
move
not gonna
ahead just a little bit.
Sabotage and go look for
Or
something.
try to, anyway.
That's just how I feel. I'm looking in the audience and yeah, man, if I'm good,
Here we go.
See,
I get scared from the start of someone else having your heart. It's been a long time.
And I don't want to have to restart. See, I could
Go somewhere. Shout out to PJ Morton. Over again.
But it's not
What I want. Cause I don't want to lose my best friend. See, we're in love. And what I say. Hey. Cause nobody's perfect. Anyway. I don't want to see something to change your mind. Everything is cool.
And I think we're just fine. See, what I'm trying to say is,
I don't want to go through your phone. Some things are better left unknown.
See,
I'd rather keep living in my daydream. Keep thinking that dreams are just what they seem.
See,
hey!
If it's
in front of me. Y'all know I'm about to get up, right? Because I don't know how to behave. Control chaos. I don't know how to stay down. I ain't even gonna bust you.
You know what they say.
Hey, what?
What you don't know won't hurt you. See, we work
too hard to live this life.
And that
won't change over something you type. There's no need to worry. Everything is alive.
We're in this forever.
At least in my mind.
You don't have to worry. Cause
I don't want to go through your phone. Oh, some things are better left unknown.
Yeah. See,
I'd rather keep living in my daydream. Keep thinking that things are just what they seem.
Can I say it another way? I said we're
in love. It's what I say. And nobody's perfect. Anyway.
I don't
want to see something to change my mind. Everything is cool. And we're just fine.
I promise you.
I don't want to go through your phone. Some things are better left unknown.
See,
I'd rather keep living in my daydream. Keep thinking that dreams are just what they seem. Some of you so-called adults are really just right there. Still feeling that spirit, right? You don't want to know. You don't want to go through your own phone. Because what would you find if you did, right? Some of you record videos and post them up on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it is. Leave them there. Do you go back through it and look at it? What does it say about you? Because to every motherfucker that saw me in Tucson, from body cam to personal video to in the damn stations who did nothing, you're ookie. And you're scared to go through your own phone. And if you do, you delete that shit. I'm coming for you. All of you in that way are that way. Y'all are fucking gross. Hey, B9, how's your spirit, brother? Y'all are out here trying anything that you can to tear apart the people who are out here saying, hey, there's a better way to go about this life. I know that you have been injured, and that is all right. Don't injure your brothers in the process. Don't take it out on your sisters in the process. Just because I got a little bit more melanin than you. Just because you came here over the border instead of under the boat. Don't make you no better if you indoctrinated into this bullshit. And I saw it. I see it. I watch it. We do it to each other, even though we know the truth. Even though we understand what this shit is. We still move that way. Why? My spirit is joyous as always, Brother B9. I know. I tell my story and people be like, oh, she crying. She's emotional. Nah, damn it. Tears ain't nothing but water coming from this goddamn face right here. You don't understand when I say to you, you tell me, oh, well, I'm in the medical field. I'm a mental health such and such. I got a degree. Okay, I'm going to say this one more motherfucking time. I, in your language, have high functioning Asperger's. And until about a month ago, I was locked. Nobody fucking knew. How do I know this? I went down the rabbit hole, figured out a whole lot of shit. It started with the diagnoses from you crappy individuals saying, oh, well, you must have fibromyalgia. You must be mentally, something must be going on. You're going to suffer for the rest of your life, either in your body or in your head. I almost bought into that bullshit. I tried opioid therapy for 2 years. Cope with your pain. Cope with your... kiss my coping ass. How about that? Now you want to come up here and refute me? You want to tell me I need to put some shit in the chat about how medical this, that, and third? I ain't talking about how nobody else's lived experience. I'm talking about what it is that I went through. Now, if they look at what I went through and they hear what it is that I discuss and they want to assess that for themselves, that is their right. You want to take my video, go onto your channel and pull me apart? You better hope I don't fucking find out, or anybody who knows me or looks like me and understands what this shit is. It's time for y'all to grow the fuck up. You playing high school games with some real world shit. YouTube is not your Twitter fingers. Twitter is your gateway to this shit. And then you spill over all of your ookiness. Or you run your mouth too damn much, not understanding the consequences. You don't seem to understand sitting in your room. Your life is in danger, even in your damn room. Because you put your mental health, ill health, on display. You can call me mentally ill, but you crazy. Your emotions are all fucked up. You need to get them together. You need to get your ego together. Get your act right, and let's get this thing going. Some of y'all are doing way too damn much. Now, well, I tell y'all, I be trying to start this conversation from a place of not seeing the ookie in so-called adults. So after Daniel and I saved my life, right? Um, I thought that I was well enough, or I seemed well enough to go out, and I haven't. I hadn't because of the diagnoses and all of the shit. Witnessing murders right outside of my house and whatnot. I mean, not witnessing a murder, but the aftermath, right outside of my house and whatnot. Um, it had been a long journey, and I wanted to get out. And understanding that I have high functioning Asperger's, I now understand that I was malnourished and dehydrated. Kind of always am because I had the gastric bypass surgery. Um, and so I took food and water with me. I did. Ula had made sure that I had snacks and stuff while I was going. I was getting my system cleared out of all of the congestion and icky from the COVID. And so I still had snacks left over. And so I went and put that in the book bag along with my cannabis and the things that I needed. And I went on that little excursion. Um, like I said, I dealt with Officer Payne and mishandling me and mistreating me. And Officer Camacho was, he tried the best that he could. But like I said, if Officer Payne was the one in the front seat, then that means that Officer Payne was, the one in charge. Thank you, baby. He said homeostasis. I love you, love. Um, Equilibrium. How did I save my life through COVID, y'all? Equilibrium. I said it at the beginning, I think, of the last stream. When I say I think, it's really not that I think. It means that I don't feel like going back to process it for you. Y'all know you can go check whether or not I did or didn't, and I'll sit here and be like, okay, well, I thought wrong then, huh? Okay, that's what being me is. And that's what I understand. And that's what I was able to express to Officer Payne in so many different ways. Hey, I have high functioning Asperger's. You said that I have the right to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Okay, I have selective mutism. Do I gotta answer that? No. I, that thing. Protect yourself. When I was talking to Daniel in the midst of what was going on, I would say, "Baby, I need you to protect my neck." That Daniel doesn't have any medical training that I know of, and I'm looking at people with medical training, and I'm telling them, "Hey, I just had some type of cardiac issue, some type of breathing issue. Something's going wrong. My equilibrium is off." Just because you see me right now when I'm up doesn't mean I'm going to be up forever. My child and the man that I love who can't stand each other are holding me up right now. Come, focus. Damn it. All while trying to explain to my younger son, hey, homie, something ain't right. Tell me what it is you do. He's in radiology. Tell me what you do so that I can image in real time my body while talking to all of these people and getting them to stay on goddamn task. Did that everywhere I went the entire time that I was out. And I had to do that because people are so fucking icky. Y'all do terrible things to one another when you think no one is looking. You throw rocks and you hide your hands. You kick cold, confused people in the dark. You drag women downstairs because You only see one thing, not what happened first, who did what, where, when. You don't act on instinct, you act on perspective. Yours. You don't act on knowledge, not intuition. You don't even act on your fucking education. You act on what somebody tells you to do. So they bring me home after this little excursion, right? And I'm back home with Daniel, and I get into the bathtub. Now, Daniel, I didn't. I mean, they bring me home because I had been said to be missing. We got outside of the apartment complex where I was. I got into an altercation. I told you I got into a fight, right? And so I get home. They get me outside of the apartment complex, and they're like, "Well, the lady doesn't want to press charges." I know she doesn't. The bitch hit me first. Okay, the bitch assaulted me first. So, um, clarification. And so, me and the officer are standing there, and he's like, "Well, do you want to press charges?" Nah, I just want to go the fuck home. And by then, they realize that either I have a missing persons report, and I'm pretty sure that it probably was there sooner, but you know how. Anyway, um, I get so they're like, all right, well, you have a missing person thing. We'll bring you home. So the two officers bring me home, and for some reason, their names are still a little bit and I'm not trying to figure it out right now either. Somehow I feel like they're just side players in this thing. They actually try to do the right thing. How about that? Okay, which means that I'm going to be more diligent about remembering your names. But in this moment, it escapes me. So anyway, they get me home, and Daniel gets me. I go get into the bathtub. I'm like, I just really just want to take a bath and wash all of this shit off of me. And while I'm in the bath, apparently they call and ask Daniel my whereabouts, and he says that I'm home. And they say, okay, well, there's some conversation, and I won't speak for Daniel in this, but the decision is made that a car will be sent for me without anyone speaking to me. Uh, and then they get here, and I express my outrage yet again at not wanting to go into the hospital, not wanting to be poked or prodded. Don't touch me. Ow, that hurts. Why are you taking me from my home? This doesn't make any sense to me. Two officers just brought me home. I don't have any damn clothes on. Hey, Danique, love, how's your spirit? I guess, for me to tell y'all to come see, you know what? Forgive me. Here. Here's the StreamYard link if you would like to. I thought I had put it down there, but that's what happens sometimes. Anyway, I usually try to do it at the hour mark. Excuse me. So, as I said, um, I'm home. I'm out of the bath because I hear Daniel, I think, on the phone, if I remember correctly. Don't try me, y'all. I'm serious. Let the shit go. We'll save it for another stream. How about that? Um, so I'm here. And I'm sitting in this chair in my white unicorn onesie. And I kind of have my robe on, and I don't have any clothes on. I just got out of the bathtub. There's all these icky officers standing around me. I'm Peace at Danique. Again, y'all, tears are just water from my eyes. Don't get it twisted. Um, And there's all of these icky white men standing around me, giving me commands and shit. Fuck you. What are you doing in my house? Why are you in my home? I didn't ask you to come up in here. I'm fine. I'm at home. Why would you come get me out of my house? Because you lied on me. You needed an excuse to get me put into the hospital. So when you got us close, you told us different things. You told us all right here that we were going to go to the hospital and I was okay with getting an IV because I knew I was dehydrated and malnourished. Fine, I'll do that. Fine, I will let you look at my body and do some x-rays because I've been out here for like 2 days missing. Let's do that. Um, you know, I will eat if you give me food. But why should I trust you people? You seem to be working together just fine. And I find that to be disingenuous, to say the least. Um, that you expect trust from me in my time of need. You gotta be damn kidding me. Okay. And so they let me put on my unicorn onesie and they let me take my homie. Where is he? Hold on a second. Fella. So I took Bella and my onesie and I went to they let Daniel carry me. I was handcuffed. They let Daniel carry me to the car, kiss me on my forehead, and tell me he would see me at the hospital. On the way to the hospital, now I'm in the police car. My son is driving himself and Daniel. And the police officers, though, have told my son, that they have to go to a different location than where I am to fill out the paperwork, and then they can come and see me. Simultaneously, they're taking me to through, I guess, the emergency entrance as I was looking, um, and they are telling me, okay, well, we're going to get you signed in, we're going to take some blood and all those things, and just get you hydrated, whatever, and then we're going to let you get out of here. Or we'll see what's going to happen, so to speak. Really, I won't say that they told me that I was going to leave like that. And then they put me in this room. The lights were low. I wasn't handcuffed to the chair, but I had an IV, so it's not like I was going to just get up and mosey the fuck off or anything. And there's a security guard always around. Why? You let the man carry me to the car. I'm so weak, I can put on my unicorn onesie. You even want to see me in it. Okay, cool beans. I don't understand it, but if that's what you do, that's cool, right? So I get out. I'm sorry. I'm back and forth. They'll let me go to the restroom or whatever, and I got the IV. They I'm having a hard time placing it right this moment. I had an X-ray, and then I had a injection. I had a scan done. Um, The X-ray was in the room, and the scan was in. They took me out of the room somewhere else. Yes. Okay. So, and then outside of that, I was just stuck in that room, right? Until, hey, Chicago Rilla, how's your spirit? I'm just, well, that's my question. What the hell? What the hell happened to JP is the grand old question. I was just trying to explain the events that led up to me. No, you're fine. Why'd you delete it? Who deleted it? I don't even know who would be in the chat to be able to delete it. So you must have, you're fine. I'll drop the link. You're okay. I went through some crazy shit in this last month before. Why is your spirit annoyed right now? What's the matter? Hold on. Here, wait a minute. Oh, wrong one. Come here. JP knows her story. It can wait. Here, hold on. Come up. You know the deal like always. It's just a let's have the conversation. Here, let me grab the banner. You can bring your theme song and not bring your theme song. You can turn your camera on and not turn your camera on. What's up? Oh, well, that's what I'm trying to find out, Rilla. Um, we were here. There you are.
No, I'm on. No, I'm still on. I'm still on phone restriction. But no. I
Oh,
saw the title and I was like, "What happened?"
oh, well, so we were on a live stream earlier, and he was expressing that he was going through some things, and he was
Oh,
trying to get me to share. And that's one of the things about being in this space with content creators, right? Like he asked me specifically, JP, just talk to me. But this Black YouTube space, men's YouTube is a men dominated space. Let's just be honest. And in that way, I'm on a men's channel, so even if I'm asked the question, I'm being spoken over. So I didn't, and then
mm,
he had something go on in the background, and then he just left. And so you know how it is. It's hard to be able to reach out to another content creator. And I reached out on Instagram and whatever else it was, but I couldn't get a hold of him. And so I was like, in the same way that when Top Slug said that he had um, gotten COVID, I just went ahead and went live. And I was like, well, brother, if you're going to be stuck in the house, let's at least, chit chat or whatever. Just the same
right.
thing. I wanted him to know that, you tried to ask me something earlier or you wanted my
Oh, okay,
perspective
okay,
on something.
okay.
So,
I got you.
yeah,
I
no, but
got you. No,
then,
I was just confused because it's a whole bunch of stuff stirring in the streets tonight,
what do
and
you mean?
well, I mean, I no, I don't.
I
I'm just
don't
looking.
listen.
I'm just looking at streams. I'm looking at Chef broadcasting, and then I know E Black broadcasted earlier, and then I look at Hormeku, and I'm hearing my name thrown around, and it's coming out of the community dude mouth, and I'm like, wait, hold on, what's going on? So
What?
I was just no, it's nothing big, and I don't want to do all that on your channel, but
Hey,
I
first
was
of all, let
just
me say
curious. I
this.
was just like, well, dang, if this just happened over on Hermeku's channel, what the heck? Why would you like why was the title that for you? So that's all it was,
Oh,
nothing major.
no, it's just because I encountered them
Yeah. And
earlier
you wanted
today,
to
and
make sure he was straight. I got you.
my spirit. So the same thing applies here, though, for you. If they want to come over here and have the conversation, I'm all
Nah,
for it
they ain't trying to have
because,
no conversation. It's too much messiness, and
well, let
I'm
me
in a
ask you
different
this.
space. 2022, man. It's all this black folk fighting over scrap stuff. Is got to niggas got to relax, man.
Yeah,
Niggas got to relax. And when the man asks you to keep his name out your mouth, if you ain't speaking the build, if you ain't, don't say nothing about me. Period. That's all it is. So when I saw his name over here, I thought something
you just
else had
thought that.
transpired
Okay.
that would have made sense for me. But no, if it really was you was checking on him and making sure he's straight, then I respect that.
Yeah, you know me. If I reach out wherever I can, but I'm not one to
Absolutely.
really be in y'all. You
You
prime
are a
example. You gave
soothing
me your
balm.
phone. Right. Thank
Did you
you.
hear me?
Go ahead.
You are
I'm
a
quiet.
soothing balm to a lot of cats in this space that does not have that uh, that to turn to. So please keep being that representation for a lot of cats in this space, because clearly there are a lot of people that are hurt, angry, frustrated. And I think a lot of us all want the same thing in terms of our community getting better. I just think we don't agree on how to get there. And instead of saying, you know what, our time together was for a season and a reason, and just
Mm-hmm.
gracefully part ways, it's all this WWF Royal Rumble. You know what I'm saying? What's the thing that they do every year? The wrestling stuff that they do,
Oh, it's been
WrestleMania
so
type stuff.
long. I'm from way back in the wrestling days.
Yeah,
Out of Memphis, Tennessee. So
yeah, with
that's something different.
Dick the Bruiser and Baron Von Raschke
I
and
ain't that
the
damn.
Von Erichs.
I
Like,
need you.
it's just too much that's going on, and I really have
Yes.
checked out from a lot of that stuff. But it was just that I saw Blizzy broadcasting, and I ain't even go into his. Then I saw Chef, and I listened to Chef for a minute. I was driving home, and I commented, and apparently because I'm in Chef comments, I don't understand. Like, people think I'm some type of kingmaker, that I'm supposed to be promoting everybody channel and getting them to 1,000 subscribers. I maneuver how I maneuver in these streets, and I support who I support. You can't dictate how I support somebody. You can't
Right.
tell me I'm a guest in another man's house and I'm supposed to go on his platform to promote somebody else. How does that work?
Just like telling somebody how they're supposed to love you,
Correct.
and you wonder why you
or
can't get no
or
love.
or or JP, you telling somebody else how they're supposed to love somebody. You see what I'm saying? Imagine me coming to you and telling you how you supposed to love Mister.
We got a problem.
Right. So how you gonna come and tell me how I'm supposed to support somebody, and then try and that's something that's been going on for a minute. Then if I come and I say, yo, I support you, I got your back, this, that, and the third, whoopty woo. Man, them cats know what it is. Blizzy know what it is when I chop with him. Chef know what it is when I chop with him. I can't help it if y'all just want to keep up this schoolyard bully. Y'all want to fight this, that, and the third. I ain't on that type of time. I was cool
I,
with Chef and them before everything blew up. I was cool with them during all that stuff blowing up, and I'm cool with them after the fact. I'm not finna sit up here and get in this little, really, if you was really supporting, you promote them over on the network that you on. That's not my platform. That's not my space to do that. If I wanted to do that on my show, I would. If I wanted to go on my own Instagram and do that, I would. I don't promote nothing outside of the network I'm on my own Instagram and social medias. Like, what are we doing? Like, we going into 22 with this same energy too? And this is why
exactly.
we can't mobilize. This is why we can't get nothing done. This is why these shorties look at us and say, oh, all y'all old niggas doing the same thing that we do. That's why they don't
Exactly how
respect
I feel.
nothing.
So, in that vein, I want you to take this declarative statement that I got and tell me
Give
your
it to me.
thoughts on it. All right, here it is. To build trust in the Black community between generations, stop spanking your children. Go.
Mm. Okay, my first thought on that is I am not so I am a fan or a supporter of corporal punishment up until an age. I believe that once they get into an age of understanding, like my kids, shoot, my son's about to graduate high school, so obviously you ain't whooping nothing. It's
Mm.
not the time where you whooping. You really don't whoop them after 5, 6, and it's never. And when I say corporal punishment, I'm referring to the type of corporal punishment that may have been administered to us in our younger years, where it wasn't corrective measure. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like the way I administered it to my kids when they were younger, it was for, listen, here are the barriers, here are the boundaries, and you need to learn that there are consequences to your action. My stepfather was the first person that administered corporal punishment to me. And to this day, he used to always say, like, this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. And I actually believed him when he said that, because he didn't do it from a place of anger. He did it from a genuine place of correction. Right. And so I do understand. And especially as a mother, I see the wheels turning in your head. And you're like, how does that work? How can you hit somebody out of love? How does that work?
As a
Right.
child, this is the thing. Understanding that I am a system, understanding that I have
Mm-hmm.
high function, I see myself outside of
Mm-hmm.
this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even as a child, I'm like, that shit just don't make good math. The math ain't mathing, as you would say.
Nah, I knew not to do certain
Okay.
things again.
Yes, but
Listen,
I still knew not to do certain. Listen, I knew not to touch fire, and fire was hot because you told me that. I accepted that. I still needed to know for myself.
oh, you talking about
Now, what?
touching the stove?
Huh, yeah, but that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, right? Like we know that, and so corrective measure. You be like, how come corrective measure ain't? Let me grab your hand. Listen, homie, you touch that damn, you touch the fire. Okay, baby, fire
You
hot. And
know,
then how come we don't just escalate the language as they get older instead of escalating the violence or
oh no no no
escalating
no.
to
That's the
violence
part I
even?
that's the part I agree with. Now that part I agree with, and that's what I'm saying. As they get older, you shouldn't be escalating violence. You should be escalating the language. I agree 1000%. But this is also that I know that is a truism. You know, you mothers are the first teachers. You introduce culture to us, and for us as fathers, we are structure and discipline. You know how many times people, I'm gonna tell your daddy on you. Now, that can mean different things for different people. So one thing I had to learn with my son that's about to graduate, right? I had to learn with him, you can't whoop him, right? Because if you give him a whooping, you know, 5 minutes later, I mean, 2 seconds after the last strike, he's not crying, he's over it, and he gets to go back out and do whatever it is he want to do. And he didn't get the lesson now. But if I took something away from him, oh, his world was crumbling. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas Ladybug, you know, you put a finger on Ladybug, it's like all her world crumbled. Yeah, you know, it's like, girl, I barely touched you. What is wrong with you? And you don't want to really, as a dad, you don't really want to administer that type of punishment to your girl anyway, to your daughter anyway. So I feel a different way, but I would largely root that in the fact that, and I know people hate doing this, but I think it has more to do with me being hardwired as a man.
But not as a man, hardwired into a certain set of systems, right?
So
Um,
let me ask you, can I ask you this?
yeah.
Is there any indigenous, I know in the Western society, how we think and how we've evolved, is there anywhere in indigenous culture where they didn't administer corporal punishment or
Why
don't?
do you look to indigenous culture versus our culture first getting here? Just to
When I
push
say
back, I
indigenous,
apologize.
I'm speaking. I mean, I am speaking to R. And when I say R, I'm thinking Africans in America.
Okay.
Unless you're saying something else.
No, well, I'm thinking of the southeast Gullah Geechee
Right.
region.
So even better. So because even with that, they come from mm, Jesus, West
See,
Africa.
they
So if
do
they come
come
from
from, but they come from West Africa of a time when they were in the midst of indoctrinating and colonizing, right?
right, so I'm saying even before then, right? Because we can always trace corporal punishment in the way that we in the African American community, or we as blacks in America, the way we administer it largely resembles, you know, beatings and whippings from slavery.
Okay, I think yes, it does. But why do you think that is? I'm sorry. If I keep asking you questions, then it's going to be me pulling it out of you
I know,
versus me giving you the
I
information.
know.
So I need you to let me know which one you want from me because I can make this the
No, no, no,
thing.
no, no. I don't want to
Um,
interrupt nothing. It needs to be an organic conversation, so it's fine. However you
okay,
want to do it.
so why do you think it is that it um, it all looks the same as the way that we administer corporal punishment and the way that
Sure.
it looks in slavery is the same.
I
Or
think
similar.
honestly, and I think for our generation, because I think the kids that are, well, those who are younger than us that are raising their children are more resigned to the timeout model. But I think my generation was probably one of the last that really got like real whoopings, like whoop with anything. Remember, it was nothing for us to see Penny get, it was appalling to white America, but it wasn't appalling to black America that Penny mother burned her with an iron, right?
Right.
Wasn't appalling to us to see a James J. Evans the way he dominated his house. It wasn't appalling to, so you they never showed it on camera, but you knew James Evans was beating some tush in there, right?
Yes.
So I think it largely resembles that because it's passed on through generations. It's rooted in slavery, number one, and I think it's passed on where we mimic what we saw. Like we saw people behaviors get corrected after they got that lashing in front of all the other slaves, right?
What were
Which
the
is
other
why you
tools
tend
that?
to get, which is why if you got siblings, you tend to get whoopings in front of the other siblings. So
Mhm.
they know not to do the same thing.
And depending on how many siblings you got, one of them was snitching on you so that they wouldn't get their ass beat.
Well, shoot, if it was in my house, you might get a whooping alone just so you know this is what you could get to.
Hey, hey, did you ever get a whipping incorrectly and I owe you one kind of shit?
You know what? I was promised it, but it was either delivered or it never happened.
Listen, as a child with no fear, I used mine up real damn quick. Okay, but
Hmm. Hmm.
let me say this.
Hmm.
Um, think about all of the tools that they used to keep slaves down. Was it just beating?
No, it definitely was emasculation.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely emasculation of the man. It was definitely violating of women in front of the man and children sometimes, right? I mean, it was all types of degradation that took place
But you
then.
see, those are the things that we see and remember. And I just need to, dang it, Willa, I need you to do something for me. I
Mm.
need you to hold down the fort so I can take a pause for the cause, get
No,
my
go
cup
ahead.
of coffee, and
Oh
yeah, like
Lord.
I
Oh
now what?
Lord.
I promise at the
Go for it. No, go ahead. Go
I
for
won't even put no
it.
cannabis in the coffee, okay?
You're not gonna put
Just
no. Oh, I got a funny story. She gonna be mad if I tell y'all this story though. My girl
okay,
would be
you
mad if I tell you the story, but I might tell it to y'all.
you go ahead and tell it because I'll be right
Okay.
back and I'm gonna stop my camera. So
Let
now
me see. Go ahead. Go for it. So we got four. Who all in here? Put a one in the chat so I can see who all in here real quick. Wow. JP runs, and I'm gonna hold over this stream for a second. So put a one so I can see who here. And even if you're not here and you just, visiting someplace else really quick and then you bouncing back and forth, that's cool. We will keep the stream going. Um, Shout out to JP for allowing me to at least get a piece of, hold on, peace and blessings, everyone. Okay. A piece of my thought process, all because this is turning into something else quickly. And for those of you who may not know me or who may be watching this on the rebroadcast, like, who is this dude with the avatar and why is he not cammed up? I'm technically supposed to be on a phone restriction. But, if you see my name, it is Chicago Rilla, South Side of Chicago, Wild Hunteds representative. And most of the time, if you're not finding me supporting this beautiful community and YouTube. What's up, Arshawn? If you don't see me over here or supporting some of the other platforms and people that I rock with, you could definitely catch me on um, the network that I'm normally on. And I don't want to self promote over here. So I won't say that network, but what I will say is I'm not a hard person to find. I'm not a hard person to find. Um, so, real quick story. I have a homegirl said because JP says she's not infusing the gat doggone coffee that she's getting right now. I have a homegirl, my best friend from high school. She infuses every freaking thing she can get her hands on. And so, as my wife and I were celebrating our nuptials this week, she decides to give us a gift. And I am not a partaker of the herbal essence. um uh what I can say is that my wife and I were headed to dinner. Oh my gosh, my wife and I were headed to dinner, and my wife decided to partake of some edibles, not edible brownies, not edible cookies. This was like infused popcorn. And is it Rushan or Arshan? I hate pronouncing brother name wrong. I feel like it's Rushan.
It's I say Rashawn now. I will drop the link. He can come up and correct us both or
Yeah, I
not.
don't
But
like
yeah,
mispronouncing people's name. I hope it's
me
Rashawn.
either. In a
Um,
world, and I'm gonna pause you just for 1 second because I
yes,
know
ma'am.
what you got to say. One, I make medicated meals and medicated snacks. I'm getting ready to
Yep.
create my own stuff
Oh,
on
you're a chef. Yeah.
and
Yes.
share.
Yeah. One
Yeah.
thousand percent.
So, but
It was. All I can tell you is, JP, it was hilarious sitting at the dinner table. I said, I
wait,
said, well, damn, how much did you have?
that
And,
leads to
and
my
then
next question.
she gave me a Rick James answer. She was like, she said, I didn't have that much at all. Maybe I had too much. In the same sense, JP,
Wait,
I didn't have too. I didn't have that much. Maybe I had too much. I said, damn, woman. It was hilarious. Oh my gosh. It
wait,
was
because
hilarious.
as soon as you said that, I figured that you were gonna say something different because she may have had an OG strain in what she had,
I have no
and
idea what she put in it. I just
because
know
I figured, well,
she
it was your
infused the popcorn some type of way. My girl had some before we went to the god doggone dinner. We sitting there at the table. Her eyes is chinky. Her eyes are squinted.
it's a
And I'm
work in
sitting up,
progress.
yeah, I'm sitting up there like, I said, babe, what's going on? We talking, like, what's going on? Then she started talking loud. You know, you in a rest, it's an upscale restaurant, well, upscale experience. And everybody, the music is nice, but everybody's conversation is low.
Mm-hmm.
And she got loud. I said, babe, you loud. And then she busted out laughing. Because at first she said, no, I ain't loud. And then she busted out loud. She said, babe, I am loud. I'm sorry. Oh, it was hilarious, JP.
Okay, look. First of all,
It was hilarious.
as Rashawn said, congratulations on the nuptials.
Salute.
Um, and he said Rushawn. Okay, so Rushawn,
Okay.
but he'll respond to anything he
Yep.
said. But second of all, if your homegirl is medicating her food properly and truly understands which cannabis to use for what, then she probably gave you an an OG or a Kush strain. Um,
Probably.
because they push you a little bit more towards the lovey-dovey feely side,
Got you.
which also has you rather giggly and kind of like, oh my god, babe, I'm
Oh,
glad. Listen,
got you.
I'll give you an example.
Got you.
My fella was in the chat, the mister was in the chat, but now he's at work. But one day I was like, babe, I've got thighs.
Wait, you said what? You said, babe, I got what?
Thighs.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, oh,
Like I've
okay.
been dancing around here and laughing for so long, these
Mm-hmm,
last few months, but not paying attention, just
mm-hmm,
enjoying life that I hadn't
mm-hmm.
realized that where I had been wasting away my thigh muscles, I now had
Oh,
thigh
got you.
muscles again.
Got
But
you.
when you're with the person you're closest to, you're just like, babe, I
Yep.
got thighs. And he was
Yep.
like, you nut job. Yeah. And so
No,
welcome,
that's
Rashawn.
dope.
So
Hello,
thank
hello,
you.
hello.
Hey,
Salute.
Rashawn, what's up?
Nothing much. Congratulations, Chicago Rilla,
Thank
on
you,
your
brother.
recent nuptials. And it is again Rushan. So yes, definitely I appreciate you getting that correctly. But I answer to however people say it.
No, I hate doing that. I'm big on people's names because you're
Uh-oh. Was that my connection? Don't do that.
Nope.
Okay.
It dropped off for me too.
Okay. Well, Rashawn, let's have a conversation really quickly because while
Sure.
we try to wait for him to come back about your name, right?
Okay.
Not as a content creator, but in this case, um, when we talk about the whole pronoun thing, right? I'm not out to disrespect anyone else's situation, but as Black people, I feel like our name weighs more than how we're seen or um, what's the word I'm looking for? our name is in some ways attached to our spirit because we put into it, even whether it's given to us or we create it on our own.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
So how do you think that the diaspora sees it differently when that thing than the rest of society when it comes to a name? Is that why we're so pushy about the LGBTQ community?
No, it's not. This is a human thing. I've noticed it. It's across the spectrum of race, gender, religion. We have a strong and I don't know what the word is, but we are too quickly identifying our personage with something outside of ourselves. So it'll be the name. You got to get my name right, or you got to get my prefix or my suffix right, or my pronoun, or you whatever my religion. You better say it with my country, my nationality. No, I'm not Mexican. I'm El Salvadorian. You better get it right. We derive our identity from something outside of ourselves and our humanity, and we cling to that to an extreme degree. So again, that all people, I've noticed it in everybody. Uh oh. Uh oh. Still. Yeah. So I got the power now. I got the juice now, JP.
Don't you do that. First of all, I want to go ahead and put this in the chat so that I can say it proudly over here because I've been waiting a long time to be able to do this. And I don't know if my chat's going to act right over here. But anyway, I want to say, y'all, please make sure you go over and support Rico and Rashawn on Knowledge and Relationships channel. Y'all had such an adorable family night.
Is that what you want to call
In the beginning, okay,
it?
the first couple of
Ooh,
hours it really was like being with family, y'all. I
yeah.
come from, my family was a family of five, and then my own personal, my childhood family was a family of five, sometimes six in that way. But so that was what I saw on display. That was my lived experience, on display as a military kid in other people's places. I I know Rashawn got some special power now. Rilla, since he
Yeah.
since he done got over there on knowledge and relationships, he done learned some new things, and he ain't sharing nothing with JP. I feel some type of way, but I'm gonna let it go right now. So
Misfit
anyway,
moderator.
for now, anyway, as I was saying, um, it was my lived experiences of hanging out with family, hanging out with the military community, hanging out with, Black folks when I go into different spaces. And that was what I feel like you all were hoping to get out of it. And then, you know, we devolved somehow into looking at each other in that way, through that culture lens, I mean, through that societal lens. But at the same time, we were accepting of outsiders before. Why it feels like we're less accepting now as a community?
I don't know about. Okay, I'll say I don't know if it's about
I should
less
say in
accepting.
society, maybe. No, a community,
Yeah,
because it seems like society is pushing it.
I say, but I want to say what you said is right, but it's like that's the symptom. So we're less accepting because we're more sensitive. So I think people are more sensitive. So we're like there's a quick rejection. There's a wall built up against things that we might have been more brave or courageous to face, deal with, or cope with. But I think there's definitely a lack of resilience and tolerance at the moment, which again comes off as that. But I did also want to counter what you said because I felt something different. I know you said it was adorable at first, but
Mhm.
what I started seeing eke out was the trauma that had been woven through our childhoods. So
Oh
it
yes.
started off like with the yeah. So I was sitting there in awe at the trauma that all of us were subjected to as children by our older. counterparts and our peers and our other older family members. And I was like, wow, this is so deep. And it held like a mirror, or it gave me a clear lens to see what's going on in this YouTube space.
Yeah,
We're all
when
bringing, go ahead, I'm sorry.
well, I don't mean to cut in. It's just that it that was more when you gentlemen were sharing your stories through the generations for me, and it was listening to the violence um, from Rico expressing it, in his 50s or whatever age he is now, and then the 40 somethings, and then the 30 somethings, and then Daniel confirming that you all had this level of tension between you. And then it's escalated as the generations have gone, though. Even though you all are like, well, damn, Rico, you said y'all played actual hangman. We knew it was a game, but then the children, my younger than y'all, are like out here playing with guns. There's picking up guns and holding them in their hands to show how bad they are on Instagram and deleting themselves. It's the same thing in that way. We just don't look at it because of how traumatized, or I don't want to say that. I want to say how normalized it's become, how regular it's become. Because I say just because it's regular doesn't make it normal.
That's a good point.
That's what I saw, was how regular it's become to escalate to violence and disrespect one another after the beginning of what the family game night. That's how I figure. I guess if you go on too long in family game night, that's what it devolves to. We,
And that's what
instead of
happened in my
stopping,
real family. That's
like
exactly how
actual
it happened.
violence.
We've yeah, we've had Thanksgiving devolve into, it was my two sisters. I think one had a screwdriver and one had another object, and they pointed at each other while my mother's yelling at them. And
Oh Jesus!
this was within the last 10 years. So I mean, this was, I can't remember how recent. It might have been 5 years ago, but it was within the last 5 years for sure, because I haven't been at this apartment that long. It was within the last 5 years that this happened. And again, my older sister is about to turn 50, so this is in her mid 40s that all this is going on. So
Have
but it's the exact same thing over small slights. Because I'm gonna tell you how it started. It started because we were going to watch a movie, and I told everybody, let's get ready to watch a movie. But them being unsettled minds and unsettled, your unsettled mind is going to be an unsettled body. So everybody had to go and smoke, and let's go here, let's walk around. We're going to walk around the apartment complex. I started the movie when I said we were going to start the movie. Then when they come back an hour later, they wanted me to start it all over again. And I'm like, no, we were going to start a movie at a certain time because people have to leave. You guys chose to spend an hour outside on a smoke break. You don't take a cigarette and turn it into an hour, and then ask me to rewind, and I have to waste a whole another hour of my time because you didn't respect my time. And then it devolved from there. So it just kept going and going, and it turned out it left me because I wasn't going to, like, just like on Family Game Night, I wasn't going to allow myself to get sucked into the ego contest. So then the ego battle went to the next participant. And so game night turned into ego games. And somebody had to be the dominator. And I didn't participate, so again, my sisters ended up pointing weapons at each other before the night was over.
So okay, as a new content creator, would you say how do you feel you could have handled? Well, is there something that you could have done differently to keep it from getting there?
I could have definitely controlled the space, but like I've told them, and over knowledge and relationships, it's not my space. I'll never feel comfortable operating someone else's space the way I control things because I know I'm extreme. So I don't, and if you don't communicate clearly what your boundaries and what your standards are, I don't feel comfortable because I don't have a playbook to play by. because I'll get rid of people quick. I have low tolerance for certain types of things, but I don't want to put that on someone else. And there are other things I'm in, like I have a high degree of tolerance to a lot of concepts. So I might let somebody that's not black say the N word for whatever reason because I just don't care. Like there may be a point that we can get to, or we can expound, or well, why did you feel the need to say that? And we can dive into their thought process. So my thing is, I don't have the same tolerance levels as other people, and I don't want to try to put my way on someone else's space because then they'll be bothered if it goes the wrong way. Like if it goes my way and I'm okay with it, but they're not, then there'll be a friction between us. So I try to respect people's spaces. So I try to keep a baseline, and that was my fault. Again, I still could have controlled it to a degree, but I did. I didn't feel comfortable. But that's on me to that comfort level, that feeling. That's my responsibility.
Well, and so then I'll ask this question. Your name is on the show every, what is that? Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yep.
Your name is on the flag every Wednesday. What do you need in order for you to be comfortable enough to say, "Hey, this is my however many hour block inside of this space.
Ooh, see
This is
that it
how
would
we."
be a tough conversation. It would be a tough conversation. See, that's also why I started the thing with me and Rico on Monday, so that I didn't have to have those tough conversations. That was me being avoidant. Because here's the thing, like sometimes you have to allow for people to be themselves. And I don't want to necessarily always allow for that. So in their space, they'll allow for themselves to be themselves. You know what I'm saying? They'll like not to be again, not to call anybody out, but a lot of times they'll come in and not know what the topic is about. You know what I'm saying? And that irks me. You know, personally, it's like you don't know what you know what like what's the question? Like what were you doing? Why are you on the panel if you're not trying to participate? So that's something I wouldn't want to tolerate, but I have to because again, that's their space and their crew. So I don't think there's anything other than a tough conversation that could resolve that. Because I'd have to set up firm boundaries for myself, which may again put us at opposition. So I try to keep a respectful level, you know, because there's like a basic level of respect that everybody accepts, and that's what I try to keep there. And then on my show, that way I can name names because a lot of people are shy to name names in YouTube. But if I saw something, I'm going to say who did it. That way you don't have to take my word for it, and you can go look it up. If I saw it on the stream, like I was talking about Black Man Unfiltered, he offended Kaya on Sir Hell Speaks. That way you can track it back, look it up, and see if you see it the same way I did, as opposed to me just saying, "Hey man, Black Man Unfiltered, he did a trash move, man. He came after Kaya." And then you got to take my word for it, thinking Black Man Unfiltered is some kind of misogynist or something. So I want to be able to name names, but knowledge and relationships, they're like Switzerland. They try to be neutral, and they don't want to take sides. But I'm like, yeah, sometimes I think sometimes we need to call things out so that we can look at it and identify them and have the conversation. Did you even see it the way I did? Because I may not be right.
Well, now, I mean, Switzerland is neutral, but has its own set of boundaries and standards on which um, you can't cross in order to treat with them, right?
Right.
Um, and so in that way, I understand what you're saying, but you know, I need to do some research to be able to say whether or not Switzerland has ever been like. I mean, yeah, they put their money over here. Y'all want to take it? Okay, cool. That's part of
Right.
the ickiness about the way that Switzerland itself runs, so to speak. But I will say, we
Hmm.
do need more spaces where folks can come in and be who they are.
And that's why I fell in love with Unpack Your Black.
Now the question then becomes, though, what's the etiquette, the common courtesy when unpacking your black?
And that's exactly what I came to today. I came for something reason the things that are going on in the offshoots of conversations with King in those spaces, it's been weighing on me for some reason because I'm extrapolating out. Like if we can't get the resolution on these these things that really don't, they're so trivial. The differences these people are having are not real life impacting. Nobody was harmed physically. Like, why is this thing so protracted? Why is it going to warfare terminology? So that bothered me. So I'm trying to think. A lot of this stuff stems over, like you said, etiquette. It starts with a breach of etiquette at some point. The way somebody approaches something, the way they talked, how strong the language was, the over talking people, cutting them off. It starts with an etiquette. So I was thinking I'm going to create, and I was going to possibly bring this up on the meeting tomorrow. Maybe, 'cause I didn't know where this meeting is going. So possibly, if the people are all in alignment, we can establish a small set of rules of etiquette that we post or share or look at, like a guidepost that we start each show with. And whoever's going to be on the show comes on, reads over them, acknowledges them before we even start the show. And then any panelists that are going to come up during the show, we put it up on the screen like an overlay. Hey, look at this. Do you see this? Read these, read these out loud and confirm them that you're willing to abide by them, not over talking. And if you over talk somebody 2 times, if you cut them off twice in the same conversation, you'll be removed from the panel. Like things that you can set guidelines and expectations that are reasonable and everybody will know because they're hard and fast. You've written them down. Of course, you can go still point by point or case by case, but to have something that way, no matter platform to platform, everybody that subscribes to it, there's something that there's going to be an etiquette, and it's not different from place to place. Or if it is different, it's spelled out, and you can look at it.
I'm in an agreement with you there, Darrell. Hey, how's your spirit? Because I'm going to drop the link. You're always welcome to the conversation. Um, we talked about this early on in my streaming about etiquette and things that we could do differently. Just looking at it from the other side, one of the things that I realized for me that it seems to be that there is an avatar troll time correlation. Um, and that's something that I think that when it comes to common courtesies and etiquettes, it's something that we might want to look at. I'm not saying that we don't accept avatars. Obviously, you're up here with one. I accept a lot of people with them, but what boundaries do we set in place? In that same way, while I was out on my journey, there was just no common courtesy. There was common cell phone picking up and staring at. And name calling and picking at and pulling apart. When you say a set of boundaries or a framework that we work with, people are going to say, well, now you're being exclusive or you're demanding fealty in some way. How is that not that in this space?
No, it's not that at all because you don't have to subscribe to it. You can go to another space. Because like we talked about in Hanifa's live, you're not bound to any one set of people here on YouTube. None of this is contractual. It's all voluntary, and especially as a viewer, there is there's no forcing, there's no coercion, there's very little influence. So there's very little pressure for you to have to stay in a space that you don't feel comfortable or don't want to abide by the rules. You can go to video on demand and just watch what they've already posted. You don't even have to participate in lives. So there's even multiple ways you can interact on YouTube, even with the same content creator. So I don't think that's a fair boundary. Somebody could make it one, but that's pushing it a little too far. That's just saying that we're gonna have some rules and order. If you can't abide by that, you're probably not fit for the space anyway.
Well, speaking of interacting with the content in other ways. I miss my intern. I'm gonna need you to you find me somebody who can help me out now that you don't need me no more, or we don't. You know, you're growing. You got a lot of other things you're working on. I don't want to say you don't need me. I don't make it seem like it was that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
there's probably still room for me to help you because it looks like everything else is dropping off anyway. So there's the two shows with me
what?
and Rico. Yeah, there's 2 shows with me and Rico. I was doing something with 2 other groups, and it looks like they're falling off. one guy I'm in a group with, I noticed I was in two groups in Instagram. He removed me out of both Instagram groups and took me off of admin on Facebook without a conversation. So I'm waiting until after the meeting and I'm gonna contact him to see where we are because maybe he's moved on and just didn't communicate. But so I might have more time freed up.
mean, listen,
Big
I'm
rig.
yeah. Shout out to Big Rig. I'm not all smiles because it didn't, because things aren't panning out. I y'all family to me, so of course I'm like, all right, well, we'll just keep going. Just keep
Yeah.
swimming. Just keep swimming. Swim. Oh, my bad. Okay.
But that's what I want though. I want more people. I don't know what's the difference between me and I don't want anybody else to take this stuff I see people taking these things personally with people that they don't know personally. And like so when the guy did this stuff, I just thought it was like interesting. I'm like, well maybe they're making changes. And then when he moved me as admin, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'll have the conversation, but I don't have to have any personal feelings. I'm not bound to it. They're not bound to me. But
Yeah.
I'm seeing all these other people, they seem to there's some kind of emotional bondage, and I know bondage isn't the most precise word, but there's some kind of reciprocal entrapment of feelings between people in these online spaces that they have a hard time shaking.
I agree with you there. And I remember saying at some point that it was an emotional health thing. And now that when I say that I have high functioning Asperger's, does that resonate to the general population, or do I need to find another term?
I don't think there would be a term that would give anybody a clear picture that hasn't dived into that sector. I mean, because a lot of us are going to be ignorant to any term you use. So, no matter what you
Well,
use, it's going to give us a false impression.
I'll give you, okay. I'm a high functioning autistic adult
And see,
with
that doesn't
what
have any mental anchor.
people consider to be a photographic memory. So I'm going to give you a media reference that I think will help. Did you ever watch the TV show Criminal Minds?
Very little. But
You,
the curly hair guy that wore the tie all the time in the vest.
yes,
Gotcha.
we're the same, sort of.
Okay.
Um, and the reason that I ask that is because when you say feelings and those things, I think that there are a lot of people who are in this space who are more autistic than they know. And some of
Yes.
that's showing up too. And I'm being honest here, y'all. Under Starting before the things that helped me to realize that I too that I how where I'm at on the spectrum, right? I understood that my children were, and I understood that where they found comfort when they couldn't speak out was in social media spaces before all these icky adults came to social media in this way, right? They were in the gaming spaces and just with one another having these conversations about this global community that they were being told that they were, but that's not what they were witnessing. And in that way, I could see when their autistic peers at that time in my head were being taken advantage of by some of these YouTubers and some of these streams. A lot of, depending on where you are in the spectrum, uh, you can display things like people pleasing. And if you don't recognize what that is in you as an adult, or you've only understood it in like a work environment and not a social interaction thing, it's kind of different. And social media combines those two. Um, and I think that it was like, ooh, I can be a part of this space and communicate with people, and then find out that it's still not the same. And that's why I was like, well, I'll stand up here and I'll tell you what I know and I understand, not just from my lived experience, but my educational background, my professional experience, and um, all of those things. And then uh, I found out, oh hey, yeah, you're a unicorn, because somebody should have found out about me when I was like 4. And the fact that they didn't makes me kind of extra rare. Um, but when you talk about feels, like I said earlier in this stream, I know that I'm crying, but I understand it as water coming from my eyes. Um, in the same way that blood comes from a wound. Um, this vessel is wounded. And there are a lot of other folks who don't realize that they're a system. They see themselves as just a black person in YouTube still, and don't realize that what they're doing is letting that wound fester. But it's festering on YouTube. Does that make sense?
Nah, it all makes perfect sense. Like one, just to rephrase to make sure I understand you. It's because it sounds like something very similar to me. There are three parts to like the psyche. Like there's a like well cognitive, the affective, and the behavioral. Like they're all three are connected and they link to each other. But it sounds like you have a there's like something within you where yours can almost disconnect. So like where your body will have the physiological demonstration of a thing, you're not having the emotional connection to that physiological thing.
Right.
So that's what it sounded like. Okay. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. And
Okay.
people, I agree with you that people are a lot like that because I have something similar. Like I was talking about with the connection. It's hard for me to have connection with people unless I choose to. So I don't have the feeling first. I have a choice. Like I see you, I like what you're saying or doing or something about you, then I'll choose to allow myself to connect. Like I'll choose the vulnerability as opposed to being led by that vulnerability. So I don't typically get sucked into things because I'm very hesitant. But when I choose, it's because I've kind of vetted in a way. Like their acceptable range of tolerance for me. So I
Right.
mean, I get it in certain ways, but I think we all relate differently to the different aspects of ourselves. And I think even if it's not autism, we've talked about this before. Black men, it may be black women too, but black men for sure are not taught the range of emotions. So if it's not, was it happy or angry, we don't we don't resonate as having an emotion. We don't like longing. We don't realize that's an emotion. But like
Right.
when you just like nostalgia, that's a feeling too. But
Hmm.
we don't see there's a full spectrum of emotion. There's like, oh, I'm happy, or I'm sad, or I'm angry. But I'm only sad when somebody dies, and that's all. That's all we got. Because I put up a post in the True Pill community because I'm like, we're having feelings. It's okay to say somebody hurt you, or you feel betrayed, or I felt disrespected. It's okay to have these feelings and admit it because everybody can see it without you saying it.
Yeah. So the other thing to that, and I agree with you, is that you mentioned it without mentioning it. You said black people, black men in particular. It's the black part. What we do know for certain is we must have some type of lived experience by this particular melanation in this place. And that's what we go off of, if we don't go off of lust. Or I should say, so what people go off of when they don't go off of lust, when they don't go off of um, feels, so to speak, in that way. I recognize you as black in America. Okay, now let's talk. And then you find out, oh, wait a minute, that ain't the same blackness. Well, shit. Oh, that ain't what kind of blackness is. Woo! Jesus is the what kind of blackness is that? You know. Uh, and so then we get out once we come across what is unfathomable, or once people come across what is unfathomable, then what? And I think that it's unfathomable that we all look like this and came here at the same time to talk, and we can't. What's So how do we get past the fact that we don't see each other? Or how do we get to the point where we see each other as more than just a black placeholder?
Right. Because that's exactly what it is. Because we're still digital. We're even if I'm seeing your face move and watching your mouth speak, in a way, we're still avatars. We don't connect to each other's humanity because we lack the physical part of it. So we're seeing this 2D representation of a person. Even if we see it move, it still doesn't feel completely real to us. So I mean, there's still a disconnect even in this space, and we take a lot of things for granted. We assume because I'm looking at a person, I feel connected to it as a human, but you can tell that we don't. A lot of the times, the device in our hands or in front of us on the table is typically just a sounding board for us, and we don't, like you said, we don't identify that there's a other person that we're supposed to be connecting with. We're using this thing to connect with ourselves through somebody else. So I mean, it's a weird. I don't know exactly how to say it, but it's a tool, and we're using each other as tools just through these phones and computers.
You say tool. You know me, I got it in letters and whatnot. At some point, I refused to look back through my brain to remember whether or not I used it for a stream or not. But it was my thought was useful, usable, or useless. Um,
Mm.
when you think of yourself as uh, a tool, which one of those are you? As a culinarian, are you a singular use tool in the kitchen? And if you are, what is your purpose? There's this great guy that used to be on the Food Network, Alton Brown, and he said the only single use tool you should have in your kitchen is your fire extinguisher. So I would ask people, content creators, but people in general, when you're looking at one another, are you looking, well, no, when you're presenting yourself to the space and your content, is it useless, usable, or useful?
And
And does it
that's
matter?
something I would it matters, but the way you frame it, I would have to repackage because
Okay, well,
like
give me.
every tool is different, like you talked about in the kitchen. Well, maybe I'm a hammer, so I'm not going to have a lot of use in your kitchen except during construction. So I might be more useful in one space than I would another. So, but a spatula would serve you well in the kitchen, but it wouldn't serve me very much in construction unless I use it as a makeshift spackle. The thing when they use the spackle or the brick masons laid it. So, I mean, there are purposes for things, and if they're not in their proper place, their usefulness dulls.
I'll give you a prime example, sir. In culinary, we use something called a pause. I'll be right back. You just hang on there, sing a little ditty. It's gonna take me like 35, 40 seconds. Okay, pause.
Do 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 do. Gotta sing a ditty for JP. Do 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 do.
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Don GQ. I was never here.
Hey,
Yeah, I get that.
pull that help.
I bet she's looking for the
I
meat
lied. It's
thingy,
rush hour. It's gonna take longer than 2 hours.
the meat tenderizer, because it's like a hammer or a mallet. Let me see.
I I come with props, goddamn it, I'm so good.
Oh boy.
Okay, this is called a microplane, right?
Okay.
Okay, a microplane is originally a woodworking tool. Shout I was never here. So glad that you are not in this stream right now. Keep your spirit up. Make sure you share with your non-existent community and let them know that I love all of y'all. Okay. Folks are so petty. Okay. But anyway, this microplane is a wood shaving tool in its original form. Okay. Piece of
Right.
wood. In the kitchen, you can use it to zest your citrus fruit,
Mm-hmm.
ginger, garlic, onions. You want to make a really flavorful marinade, but you don't want big bits of stuff. Use your microplane. You know where else this is used?
No.
Nail salons.
Ah.
That foot scraping that they do on the bottom look like a cheese grater. Same thing. Multiple uses across multiple places. Right? So again, I ask, as a content creator, now if you think that we need to change the word so that people's feelings aren't hurt and they don't emote, then fine, we can do that. But are you and your content useless, usable, or useful? Do you know the difference in what are they? Like, so how do I frame it?
No, I get what you're saying, but no matter what, it's the ugly duckling. If something's out of place, it's not going to operate in its fullest capacity. So again, like the black content creators and TikTok, YouTube, Instagram have a harder time reaching monetization because of where they are. They're in a system that does not recognize them and their value the same way it does other sources of content. So it doesn't even matter whether you're entertainment, it doesn't matter if you're drama, it doesn't matter if you're educational, you're already at a disadvantage because the system that you're operating in doesn't recognize your usefulness. So you'll never reach max capacity because you're in a system that does not recognize your utility. So the people that do find your utility might really enjoy it, but it's forced into a niche. So I mean, so again, I still have to repackage it for the way my brain works. Because no matter what the content is, I have to couch it in the system that it's put into.
Okay, so then here comes my next question for you.
Hmm.
You said that the system doesn't recognize your value as a black content creator. When you look through black content creating history, isn't it more that they've always recognized our value and tried to take it as their own? Look at Little Richard. Look at Otis Redding, Prince. These are all content creators. They just happen to be musicians. Their value was seen so much so that Otis was able to get on his ranch and do his thing before Prince had to write slave on his face to get it done. Um, so, isn't it possible that if we could do this, then we could say, you know what, wait a minute. Y'all always been looking at us as the culture. Look at hip hop. We're the creative culture. Why the fuck aren't we creating collectively for ourselves? And then you'll say, well, look at those platforms over there. What's the difference?
I get what you're saying, but this is another one of those complex layered issues. Like the people you talked about, once you gain visibility, yes, you run the risk of being exploited. Because what we do is we try to gain resources, and we do that by going to dominant culture. And once you reach out to dominant culture, they have more power to do the exploitation. So once you get off enough exposure from the Chitlin circuit and you try to get up to, somewhere else, they're going to steal your music until you have enough leverage and power to control your music. So that's the same thing with YouTube. Eventually, if Kevin Samuels or somebody like that gets big enough, somebody's going to steal that format. And there's going to be very little he can do about it. because he doesn't really own much of what he's done. Like a man in a suit sitting behind a desk talking about women, somebody could copy that right now, and that's none of that is probably patentable, copyrightable, whatever. I mean, some of his acronyms, sure, but he probably hasn't even put the time in to copyright a lot of his acronyms. So a lot of the stuff like we'll do once we get exposure, yes, we'll get exploited. It would be great if we could move as a collective, but we lack the resources in the collective. So we look the easy answer. People are tuned towards moving the easy way. So the easiest way to get the resources is to go where the resources are, as opposed to skimping and saving in our own community where it would be healthier, but it would be longer. It would take longer to get to a resource where you would feel comfortable, where you would feel wealthy, where you could live like you see the dominant culture living. So you're fighting two forces, wanting to attain the resources and the look that dominant culture possesses, and also wanting to be collective where we don't have the resources. You want to go inward and outward at the same time, which is why we're so fractured.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I hear you speaking about money. Well, money at its base is currency, and who makes well, we are the currency. We're the currency movers, right? Either we go into work and we make money and we move the currency that way, or we create content and make money and move currency that way. So that brings me back to another old question that I've asked before. Are melanated people healed enough to stand still until America meets her debts to the people? And in that way,
Ab-
are black content creators who recognize that, um, 'cause I'll give you my understanding of what you said in this way. Um, every one of us had to agree to the terms of service on YouTube, right? In order
yes.
to be able to just comment on something that we had watched or to be able to join one of these streams in some way. So in that way, we've said, okay, we'll abide by your rules. Now, while we're abiding by your rules, do we have to play the entire game? Do we have to show up and do 6 hour live streams every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? Or as a collective, can we say, we're going to do this a different way? Um, do we not have more power when more of us move outside of regular?
We would have more power if we moved differently, but we would have to learn how to move differently and see the results of it. Like that saying, because Mr. Best said it to me earlier, if you build it, they will come. Once they see it working, everybody's okay. But very few people are willing to build with you because they don't see the vision. They don't see how it can come to you. I'm sure you've seen this many times. Well, because I've done it to you. This is what I want to do, Rashawn, how can you help me? And I'm like, JP, I don't see that. So that's what happens because I can't see the vision. But yeah, if you already had the vision working, I'm like, oh, JP, this is smooth. Man, this is beautiful. I love how you got black people doing this, and that. You got a town over here, everything's humping, water system. Ooh, Amazon just dropped off my package. I'm all the way in because it's already working. It's convenient. But no, starting from scratch and building something up, very few of us have the patience, I think you mentioned earlier, and the foresight to be able to stick through. And then there's also the third component, like we've already talked about, the etiquette and socialization, where we harm each other along the way, which almost forces us to pull out. Like we'll back out so quickly, which is again going back to the conversations with King quadruplet. Like we fall apart because we can't have basic levels of etiquette and respect, and we violate each other. So in trying to build, somebody's behind your back stealing your tools, or somebody scheming on your girlfriend when she drops off your lunch. Like there's always something because we're still human and we still have this selfishness that we're fighting in the midst of trying to build something collective.
Okay, I can see that. Daniel, an observant creator, says, my answer to that question is no, because the majority of our population does not have the knowledge or skill set, nor the physical resources such as land and property ownership to become a self sustaining population.
And that was
I
to the
can
point where I was
go ahead.
talking about reaching out to resources. Reaching out for resources is that part, because we like a lot of us, most of us live in cities, and we're mostly landlocked, and we can't afford land, and we can't afford animals and the caretaker. Like you said, we're working jobs, so all of our money and labor and capital is tied up virtually. There's no actual product that we receive for our labor that we can barter and trade with, and we don't have the skills to work the land, to grow, like was it not grow, but like husbandry, farming. That's the word I'm looking for. Animal farming. We don't have those skills and that knowledge, so it's we're always looking outside of ourselves. And I would not ever say that that was our fault. I do believe a lot of that was kept from us because I do know the history of how some people, there were land grant colleges and land grants given to certain people that were not us at our expense. So I do understand the history. And even since then, how many farms have been bought out from under us or taken from families through force or coercion. So I understand why we're limited. It is still our problem to overcome. And I don't know how to do it with the obstacles we have, which is where most of us end up. I don't know how to do it. And if we keep trying to force our way through, we get frustrated at how hard it is and we end up giving up. So it's really a hard issue to tackle.
Okay, I appreciate and I understand that. One of the things is I just smiled and giggled here is because first of all, in my head I'm like, oh, the fellas must be tired of hearing me push at you because here come Big Rig talking about some preach Rashawn, and then right behind him, Darrell talking about Rashawn Wright. I mean, I'm sorry, Daniel talking
Daniel.
about Rashawn Wright, and then speaking to Big Rig and Rashawn. I mean, Daniel, dang it, see. I need to take a moment because my brain ain't working right. So go ahead
Pause
and
for the
get your
cause.
brother glow up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let
Appreciate
me.
you, brothers.
Okay. Yes, gentlemen. Thank you both so much, baby. I thank you for being here because I know you trying to do the right thing at work too. So um, I said, okay. Rico mentioned this. I think on Hanifa's channel, um, and that's what I always understood being in this space. When I look at every content creator, YouTuber, and listen to Rico, he asked about volunteers and why don't enough Black people volunteer. And I look around Black YouTube and I'm like, you are fucking kidding me. Do you see all these people volunteering right now? They volunteering to do 11-hour live streams. They're volunteering to be up at 2 o'clock on the East Coast to have a conversation. They just don't know, like you said, how to leverage that resource and understanding that they are uh, a volunteer, and I have been in volunteer management my entire life. Um, I get it. I didn't come to this space though. I mean, I came to this space looking for a like-minded tribe. But like I said, there's something about the names that we choose earlier on. And in that way on other streams too. There's something about the names that we choose. And um, I knew I stood in the void of my own family. Um, I guess I'm going to ask you to give a message to content creators, and I'm going to be sorry I can't hear it while I take this pause really quick. But um, as a new content creator, but you've been in the space a little bit longer, um, what would you say to folks who are still trying to find their way about how to decide here? Let me put the banner back up there. How to make sure that they are, and of course, this is from your perspective. I understand that part, and they will too. But from your experience or your perspective, how can they make sure that they are useful so that they can, go in 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 whichever way it is that they're trying to. I'm sorry, so that they can maintain their individualism while supporting a team.
All right, because this is the again that those three words are hard for me, and I have to reframe it every single time. And I know what you're looking for, but it's just again the way my mind works. Because let's say I'm gonna just use the word, even shit is useful in a certain capacity. You
Okay,
can
well,
take
give
it
me
and
other words then, pushy.
no, no, no. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, but even the content creators need to quit. I'm saying this like right here, useless, useful, and usable. What I'm saying is this is where people get in the mental trap of comparison because they'll feel useless because they're not getting the same results as somebody else. And because somebody's getting traction, they'll think that other person is useful when that other person might just be being used and exploited because they've been curated and chosen for a specific thing. So what I'm saying is everybody has a specific purpose. Your job is to show up your authentic self until the space that you belong in, the space that you flourish in, it shows up too. Because that's one thing I do believe in the spiritual sense, whether it's God, the universe, the source. If you believe in the Big Bang and it's all random, you will randomly end up in the space where your skills and talents will shine. I don't know when it'll happen for you. That's the part nobody can really anticipate. But I guarantee as long as you're developing yourself at the same time, somewhere else in the world, the universe, the people you need are being developed, and the space you need is being developed for you to kind of reach a point of optimization. Or they talk about the point of flow, being in your zone, being in the zone. All of these things will come to culmination, and I can kind of feel when I'm in the midst of it because I can tell right now because I don't want to be a content creator. Like JP keeps calling me a content creator. I don't want to be a content creator. Like, well, let me rephrase that. Words are important. I don't want to be a face on YouTube. Do I want to be creative? Yes. I enjoy making the thumbnails. I enjoy doing a lot of weird things and formulating questions and asking them, pushing back on ideas. But do I want to host the show? Not at all. So I definitely believe that I am on my journey to reach a point of optimization where all my skills, will be utilized to their fullest potential. So I'm going from useless to usable, which is why I'm helping people like JP. I'm helping people like knowledge and relationships where I'm usable. But eventually there's going to be a point where I reach my maturity in my development and then I become useful. Where on my own, I'm my own tool and don't have to be part of someone else's tool shed.
Ah, that's fantastic. I appreciate that. Big Rig say you cooking, and I know. And Don Harden, shout out to you. Said, how's your spirit?
Done.
Right? From abroad. Stay safe in those YouTube streets. Yeah, it's something serious out here. Big Rig says that you're a great host, though, at Brother Rashawn. Yeah, Rashawn. I mean, let's just go ahead and say it like I can. Okay, well, when you gonna get in these YouTube spaces? Well, what you gonna do? What's it gonna be like? What's it going? Um, and I understood that everyone was, on their journey, right? How do you get there? How do you get your act right so you can, know that you're doing this for the reasons that you hope to be doing it for, Um, I could see that ego journey for so many people. Uh,
Yes.
and for me, it like, it's always been that way for me. Feels aren't a thing there. What I understand now, and if someone is of a spiritual nature, they understand it as I'm a medium. When you get away from all of the, or even that is indoctrination of a sort, right? But when you get outside of the straight Western medicine concepts of what it is to be me, do you remember a time? Well, she's that lady. What was she on? One of them networks, TLC. The The lady of the
Mm-mm.
predominant culture with the big hair.
I never watched TLC. No idea.
You remember Miss Clarice from back in the day?
Miss Cleo.
Miss Cleo. There you go. Miss
Yeah.
Clarice is from something else. Yeah, that. If you strip it away from science, I mean from Western stuff, I'm that. Um, Dang it now. What was I gonna say? Shoot. Oh,
Uh,
so pardon me. I don't. The reason that I don't understand feelings, as you said, I'm somewhere outside of it. I sense the world in ways. Um, when I see sound. When I talk to Daniel, I slip a lot when I do it. Like earlier today, I was in the bathtub and there was music playing, and I had a playlist of streams of videos that I was going through, right? And at one point, with the bath water running and everything was too loud, and so I tried to turn the bath water down to turn down the volume on the sound on the computer because I don't just hear sound. I see it and I feel it. And so it was like, it's loud. I just need to turn down the loud. And I think that for some of the folks coming into this space, it's the same thing. It's just so loud.
yeah.
Um, the ookie is so loud that um, they're over emoting. And, like in the chat, somebody who's got all caps on, and it's like 10 words in caps and 20 emotes, and then 10 more words in caps. Um, that seems like what's happening to. So how do we turn it down? How do we help them turn it down or understand that it's resetting your system?
I think it also pairs with something else you asked me about, like the usefulness, like
Hmm.
why some people can't find that is because they're on the receiving end. They're trying to take something from the exchange and not looking to give back. People talk about bringing their brick. So are you useful or are you usable? That's giving back. But useless is not typically because you're useless. It's because you won't allow yourself to be used. So you're not trying to give anything. So it's the same thing with the people that are coming to these spaces. We're saying, well, how can I make you fit the space that you're walking into? But it's the same exchange. We're looking to take from them in a comfortable manner. We want you to come in and be comfortable for me, but you actually have to reach out to them and find out what it is that they're after. And then they're more inclined. Was it people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care? So the all caps person is going to be all caps because they probably have a deep desire to be seen, and they probably won't even, give in to an all caps request to change until you've actually visualized them, like you've seen them. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, I see you with the all caps. I appreciate you for being here, blah, blah, blah. But you constantly shout them out and give them acknowledgement and say, hey, I appreciate you being here. I've been seeing you for the last few weeks. Do you think you could just use regular caps? Like, give me that energy. I always recognize you. But if you find out what people are looking for, you can typically get them to reciprocate. But you typically have to be the first person. Because if you're not, they'll just find another space to be all caps in.
Okay. Um,
Oh, you about to cause trouble.
no, 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 no. She might want to get your theme song together. Well, you know what? Since you being like that, how does a system that looks like me say it's the dude upstairs to a
Could you repeat
dude?
that?
How does Okay? I think you need me to rephrase it more than you need me to repeat it. But
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, okay. I say all the time that there are, well, not all the time, I'm getting better about it. There are people upstairs, um,
Okay.
right? The dissociative identity disorder that's attached to the complex PTSD. What I
Got
now
you.
understand is me understanding this, why there's that separation, why I disassociate from my body, right? Um, you need I don't know if you've seen or heard me explain the night that I died, but so I'll explain it and we'll go that way. Um, February 2nd was supposed to be Daniel and I's anniversary. He'd gone out to the store to get some things and he came back and found me laid out in the chair, really laid back, arms back, mouth open, seeking air. And he came home to that. I know that's what it looked like because I was outside of my person looking at him, looking at me. That is what disassociation is like at its core for people. Okay. So if you can imagine that, that is what, when I say that there are other identities upstairs, they kind of are aware. What I'm trying to say is what you see in front of you is simply a vessel in the way that we talk about it sometimes.
Right.
Um, and at least one identity upstairs is male presenting. So when we don't, how do I make that more understandable, I guess? So that,
All right. So, no, okay. What I was gonna say was we there are a couple ways that can be framed so that different types of people can understand it, but it's not the same types of people. So people who have gone through, and this won't be accurate, but it'll give them a piece of an understanding. Okay. So if you talk like psychology, you've got the id, the ego, and the superego. So people are aware that have gone through psychology courses or a basic framework of understanding. There are multiple modes working at the same time with different agendas. So those are essentially different voices. Then in spirituality, you'll have God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity. So even within spirituality, they're aware of different entities as well as angels and multiple angels who could contact you. So and possibly ancestors who could contact you. So there's also through that framework, people understand I could be hearing different voices. But even if it's not that, somebody who's gone through just like basic human, like some understanding of human nature, you've got to like your wants, your needs, your feelings, your thoughts. They're all running concurrently as well. Because my body might be hungry, but my mind might want to be on a diet. But my feelings might be looking for me to call my ex. So I mean, we all have these different voices. Plus, I'll hear my mother sometimes. I hear my mother's voice clearly talk to me, and it's her, but it's not her. You know what I'm saying? So, and she's not departed or anything, but there's a part of me that speaks in her voice and in her tone of thinking. So a lot of us have that framework. It's just not the same. Like yours is, different, but we have a way to relate to it through our own individual experiences.
okay. And it's funny that you should mention mothers because that's the through line for me that I made me understand why. Oh wow, all of the okay. So y'all, I promised that I would not put concentrate in my coffee when I made coffee when Rilla was on, right? But see, what had
Uh-oh.
happened was the first time that I put the concentrate in there, all of it didn't melt because I didn't actually mix it into the butter. I just put them in separately and didn't whisk long enough. And so then I just took the last sip and there was concentrate still. And y'all want to know what kind of an inexpensive stoner I'm going to put it right back here on the spoon. So when I go make this other cup, I'll get some more. Sorry. Okay. Um, so I found something that I wanted to say the senses, right? We understand our five senses, and I said that I sense the world, which I'm a medium, and I understand it that way, and I can say it that way. What the seven senses that your child would go through, and so I just want to. I don't think that people are kind of aware of this. I think most people think of them as the ones that they're used to hearing. But these senses are also can be translated, and I'll do another live on it or a stream on it into the way that we are able to learn and what they look for in particular types of intelligence in that way. So I want to share this, make this bigger. And then after that, Rashawn, we're going to do theme songs, and I'm gonna let y'all go to bed because it's like what 3:33 in the morning out there. Man, it's something about them damn numbers, y'all. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Here's how we get there.
It's 2:30 where I'm at.
You chill out. Just got to
Yeah.
be pushy. Okay, let's see here. All right, can you see that? I want to make sure it's okay. Okay, so there are. Here we are. Um, did you know there are seven senses? Most people think, and
No.
I'm going to put this here and get the link so that if people want to do it, they can. Big Rig said he dabbing right now, nice and lit, listening to this conversation. I love you, fella. Thank you so much. Make sure and
Yeah.
you share with your people once you after you get your slump over with. All right, there's the link to it. It's pathways.org. And it's actually relating it to your infant in this way. But it's, to help you to understand how to get them to do some things like eating better, that kind of stuff. But in that way, since coming back from all this, I tell you, boy, that the last live stream, I said everything tastes great. Man, food is amazing now. But okay, anyway. The five senses that we all know are sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. We were taught those early on, right? Dang it, mouse. But movement is a sense, and then body position as well. And for the most part, I sense them all. Like I understand the world on all of those frequencies. Think of each one of them as a different frequency. And these are the things that we hear popping up in common culture or common nomenclature. And so we need to start to talk about it. Um, but how do we talk about it in the right way is the thing that I need to. Are you serious? Blocked by the Womack system? Y'all got to be effing.
That's in honor of the live stream I was on
Oh,
and how many
okay.
people were getting timed out.
What?
Man, they were just timing people out left and right. I was nervous. I was like, I'm about to, even Hanifa was like, I'm scared to say anything. Y'all sniping out here.
Wow. Based on, I don't know. I
Yeah, the,
don't
the,
know.
the, the beef in the streets, man. Crips and Bloods.
That's so funny. I mean, not peculiar. We need to use better
I know what you meant.
terms. Um, I just gravy in the morning time. All right. So Rashawn's song is blocked. Let me make sure I got it. Yep. Okay. So wait. Let me know if you hear this, cause can y'all hear
Okay,
that?
I hear it.
Okay. Let me turn it up.
Had no idea it started so slow.
Ooh, you slid on my phone like, girl, what's up? I replied, you didn't get back to me for 3 days. Why you lied? Ain't got time to be traded, I'm too grown. But these little boys be playing on my phone. I decided I'm over you. Don't get lost. Don't get yourself on my list. Don't get lost. Don't get yourself on my list.
Yeah, people are getting blocked in these YouTube streets.
Here I was worried about copyright infringement. Folks getting blocked and timed out and kicked out. What the hell? What the hell? Hey, Big
Yeah.
Rig, I need you to do something for me. I need you to help me, or somebody needs to tell me. Rashawn, you need to tell me
Uh-oh.
how I can get me these little sounds and just play them. I ain't got nothing. You know that already. I use military kid ingenuity to get myself together, and I figured out how to expand my studio without whatever. Um, but I want to know, like, I'm not gonna get a stream deck no time soon, but I want to be able to say
Mm-hmm.
what the hell, or say Tadar when I feel like it, without having to say it all the time.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking for a way to do that too, so I'll let you know as soon as I find it.
oh, but I do have something for you, and I will share it with you before we get off. I think I may have shown it to you before, though. Um, how you can play games like actually.
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay. Um, I just found the notes for it. Um, but yeah, it's actually rather easy, and something that can be tried out maybe tomorrow even. But I'll let you go to bed. You can just hit me in the morning. I'll send you the link. But anyway, I can't. I mean, here's the thing. He said he could sample anything or get a sound or whatever and make it a wave or MP. Okay. All right now. I'm all right now. You know how I be harassing you over there in Instagram. Rashawn just ignores me, by the way, y'all. I be love
I
bombing the
don't
hell
like
out of people
Instagram.
all the time. Nobody care what you like, Rashawn. Did
Ah,
your auntie care? Nope. Did your cousin care? Nope. We family now. I just be dropping stuff off over there. You should see. Did you see the cute little thing that I put at the beginning of this stream? Nope, because you
probably
were over
not.
there doing your thing. I'm gonna show you right now because it's funny, and everybody need to laugh one more time before they go to bed. And I might get up and dance after if you let me pack a bowl before I get off of here. I'll go ahead and give y'all one more time of my goopiness. See, if you were on Instagram, you would have seen me dancing around in my Care Bear onesie. Man,
I've
did I
seen you
have a
dance
good time.
around in the onesie.
When?
You're always dancing in a onesie.
No, no, no. I mean up dancing. Like I did a whole um
Did the whole routine.
real, yeah. Dance for like 2 minutes to Is This the End? I mean, no, yeah, no. Yeah, it was This Is the End, I think. Is it? Yeah, Is This the End? Anyway, I might do it again because it was so wonderful the other day. But this, hold on, where is it? Da, 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 da,
Yeah, for some reason I do always catch Big Rig Slaps post. He said I drop by. I always see his post. I see him. I see the animal videos, and then I see the half naked women. Like, but I see all the YouTube people I see. I very rarely see y'all's content. For some reason, the people I follow from the YouTube space, I very rarely see y'all's content, but I almost always see Big Rig and Jen on the Block. For some reason, those two come up all the time, but the other people, I barely ever see them. And I know they
Okay.
post.
Huh. I don't know.
I
Hold
get
on.
your live alerts, but I don't see your posts.
Yeah. I wonder what that is. Hold on. I'm gonna pause this and then do that. Get the sound, and you tell me if this ain't. This is what I see happening right now. And then I'm gonna play the theme. I mean, I'm gonna play the song and sing because that's exactly how I feel. Ta-da.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. I did see that one.
See this right here.
That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself. I
My
find it
anxiety.
difficult to engage with others. So everyone shut the fuck up because my anxiety is up here right. I have anxiety. That means I'm in my shell and have a hard time expressing myself. I find it difficult to engage with others. So everyone shut the fuck up because my anxiety is up here right. I
I, So if you would pay attention to your Instagram, I'd be sitting. I harass Big Rig with some of the most ridiculous stuff since he in here, and I'm in his my messages to him. Let me see if I can. I don't send everybody the same thing, and I realize that as a content creator, I may not be able to keep that up for long, right?
Right.
And that was one of the things that I was having an issue with when you and I were, speaking in the earlier on stages because I wasn't sure of. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't do that way. I apologize. But anyway, I'm gonna move quick. See here. So I didn't send this to everybody, but this was the question at the time, which was, which one of these songs would you choose? All right, Sean, pick one. All This Love, Between the Sheets, Is This the End, or Juicy Fruit?
For what am I choosing it for?
Just a song. Which one is the best one? Which one speaks to your spirit?
Oh. See, here's the thing. I would prefer to listen to
Hmm.
Between the Sheets, but I love All This Love because I like doing high notes for whatever
Okay.
reason.
Okay, so we're gonna go with All This Love because I am a huge fan of DeBarge. Yeah, I want to show you though. Um, me. Let me see. Where is it? Wait, where's the sound? Oh, up top.
I value relationships. At some point,
Uh,
I said, man, you
My
got to learn to
bad.
live off.
I just got catfish.
Well, no. See,
Good
the
night,
whole
Dawn.
the whole thing. Good night, Don. Um, the whole thing was up there for all of the closest friends thing that they have on Instagram, but you won't go over there on your Instagram and check in until I harass you. This is me harassing you.
Uh, I just don't like the way it's not intuitive for me. Something about IG is not intuitive.
I understand that too. I had to work hard to like. I'm getting better at it. But if you see, even over here, I was like, y'all. Even when I'm on time, I'm late. So it's just a thing with me. All right. So we're gonna do All This Love.
While you're doing that, I want to ask Big Rick Slaps if he's still out there. See, I can get the sounds on an MP3 or WAV file. I just don't know how to play them back while I'm on the computer. Like that's my issue.
All right, Big Rig. Rashawn said, "How do you?" Well, maybe you understood that, and you can do it in the chat. Uh,
But see, every way I know how to do it would be complicated. Like I could add it to a movie and put it into that little video section where you can put the clips. So I could have a little movie clip, but then that pops up on the screen. Or it could be a share screen, but then you got to go over to the share screen to play it. So I mean, either way, it's not a real convenient way because you got to do some kind of navigation.
and what is it? You just want to be able to play the sound
Press a
itself?
button or something. Yeah. Like you said, there were several sounds you wanted to play.
Hmm.
But how would you have that in a convenient place?
Yeah, that's the main thing. Without it having to be like the stream deck thingy. Um,
Right.
okay, so all this love. Wait, I gotta take a pause for the calls. I'm gonna play a video, but when it comes back up, I need you to chat till I come back, and then we're gonna play your theme song.
Let's see. JP about to play All
What?
This Love, but see, my favorite is
Right?
They'll
Oh, we
Never
about
Be
to
by
get it.
Switch. Oh, They'll Never
Oh
Be by
no!
Switch.
Oh, stop. We can go ahead and
Woo!
do that. You asked for it. You got it.
Woo! That song.
Okay. I'm gonna put that there, so it'll be ready when I come back. I still ain't pack a bowl, so I'm gonna take care of that. But
Mm.
I really gotta take a pause for the calls. You know how that go.
Pause for the call.
Yes, sir. So no, because then people will think it's over. I'm such a dork. Um, I really ain't got that many videos to play, so I'm gonna have to play this one. I'll be back. Hey citizens, how's your spirit? It's JP. Welcome to our compassionate melanated community. This is where we unpack our mind. I'm gonna unpack some of mine over the course of this video and throughout the time that we spend together. But first, I want to tell you what community means to me. Community is the purposeful, consistent effort to support and uplift the circumstances of those with the least agency for the betterment of all. And when I say compassion, I
There's
mean
not a moment in my life it doesn't come with pain. But it's my job to try to make sure that it comes with some joy. I try to smile. I try to get out here and talk to y'all. My community here is small, but it's mine. We're all positive. We're all trying to move forward. We made it through this pandemic, and we're all still whole.
but we had a conversation about what we could do different, and I was thinking about that. So I decided, okay, hey, I'll do this pop up because according to YouTube, I haven't been live in a month. That's not true. They just blocked the last couple of videos because there was way too many theme songs. Speaking of, does anybody have a theme song for me? Anybody?
Medication works. Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could help you understand. I do this so that you could try to understand, so that you can know that there's a whole host of people out here like me who never get to leave too far away from their homes, and yet we have amazing lives. We're happy in our lives, and yet we have a whole lot to share. Don't count us out. Don't hold us down. And for fuck's sake, we are not inspiration porn. I am not here so that you can go back and be like, yay, at least I'm not JP. That ain't it.
Yeah. So it's just me. No JP. Daniel's in the chat. Yeah, he said he just started putting words to paper again. Yeah, that's definitely good, Daniel, for real. When you can unblock that creativity and get flowing again, man, there's very few things in the world that feel better than releasing that creativity. Especially if you've been blocked up, man. Like anything's been blocked up for a while, boy. Letting it go. Woo, sweet release.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I missed the last part. Tell me again. Wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't even see the chats. I was gone. Let me say what you said. I'm gonna look through what these comments.
No, he's just talking about being able to get his creative writing going again.
Okay. Got me looking down the hallway. I started the words to paper again. Yeah. It's exciting to see Daniel that way. Hey, Mr. Stewart, long time no see. How's your spirit? Right now, we're talking about anything you want to. I just showed the support your work video. And Rashawn, I'm glad it was you were here. That video, in some way, is an homage to you, brother. As my intern,
Aw.
and because I would be like, Rashawn, I don't get it. I keep saying, listen, this is what I'm trying. I don't understand. The math ain't mathing. And so I asked Portia to, put together the video with this framework. Then I realized, I think that on the end of there, it does say something about emotional support. What I realize now is it's not emotional support. I do need somebody to be on, like, just, talking to me. Mr. Stewart, let me drop the link because it's been a while since I put it in the chat. What I realized is I needed someone back then to remind me, just to be around and be like, hey, have you eaten? Did you drink
Mm.
something? My brain, in that way, I need a protein and all the things in the way that an athlete does to keep it
Right.
going, going, going. And what happened was, when I was sick, and in that process of fighting to keep myself alive, I had taxed everything, right? I was already, um, recovering from having all the ookie. And then on top of that, now I done went out on this little excursion. I'm malnourished and dehydrated. And that's easy to happen because if I go down the rabbit hole too much, I stay down that bad boy and forget to do the thing I'm supposed to, the things I need to do for myself. Okay. And so I understand that now. So I need to change that. But that's one of those things when one understanding, when you're trying to express it in a way that you think would make sense to someone else, uh, the signals get crossed in that way. Um,
Hmm.
I didn't have a better word for it. Now I understand, I can put emotion all the way out. Like I don't do that. I emote. So what I actually have a need for is someone to remind me, hey, get out of your head and exercise or eat, or have you medicated? You need
Mm.
to make sure you focus on medicating for a half an hour and stop worrying about the other things that may be a constant in my life. So that's why it's in the video. At the time, I told you this. Well, in all of my support, and Mr. Stewart said he doesn't do panels. Well, I don't know, Mr. Stewart. It's been a while. I didn't know if maybe some things had changed. Just
Hmm.
yeah. I mean, your avatar done changed and whatnot. So don't be treating me bad because I was just offering the suggestion. Dang.
They brought me
Anywho,
up out the chat.
see, um, um, I was leaving a legacy, and in that way, here's where, support could have been a great thing. Here's what it looks like that I under. So whomever picks it up and can run with it can run with it. I've always known in some way that I would be copied. That's what we were talking about before. Um, we all sign up for YouTube, right? We all sign that terms of service. Why do we assume that as day one, A1 day one, that they're not already looking at you? But they're not already siphoning some of the little things off you or checking you out in that way? Why do we think that just because, like, when we turn on the camera and there's zero people, like, we see zero viewers, that there are actually zero people watching?
Honestly, I actually think about it a little differently. I mean, because I feel comfortable expanding my thought with you. So like this is my outward thinking self. Earlier when I talked about when you're the best self, when you're in your self development space, at the same time, there's a space being developed and other people that you're going to need along the way being developed. I think the same way about that as I did about like what you said. And I know I got lost in that thought just now, but I promise you I had a real good time. What exactly did you just say? Because I promise I had a real good tie in to what you just said. Man, I promise it was good. Eh,
Okay,
I just need a reminder
that's terrible.
because it was a word you used.
Okay, when you're looking at this emailing,
Yes,
right? You
there it
sign
is.
up. Okay,
I got it. I got it.
Tadar.
Okay.
Hey, that's the power of hey,
Yeah,
my
and
dude.
that's
What
I
did I do?
promise you.
Close my eyes, reach out, and I gave it to
But
you. Okay,
listen, but that's an example of what I exactly what I was going to say. The moment you're having that thought, the thought is not just in you because the universe or God has to put it in multiple places to cultivate it because not every ground is going to be fertile. That idea is not going to turn over in every soil. So it'll be like I said, the space and the people are being developed. The thing idea is going to be dropped in multiple people, but somebody's not going to move on it. Somebody's not going to be confident. Somebody's going to back out. Somebody's going to get burned along the way. But it's that idea. If it's something God has ordained, it's going to get through with at least one person. So even though you're having idea and you're like this, and that's why I say all of my ideas are free. I will give my ideas to anybody because I didn't create them. My ideas came from elsewhere. I know I can't create these things. The things I think of, I know are not mine. I don't have ownership of these thoughts. So I'm like, I know they're going to come from somewhere else if I don't put them out there if they're necessary. I can't control that. I don't control the flow because I didn't create the flow.
okay. I hear you. My question is the same as it was about being on the platform, but it being your show. In that same way, it's your message that's also being not your message, but the message that was delivered to you being possibly taken and um, poisoned and being fed to your people. Then what do you do?
That's beyond my control. That's like trying to like there are certain forces that are beyond our control. Like negative exists in the universe. Toxicity, was it a malevolence? Like those things do exist and I can't stamp them all out. So if my purpose is to put out something positive and uplifting and wholesome, because I'm not 100%. I have a strong troll in me, and that troll might be harmful to somebody. So when I am doing something positive, I have to move in that intent and then let it go. Like like you do a child or whatever. If you love it, let it go. If you really think that's what you were supposed to do, you put it out into the universe like you were told to do, and then you release it. That attachment will stymie it. You know what I'm saying? It can't fly as far as it'll go if you still have it on a tether. So, I mean, my idea, it may not be for me to put the thing to fruition. I know my mother talks about my mother talks about being a seed planter and somebody else waters and somebody else harvests. Like there are different parts that people play. And I don't think I need to play all the parts. I don't try to control the entire process. And talking about stop being humble. Nah, but I mean, humility for me is a key because I'm naturally arrogant. So I have to embrace humility to counter my natural arrogance. Because again, being unbalanced is it leads to like what JP's talking about, the toxicity. You end up being harmful if you lean too far in either direction.
I love
Oh,
you,
JP rocking in that
Rashawn.
chair. Oh, she thinks she about to spank my hand.
Well, I'm just saying, we talked about that number three, right?
Hmm.
Um, and I think that, you know, you say balance.
Hmm.
And what do we do to balance, right? We do this. But when you think about it, there's homeostasis. Daniel mentioned it earlier. Equilibrium.
Mhm.
It's kind of like balance, right? You're balancing on it. You're balancing these three things, though, instead of two, in a way, right? Whenever we think of balance, we think of a seesaw, one person on this side, one person on this side, that up and down, trying to level it out, getting right, or the scales of a Libra,
Mhm.
right? Shout out to the Libra gang. Hey. Anyway, uh, back to focus. But in reality, there's something else in the middle, right? That pole. Another way we talked about this when we said that my putting principles into practice. I said my 5 principles saved my life. I'll stand by that. Um, but I said to you, or I say to people, that you've got to have. Oh shit! The mouse is trying to get in. Not tonight, punk.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I live in the desert, and in order to try to keep it cool without, or comfortable without spending too much money, I leave the door open when I can. But at night, when it get cold, he'd be like, "Hey, can I come up in here?" No, take your ass on back
Mhm.
over to wherever else you burrow. Anyway, in the midst of uh, I came with 5 principles because any foundation isn't solid if you only have, the setup on the outside, right?
Mhm.
You need that fifth thing in the middle to make it sturdy so that you can build on top of it. Well, when it comes to balance and the scale, you can't have balance unless you have that pole or that thing in the middle that holds it together. And that's equilibrium. And inside of a person, that's your heart, your lungs, and your diaphragm. You got to keep them all going in that way. And we don't have enough equilibrium inside of ourselves. We're always looking for our balance. We're always thinking about our heart and our lungs. We're never thinking about how we keep our spirit, we keep them full and actually keep them going. What helps us to move in that way. Um, so, how do we? You said something. There was a word that you said, arrogance.
Mhm.
What does arrogance mean at its core?
For me, the way I understand the word, it's a sense of superiority. And it's typically ascribed when people are thinking they're smarter, but I don't think that's the only aspect that is this part. But it's typically a feeling of superiority.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? This JP. We're gonna go on the screen. Hey, that one'll work. Hey, okay, arrogance by definition, and let me get it on the screen. See, that's louder now that the door's not open. Oh, mm, ugh, icky.
Yeah.
Okay, ugh, okay. Oh, I was sharing my screen. Sorry. Okay. So, exaggerating or disposed to exaggerate one's own worth or importance, often by an overbearing manner, an arrogant official,
Mhm.
showing an offensive attitude of superiority, proceeding from or characterized by arrogance, an arrogant reply. You exaggerate your own worth?
Oh yeah.
Really?
uh Yeah, I don't display that. I try not to. That's an internal struggle.
That's a character development, though, right?
What do you mean by not displaying it?
Yes.
Well, see, I don't know because see, I would think that the character development would be not possessing it. See, that's why I say balance because it's always and see that I again, there's two schools of thought. Most people think you have to get rid of the problem. And then other people say you have to learn to live with the problem. So that's why I try to moderate it. Sorry, I dropped one of my earbuds. I try to moderate between the two sides. So I can't eliminate the arrogance. I've tried. I can't. Well, at least I've never learned the tools to eliminate it. So
Hmm.
what I do is try to moderate it with a healthy sense of humility and like service. Like like I've heard of humility is like it's not thinking less of yourself, it's thinking of yourself less. So I try to embrace that kind of ethos of humility. So if I'm not feeding the arrogance by thinking of myself, then it's less present. I can't eliminate it. But again, if I'm focused elsewhere in doing for something else, I'm not thinking about how superior I am. I'm not giving my arrogance the room to breathe because my brain is focused elsewhere.
I can see that. Um, I can understand that. I can understand how when one sees the world as it also having positive and negative forces,
Hmm.
um, that thing inside of you. So there's a thing that stands between systems in that way. Um, when you think big, it is called NEB Nebu. It made me think of nucleus from when I was a kid. Uh, a nebula. Nope, that's not the same one. Yeah. Yep, that's it. Now I gotta get back over to this button. Ooh, I need to medicate. Because I'm getting a
Time to
little wonky.
medicate.
Honey, yeah, but okay, so we're gonna do this. A nebula is an enormous cloud of dust and gas occupying the space between stars and acting as a nursery for new stars. Okay, wait. Now, I wasn't trying to say that you were a big cloud of dust and gas. I don't want that to be the thing that is taken away.
Nah.
But I don't think people realize that there is this thing in what we think of as the void. It's neither a star, um, nor the things that we think of in a system or a galaxy. It's the bubble, the cushion around it, um, and in that way, it's neither positive nor negative. So, it, I, going back to the micro level of in that way, is that isn't it possible to contain that same thing within inside of a person, or is it because I understand myself to be a system that I see it that way?
No, I mean, well, both are true. Like those things exist inside you, and you see it that way. Like the thing, there's a flower there, and you see and you see the flower. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, neither of those are like. So yeah, definitely, those systems do exist, but it's varying levels of awareness to the varying systems that interplay within life and existence. So you just have certain levels of awareness that maybe somebody else doesn't.
Well, what was I saying? I was saying perhaps you are maybe you're neither positive nor negative. Maybe the
Well,
homeostasis is being the
and
nebula.
no, and I'm not, yeah, and I wasn't saying that I was positive or negative because I believe both exist in the same space. What I was saying is that I possess both. My nature is to lean into the arrogance. So
I
I
see.
have to willfully lean to the other to reach homeostasis. You know what
I
I'm saying?
see.
So like if you have a shorter leg, you're gonna have to angle yourself on the other leg a little differently to reach balance. So they're both present, they're probably both natural, just one's underdeveloped for whatever reason. So I have to give more effort to the one, or either it's not as natural. You know, they talk about the lower and the higher self. So I can't say which way of thinking is the right way to think about it, but I know they're both real and they both are necessary.
Mr. Stewart is such an annoyance. Mr. Stewart, give me a theme song. All right, Rashawn, we are going to do They'll Never Be. You ready to get your pipes on? Your throat warmed up and everything? You ready to sing?
Mm-mm.
Did you say uh-uh?
Nope.
I'm gonna let I'm gonna not be I'm gonna go on over here. My business. Just play my.
No singing.
What? You won't roller skate with me? You won't sing with me?
Do, 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 do. Put it where the ghost can get it.
Put it where the ghosts can get. I don't understand that one.
Me either. I wonder if that's a song or is he talking about something
Maybe so. Oh, he might be. Let me see. I had to remember.
else?
Fix this.
Why?
Oh,
Ah, he's saying make it simple.
oh, that's a nicer way of saying kiss.
Since we are lying here for the first time,
Hey,
you and
I can do that, Mr. Stewart. I can do that.
show me what you do for me, and then will I don't try to hide your nature. No, no, girl, could never change that.
uh-oh. Be a better love. Say there'll never be a better love. La 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 la. There'll never be. La 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 la. Whoa, whoa, la 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 la. Hey! La 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 la. Boy, they gonna block this all over the place, y'all.
Yeah, you let that play too long.
Hey, ask me, do I care though? Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. I want to
Mm-mm.
answer Mr. Stewart too, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say, just to make that principle simple, like and practical, that anybody should be able, well, most people should understand. Like it's like the use of your arms. So mentally, and this is not a perfect example, but mentally, it's like your body. So you, like JP was talking about, you've got the two balances. So look at your arms, and then the thing that they're from, the middle part, the fulcrum or whatever, that's your body. But my right arm is so dominant. I'm so right-handed that my left hand can't carry the same type of weight. So I have to intentionally work out that left hand, that humility, so that when it's time to carry something, I can use both arms. Because I'm handicapped if I can only use one arm in anything I'm trying to do. So I have to work out the one arm so that they can both be useful when the time is needed.
You made it make sense. This it came from finding a word for the people always use love and hate. It's icky. It's a wonky kind of space, right, for me.
Hmm.
But in that way, Ula called me a dork. Yes, love, I'm a dork. I love you too. Um, but in that way, because love is all of that, agape this and such and that. What Mr. Stewart says, put it where the goats can get it. I say, make it so a 6-year-old can understand it.
Right.
And in that way, divest yourself of self hate. Don't hate, compassionate. Um, lead with compassion for yourself and for others until you have the ability or in a place where your ego is set aside. That's how I understood it. And that was how I understand what you're saying to me. For you, even though for me it wasn't hate, for you it would be it's humility or this a need to not be so arrogant, to not lead with arrogance. You lead with humility in that way. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's very aligned because the humility allows for the compassion because the ego really doesn't. The ego looks out for the self. So the humility allows for that compassion because the ego again seeks to dominate and assert itself, and that can harm other people. Because like we were talking about with the panels, I want to spam the chat. I want to do all caps. I want to overtalk people. That's my ego. That's my arrogance. I'm more important of a speaker. I have more to say. I can say it better. People should hear me. That's the ego. But again, the humility piece will allow somebody else to complete their thoughts. And what I've learned, again, from arrogance is informed by the humility. A lot of times, because people have a different experience, they'll have a different understanding that I can grow from. And it makes me better by having those people around me because they think differently. They shore up my weak spots.
Okay, that makes sense. And in that way, I understand it. Um, and then that leadership capacity, what you know you don't know, you surround yourself with those people, um, so that while you're learning, you can get counsel from them. But only you sit in that
Yep.
chair, so only you can actually make that decision. Uh, and in that way, I understand why I understood the relationship space, right? Um, at the end of the day, no matter how much business like a marriage may be, um, in some ways it is kind of a someone has to make the final decision. Then I also understand though the same person doesn't make the final decision on everything. And how do we explain that um, at its most base level? And I feel like see, still learning to remove some words from the system. Um, how do we make that make sense to a 6-year-old? Right? Not
Ooh, see, yeah. I was gonna use your nebula, but see, that might not make sense to a 6-year-old. I would have to sit with that for a minute. But I
because
know that there's a way.
uh, Ula, if you're still in the chat, but baby, um, oh my God, I'm such a dork. Okay, I said I was gonna get off of here, and I am at the 4 hour mark. We leaving regardless, okay? But anyway, what I realized going through all of that is that human bodies experience pretty much the same thing, whether they're male or female. They the they get an input, right, and then they've got to figure out how to output it. Okay. Okay. So when it comes to moving air through the body, um, gases, you're right. But you'd have to explain it to a kid as a fart, so to speak, in a way, right? Because what I consume and what you consume should be healthy for us both. And we got to both get it out in the same way, because that both bodies have in common, male and female, right? In that way, both bodies need the same things for homeostasis. And you can explain that to a child without getting into the other indoctrinations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make some sense. Again, it's yeah, that makes some sense.
So when I say butt baby, it's because I was like, all right, women, what's the one thing that women do that men don't do? We make babies. So, but that's right up in the middle area, the uterus, the womb. That way, what I consume and what he consumes is safe for our child to consume. But the baby is pretty much just passing urine through my body and out, right into the end. Anyway, that's for science another time. Um, but men and women still continue. We consume the same things. How do we get rid of them, with the exception of that one thing? Well, we eat and we shit and poop and pee. If we left it at that basic human level, isn't that the best place to start? He said, but baby.
To to explain a relationship,
To explain, um,
I think we started talking about trying to explain marriage to a 6-year-old.
our no, to explain our roles inside of it, like how similar, how it is
Mm,
that mom and dad can make decisions, and they both make decisions for us without giving
okay,
it that
I
idea
get what you're
of.
saying. Like yeah, like trying to that forced separateness of gender that we put on so much of it that becomes harmful.
Right.
Like you said, there's an input and there's an output. We've built up trash. Someone needs to take it out. There's a task and its completion. I mean, I get what you're saying. A lot of it is, yeah, that would help some. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's they call it a thing, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. In culinary, we call it first in, first out. But it's similar concept in that way. How do we not put garbage in the first place, and get down
Mm.
to just the root of it, and communicate with one another on that level, so that the younger systems see that, and that's how they move, or they don't even have those issues that we have, where we have to see each other on a race basis or a gender basis, or
I really think we need to have a code in culture. Like I was saying the other day, we need codes and cultures that teach ways of knowing. Like I listened to some professors and they talk about like Africana ways of knowing and understanding. And even like that gender roles differ based on the society that you come from. So gender roles have morphed over time, and now everything's so lax in Western societies that almost everything is permitted. So when everything is permitted, you need to have an even greater framework for the expansion of roles and the expansion of identities. But we actually do less. We do less study for more work, which is like it's antithetical. Like so we have more to know and we do less to know it. So that's one of the biggest problems we have. We don't have a code and culture that helps us understand our existence, but then we allow our existence to morph into even broader existence because we're so permissive, and we still have less study time. We don't know each other. We don't know ourselves. We don't know the roles. My personal belief is a code and culture that provides a philosophy to help understand your role, to help understand society's role. And what, like you were talking about, explaining it to a 6-year-old. We should have a philosophy and a way of being that explains all this to us to make us productive in whatever pursuits we're after.
I get that. Well, Mr. Stewart says the code is religion. Um, does it have to be,
It
Mr.
could be.
Stewart? It may be. It may have been, but my question then is, does it have to be, if we're talking about doing different, and creating a different, or yeah, a different future? Does it have to be religion? But then we get into that other area with 10 minutes. And I'm still gonna play. I'll play that on the way out. Then anyway, does whatever code then become religion, and how do you
It
keep
will.
that from happening?
That is the hard part. That's the hard part because whatever people do, they become religious about doing because we find comfort in the regulation, the routine. We find comfort in it, but then like everything exists in a system. So even though we find comfort in it, then we'll become bored with it and look to shake it up. Like both things exist at the same time, the order and the chaos.
But is that not culture versus actual religion? No, the comfort in the thing that you do, is that not your culture versus you religiously doing a thing?
But they again they morph into each other. So you can have a culture and then you'll become religious about that culture to the point where it becomes like religious in nature. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't say religion is a I say religion is more of like a concept. Like it's applied to a thing because you can be religious about the footwear that you choose. I will only wear this, and anybody that wears anything else is a idiot. And there's that you can become religious about the smallest of things. So even in your culture, some people will only make a style of rice, and they'll only make it this way. Or shoot, in the black culture, does grits butter or cheese in your grits? Like, and people have deep arguments. See, you made a face when I said the cheese. So you don't
I
put
mean,
cheese in
because that's
grits
not really the argument. The argument is whether or not you do savory
or
grits or
sugar.
sweet grits.
There you go. That's the one. See, I don't know. I don't eat grits, so I'm not participating in that religion. I'm not in either
The
of those
hell?
religions.
What the hell?
I've just never tried. I just never cared. They were never
What?
around, so nobody made grits. But I mean, but people will take that stuff seriously and get into arguments, like verbal arguments. So you become religious just about something you're going to consume and pass. You're going to consume it and pass it, but you've made it important. And that's where you have to, that's why I believe in whatever you subscribe to, there should be a utilitarian aspect to it. What is the utility of this? And over time, you're supposed to reevaluate, does it still have the same utility? So everything we do should be constantly reevaluated over a time period to see, does it still serve a purpose? Does it still, what did you say about relationships? Do I still want or need this relationship? Do I still want or need this business? Everything in life should be like that.
Yeah.
Does it still serve me?
I mean, I understand it that way. And then I know that people have this thing about the word should. Mr. Stewart says function over feeling. Um, in some ways, that's what how I understand things, Mr. Stewart. Uh-oh. Hey, M3's down here. Hold on a second. Oops. Ta-da.
Mr.
Hey, whoa.
Best,
Hey, nephew.
What's going on, family?
Just doing a little
what's up,
chatting
bro?
here about feels and emotes and whatnot.
Hold on, let me give my perspective.
Uh-oh,
Hold
here we
on.
go.
I think I really think that people are just taking these things. I mean, I think the energy that people are bringing within the spaces that we're supposed to be creative, right? This is a creative space, right, Auntie?
Mhm.
Right? My thing is that in this creative space, and Arshawn, I know you agree with it too. In this creative space, I'm just really trying to figure out, what I mean, what's the end game for some of these
Hmm.
people? You know what I mean? What is your end game? And you know what the thing is? The thing is what I've noticed. You know what I mean? And Auntie, you noticed because we talked about this, and Arshawn, you noticed because we talked about this. The problem is, and I'm gonna be completely frank about it, y'all just don't have no content, and you don't have a creative bone in your body. Okay, okay. I've been in the honor roll since I was in elementary school. That's right. I'm a big dog. I'm strong with mine, and I know Auntie and Arshawn, you're strong with yours too. I've been being creative since I was a child. I've been in honor rolls. I've been in performing arts schools. I've done productions of Macbeth, and I've done productions of The Wiz, and that was in middle school. It was before high school. Okay, so I've been on that time. You know what I mean? I had the second largest reading high, the second largest score for the reading exam, a state exam. I'm tired. That's why I'm mumbled right now. You know what I mean? And that was in the 5th grade. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I understand why some of you don't have content. I understand why some of you are just doing these things and you're just being negative and you're sitting on these soapboxes. But understand, it's only going to last for so long. And what people do, what I'm noticing is that people, they're throwing credentials, they're throwing what they could have done, what they should have done, what they may have done. You know what I mean? And it's like, for what? You know what I'm saying? What does this benefit everybody in these spaces? You know what I mean? It doesn't benefit anyone. And I think we got to get to the point where, you know, we have to understand the difference between being entertaining and the difference between being toxic and just completely bringing negativity to these spaces that's supposed to bring life. It's supposed to bring love. It's supposed to bring interaction. It's supposed to bring peace. We have enough chaos going on just on the regular. You know what I'm saying? There's enough chaos going on just within trying to get up and get some goddamn breakfast.
All right, I agree with you. So let's take out the black men aspect here, right?
Hmm.
And let's just say, um, how do we bring control to the chaos? Now, Rashawn touched on it, and he said, code and etiquette. From your perspective, how do we bring some control to the chaos without people saying that we too then are creating a clique?
I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this, Auntie. Right? The neighborhood I grew up in is Brownsville, Brooklyn. You know what I mean? A lot of people have grown up in the neighborhood. Peace to my man Vic Freeze. Vic Freeze, what up, baby? What up, Vic? You know what I mean? A lot of people
Big.
have grown up in these communities. A lot of people have been from these places. Some people from YouTube are from these places. Whatever, right? Um, and in that community, I love that community. But guess what? In order for me to get to another level, I had to leave that community. I couldn't stay, and it wasn't because I wasn't safe. I knew folks. You know what I mean? And some folks of mine were people that I was related to, and they got busy real time. You know what I'm saying? In a urban street matter, but we're not going to go there because I don't promote that. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? With that being said, you know, um, I knew that I had to leave that place because sometimes, in order for you to grow or be better, you got to leave some things, people, and places behind. You know what I'm saying? And maybe people will get it. Maybe they'll understand that us being, you know, that us bringing love and us bringing more honey with bees is the right concept. You know what I mean? Because some people think that in order to be on YouTube, you got to have microwave success, and that's not really the case. You know what I mean? When you're cooking a meal, you have to take time. It takes dedication. Even when the meal is fully cooked, you don't just take it out the oven and eat it because it'll burn your mouth. You gotta let it cool down. You know what I mean? It's a process. And if you rush the process, what happens is that you will fail. And those who are not rushing the process, who are taking their time, they will continue to climb up, up, and up. Arshawn, you've seen it, right? You first
Mm-hmm.
started your journey, right? You talked, you said, Best, I ain't doing this. I'll call you
I,
later.
I did.
You was nice about it, but that's what you really said to me. Look, bro, I ain't doing this, man. JP tried to get me to do something. This person tried to get me to do something. I ain't doing it. I'll call you later. I said, all right, brother. Love you, man. Big man to big man. I love you. I'll see you later. And then I think it was either in the week or less than a week, you hit me back and said, yo, I got it. I said,
And I
bet.
did.
I said, yo, I knew he was coming. Yes, I knew he was coming. And from that one idea, right? This man has done a stream where he had almost 40 people watching him. And this is in less than a month span. Okay? So the formula works. The formula works. You know what I mean? The formula works, and it will work. You know,
Yeah. Shout out to nephew Vic. You're welcome to come up
I
if
don't have
you would
body
like
say
to.
nothing.
Look, there you go, right on cue. If I tell you,
Yeah, Vic, please come up, bro.
when the universe do its thing, the universe do its thing. So I'll go ahead and say this as you come up, Vic.
Woo!
Guys, apparently I'm supposed to be here longer than the 4 hour mark as we get down to these
Uh-oh.
last 10 seconds. Otherwise, nephew Vic gonna have to speak as we go out. So I know I'm supposed to sit my ass still and allow this space to exist. So I need y'all to do me a favor and share it out there, or do us a favor and share it out there, because someone is either not present on this panel or in the chat but needs to hear this, because otherwise I'd have been gone already. So nephew Vic, how's your spirit, young fella?
What's up, darling? How you doing?
I'm
I'm
fantastic. Ooh, I'm darling tonight. Yay, y'all, I'm getting to throw up all over
Yeah,
YouTube.
Vic got that
Shit.
Vic, what
gift of
up, Vic?
gab.
Vic, what up, baby?
What's up, brother? How you?
Now,
Dave,
Yo, you
what's up?
already know. Love.
What up,
before
Vic?
we get into this, let me just say this. A couple of things. One, Mr. Best, I appreciate you for existing and without you and I actually knowing each other. I want to say this again. I don't know who it was, if it was you or M3, but early on, the same way that I started a Facebook group and Brother Clarence just showed up and ain't say nothing, you
Mm-hmm.
all showed up from Knowledge and Relationships, and you all consistently in the Be the Village Facebook page were there. Like, you didn't really say anything, but
Mm-hmm.
you consistently kept trying to be a part of it. And we didn't know
Mm-hmm.
each other. You all didn't know it was mine at first. Uh,
Mm.
and so in that way, yeah, you were like, oh shit, a village be the what? I should be over here. And it just took time,
Mm.
as Rashawn was talking about earlier in the stream, for the universe to get everybody into place. Now, I ain't saying that it was Rashawn, but I'm saying there was there was a piece that needed to be in place. In the same way, young Vic and I had a conversation, and then I started to be like, yeah, these YouTube streams is icky. We know what our purpose is. We ain't got to have no YouTube. And the universe was like, get your ass back up there. Yes, you do. So it could have been us. But in that way, I guess, I understand that now. I think Chicago Rilla said it earlier when he said that I was like a soothing balm in a way. Um,
Mm.
for me, because it's been my lived experience, it's been this vessel's lived experience, and really this is I speaking in that way. Um, the lived experience has always been that, like, all right, military vets. Okay, baby, I understand you going through some shit. Please don't tear up the bar. Okay, let's go over here, and instead of having a drink, we'll have some water, and we'll talk about whatever it is. I'll listen. I'll listen. Sit on my porch and tell you about, or just wait for you to tell me what you got going on in your life. I've seen 65-year-old veterans cry about and tell me about watching someone that they know be melted from a grenade, and then in
Mm.
the next breath be crying because he wrote a book of love poems.
Mm.
You wouldn't even think that the same two things exist.
Coexist. Yep.
Yeah. And so, in that way, how do we allow for that complexity? Um, and can there be more um, soothing balms in YouTube?
Yes, they can, Auntie. And I just want to. I'm gonna say this real briefly because I want Vic and I want Arshawn. I want all y'all to rock. You know what I mean? You know me. I speak when I have to. You know what I mean? That's just that's my choice of preference. And I'll say this. You know,
He'll say
already.
this and then go blank.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The formula works. That was me struggle streaming. I'm sorry. The formula works. It will be proven that it works, and it will continue to work. And I want to thank all the people that are on this platform because y'all helped me to make it work, and all the people who are part of knowledge and relationships and abroad that all helped me to make it work. You know what I'm saying? And I love all y'all, and I appreciate all y'all, even the ones who are mixed up in the chaos. I love and appreciate y'all too. You know what I mean? Y'all just gonna have to figure it out, and hopefully get your shit together. But with that, I'll pass it to Vic.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Flag on the play.
I mean, that's an interesting comparison or analogy you made. Uh, I think the problem that we're speaking of is universal, and it's gonna affect people on every land, in every household, in every conversation, until we understand that our fates are tied to each other. So you win and I lose, you still lose. Trust me, because if you make it, you're rich, and I'm poor, and I'm hungry. You won't have what you have. So one of us has got to go, because I don't think I can talk you into seeing me as a person to say, you know what, I remember before I made it. Let me see if I can help this brother out or this sister out. And even the people who have those things in mind are distracted by the people who can't see the vision. So they say never argue with a fool, because from a distance, no one can tell who's who. And I think that's what we're doing a lot. You see a lot of people who are um, clearly savvy on what needs to be done and who they are and so on and so forth. Yet they find themselves um, arguing much with a fool, and that never has a good ending. And that piece that you're talking about, that space that we provide, you're providing that. People like yourself, you provide that window for people like me who've been out too long and who just need to slip in and catch a nap, and know that it's okay to close my eyes and it's safe here. So that's what a lot of us, and that's what we try to do with me and Chef, is create a space where people can come by and just be them, and not feel like there's gonna be a litany of judgment placed against them, or their words twist up against them, or there's some kind of a ulterior motive or trying to trip someone up. It's not that. And the answers that we're looking for is in the communication. I've grown enough to help myself. And it was funny because you have to be put in a situation sometime to realize how much you've grown. And I was in a situation recently, and I was thinking a certain way, and I was like, that's not how I usually think. But I tried to like backtrack and pinpoint where I got those ideas from, and it was in these spaces. You know what I mean? And it hasn't been a long time, but as much game as I may drop that has been dropped on me, I've been picking up those gems as well. And that collection has started to turn into something that is valuable and beneficial to me. So I think we're doing what we need to do, and there's always going to be turbulence. It's always going to be turbulence. It's just
Okay.
how comfortable are you in it.
Um, I appreciate you being that open. And for some reason, y'all, this particular set of banners is just what was open when I started, and I left it because it had the main ones, that what's your theme song, that thing. As content creators, you understand what it is that I'm talking about. But Vic, these are from the last time that you and I were on a panel together, because it's this statement right here that makes me know for sure. Just because it's regular doesn't make it normal. Do you remember that conversation? And Queen, welcome to the panel. Hold with me just one second, sis. Do you remember us having that conversation?
Vaguely, I don't remember the details of it.
I'm
How long
pretty
ago
sure.
was it?
I think it was like the very first time that you were on here. And that
Okay.
would have been after I got the ickiness from that other channel, right? And I said, just because it's regular doesn't make it normal. Um, and I haven't, I don't go back. It's not a thing like that. And so looking at it now, I'm like, girl, you really need to go look up the terms regular and normal. But before I do, I want to know, and we'll start with Rashawn, and then we'll go to Queen and Mr. Best. Um, and then Vic, I want to wait for you just because mayhaps you will, after thinking on it, you'll remember where you were then and whether or not it's changed for you now. So, yeah, Rashawn, without anything else, do you see a difference between regular and normal? And if so, what is the this thing that we're witnessing, regular or normal?
I do understand what the distinction that you're drawing. Normal meaning like a almost like you were talking about earlier. Normal meaning the equilibrium or the status quo. But regular has become the status quo through its regularity. You know what I'm saying? So even though it's not a normal thing, like let's say people walking around, let's say the pants sagging thing. I'm just throwing that out there. This first thing that came to my mind. Pants sagging is not normal. But if it's done with a high frequency, it can become the normal. If 8 out of every 10 people were sagging their pants, well, pants sagging would be normal, and then having your pants up would be the abnormal thing. So I mean, so it's about usage over time. So I get what this distinction you're trying to draw there. And is this space normal or regular? Man, this is I can't say it's normal, and I can't even say it's regular because I see such a diversity. Like Vic said, I have actually grown as a person from this space because it challenged me because of the diversity of thought. And on my thing, like JP, we talked about, and I was talking about my arrogance. In my circle, they say if you're the smartest one in the room, you need to find a new room. Well, this became my room because everybody in my life would quit pushing back on me because, like, I mean, I have constant issues within my family of what is it? You're trying to call me stupid, and I'm not trying to call them stupid. But when I'm pushing on their ideas, they start feeling intimidated because I challenge the ideas for sport. I want to grow. You know what I'm saying? So the challenge of ideas is not personal. I just want to grow. I want to learn more. I have a thirst for it. So they will all withdraw from me. Even my friends won't go into certain topics because they either won't study on it, or if they do study on it, they just don't like the challenge. It just intimidates them and it causes friction. So I don't have that in my circle of people because nobody really takes on the challenge. But here, we're all strangers and everybody's just about open for the challenge on the smallest, most minute, trivial, nonsensical thing, as opposed to what a woman wears on her hair. We'll have a 4 hour debate. We'll have a 4 hour debate on if a coffee date is acceptable. I mean, men versus women. We will talk about some of the most mundane things, and it'll be like all married people talking about dating, or it'll be all single people debating marriage. Like, obviously, we're not partaking in it, but I love being able to exchange the ideas and grow, and it has enhanced my thought. I've become even more creative. Like, I can feel my mind sharper than from before I was in this space because I wasn't creative. I was doing things but I wasn't being creative because I didn't have any push. I didn't have anything to grow off of. To like when Vic talks and his command of the Bible, even though he didn't, I believe he said he didn't claim the label Christian, but he studies the scripture. And I know that because I studied the scripture and I see how quickly he pulls up references and gets to them. And I know how difficult that is. So that made me like, well, I need to get back in there to be as proficient as him. But in Mr. Best, I tell him all the time how adept he is at popping in and popping out of conversations real quick, casual, easy breezy, but he gets you the information you need. He connects to everybody he needs to. That networking, I don't have that at all. But I'm trying to help develop that in myself by being around him. Queen forever. Hello, Queen. Queen got that fire spirit, but she also has it tempered with love. Like it's an amazing dichotomy that she's one of the fiercest protectors, but also one of the deepest, like compassionate people in the same space. And then JP, you'll be like the happy, sing-songy, I'm packing my bowl and I'm about to toke, but then you'll go deep and unravel like spiritual mysteries 5 seconds later, and then have everybody in the room crying about something else 5 minutes after that. Like there's such a dynamic spirit in each and every person I've met in the space, even the people I really don't rock with, even them, they have something that I can glean from it. And man, this space for me is magnificent because of that one fact. And I would never get at it.
Excuse me. I think Queen, you were next. Nephew Vic, if you want to go ahead and say your piece, I know you got to get out of here.
Yeah, I just want to say peace to everybody that's on the in the panel, and anybody who may be in the chat. Um, I appreciate you all and what you do. You all are a beautiful representation of my people, and I want you to continue doing the work. It's not going unnoticed. Please
Thank you,
continue and
nephew.
do
Just
so.
Vic,
Have a blessed one.
All right,
Vic,
take care,
Vic,
guys.
Vic.
Right.
Later, Vic.
What's is the question, how's my spirit?
Always.
Well, of course it is, but you know that wasn't what was on the table. Rashawn, can you? I'm looking for something, and
It was the difference between normal and regular. So in these online spaces, are the
Oh,
things we're seeing normal or are they just regular? Are they happening with such frequency we take them as normal, but they're really strange?
um, I just think it's I think it's just magnified because we're all in somewhat of a seclusion, but I just think it's in your face every day or in a YouTube street. So it's it's on a smaller scale, so it's not as broad in your daily life. And so I do think it's normal. I think people are people are unhappy or have their own agendas or issues and views, and everybody, I feel like everybody wants to do anything for that click and that button, and that what you call it, monetization, so they'll do what draws the crowd, and unfortunately drama draws crowds. So yeah, that's what I think. I don't even try to think of it. I just try to come on here, have fun. I'm waiting to share my song, so I can go to sleep. And that's it. That's all I try to do. It just yeah. Anyway, so
I appreciate that. I'm looking, y'all. I wonder do do content creators understand what to look at inside of their YouTube studio when they're live streaming? Like when you look at the number inside of StreamYard, it tells you how many people are watching in real time, right? But if you were to look at your whatchamacallit, like right now, I have 125 playbacks in real time and at an average rate of 11 minutes. Do do you think that content creators, well, no, let me put that another way. Do you think that YouTubers understand that? And do you think that content creators understand that?
If I'll
And
be real quick.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, I was just going to say, I don't think most of us, even if we do understand it, I don't think most people have the time to dive into it because a lot of the YouTubers now are not doing this full time. They have their own professions that they're trying to cater to, and this is a side thing. So trying to dive into all the analytics and tools, They just don't have that. Plus their personal lives, plus their professional lives. It's a bit too much and cumbersome to learn too many new things because most people are doing these things by themselves. So they're not only having to learn StreamYard, they're having to learn YouTube, they're having to learn all these other different things and then dive into the sub things. Like, no, I'm just gonna learn how to flush the toilet. I'm not gonna learn the whole plumbing system.
Okay, Mr. Best, and then we'll do theme songs and get out of here. We've been 20 minutes over, and it's us, so that's cool. Queen, you want to go
He
ahead and give
sleep.
me your theme song while nephew get his life right, get his
I'm
act
here.
right,
I'm here. I'm
right?
here. I'm here. I'm here.
All right, let me
I'm here.
go.
I'm here.
Here
I'm
you
here.
go.
I was convening with our fellow compadre, Mr. D Long. You know who he is. Shout
Oh,
out to, you know what I mean.
go
You know
ahead.
you love him. You know what I'm saying? She love him.
Like a popsicle on a warm day. Go
hmm
ahead.
So so yeah. So with that being said, um, man, I love what Arshawn said just about growing, about being better, about connecting with other experiences. I think that's what it has to ultimately be about. Um, you know what I mean? And I think, you know, yeah, I think that we just got to get to the point where, you know what I'm saying, we're just like, all right, you know what I mean? People I think people will really, really figure it out. Um and I think we have to accept everybody at a level that they're on. I think YouTube just needs more acceptance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember Auntie JP, you was talking about just how you was talking about your experiences, right? I'm not gonna share the subject matter because I don't do those type of things. But you were sharing your experience, and there were several people questioning your experiences, and I was like, who gives you the right to question her experiences? This is her experiences. Like, you're not you're never gonna see this woman. You're not paying any of her bills. If something really happened to her, you ain't gonna support her and help her. How are you questioning her experiences? Let her be her own unicorn. Let her be her own variation of what she is, and that's what makes you great, Auntie. Because you, right? And we need you to be you. You know what I'm saying? I need to see you come in. You know what I mean? Say your piece, be dignified, but then also I need you to be like, "What up, pimp?" I need that too. I need all shades of Auntie. I don't. Lauren Hill had this one thing when she was talking about how when she was growing through a spiritual growth, how people was like, well, they only wanted like 25% of her or 35% of her. She said, no, that's not enough. Like, I'm not gonna give you 35% of Lauren. If you don't want to take 100% of Lauren, then we don't need to be in the same space. You know what I mean? Why the sun doesn't limit its shine because you think it's too hot. It's just gonna shine. Now either you can get you something cold to drink, get some AC, or whatever you're gonna do, but that sun is gonna do what it's gotta do, baby. And that's how we gotta be. We gotta be our own star, our own sun, and do what we gotta do. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna turn down my raise because it's too hot for you. If it's too hot, go inside. You know what I'm saying? And get you some AC. Cause I'm gonna let my light shine bright and hard. And that's just what it is. And that's what it's gonna be. So yeah. That's what it boils down to.
Well, you're right in that way. And so shout out to you for starting off the theme songs, because this one, Lauren's one of my favorites. I understand that um,
Yes.
in that way. What's the name of that doggone thing? Now it slips my mind, and I was just looking at it. The Miseducation.
Mm.
Um, that album cover, that album resonated with me in such a way, right? It was such a thing. That song Zion. When I was pregnant with my middle son, it meant something to me. And since then, as I reconsume her content, I'm like, damn, girl, I get it. You was damn. Yep, yep. This last little trip around Tucson, getting knocked around. I'm like, oh, shoot. Yep. Mm-hmm. So you said that you mentioned Lauren, and it made me think of this song right here, which actually isn't on my playlist, but I'm going to add it to my church playlist, which is what I get up and listen to in the morning when I do my little things over on Instagram before as I'm medicating first thing, which funny enough is about 2 hours from now. I'll be getting that started. This is my life. Anyway, but this song right here. So I'm going to start with this, and then Queen, I know you're ready to go to sleep, even though your ass is an hour behind me. All right. Our Rashawn is 2 hours ahead or whatever, but it's cool. Old people are old people. I get it, Granny. Here we go.
Oh.
Don't you do it? Don't you start picking sides? Here we go.
We'll be starting that one again. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why?
Let me just say this. Now I understand why so many damn creatives smoke. The system right here does not like smoking. Ookie. One of the people upstairs gotta have a cigarette. Don't know what it is. We just rock with it. Okay, back to the song. Sorry. Fair use. Hey, maybe I should say that every time I play a song. Fair use.
So much
for spiritual healing. I got you bitches. Fair use for spiritual healing. Come see me. I love y'all. God damn, I love y'all. Fair use. Tell me I'm wrong, Mr. Best.
So much things to say.
You're not wrong at all. Do your thing. You know how we do.
I'll never forget to know it.
Hey.
How they crucified Jesus Christ.
And you know where you heard it.
I'll
right
never
here.
forget
If anybody
the way
plays music that is not theirs and they say fair
they
use
stole
first,
my
you had better
love
damn
for
well be like,
rights.
y'all on some bullshit. JP said it in the middle
I'll
of the night
never
on
forget
February
the
27th, 2022. Kick rocks,
How they
motherfucker.
turned their backs on Paul Bogle.
Come see me. I'll fight with YouTube for
So
it. But
don't
when I
you
get
forget
that shit,
your way.
don't you dare try to use it.
You
I
are.
will come for you.
And where you stand in the struggle. They've got so much things to say right now. They've got so much things to say. Out! They've got so very many things to say right now. They got so much things to say.
Because I know my spirit feels better. How does your spirit feel right now, family? Hey, YouTubers, out there listening, 125 of you motherfuckers, how your spirit feel? Mine fantastic. Come see me. Come see my family. Check out Knowledge and Relationships. Make sure you check out Rashawn's channel. By the way, if you want to get a little bit of giggle outside of me over on Instagram, you can always check out Queen. How's your spirit?
Hey.
Of man, though the wicked find me guilty, Jah will prove my innocence here. 'Cause when the rain falls, it don't fall on one man's house time.
All right,
Remember
get my
that.
accent right. Hey y'all,
Go ahead.
how's your spirit?
Hey.
Miss Queen, you got your song ready?
You know what? You know what? We are one spirit mind because I was thinking unintentional by the same. But I'm gonna switch it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Dirty Money, Someone to Love.
Okay. Oh, I'm
I
my
like to hear it go.
Ooh, you faster than my fingers tonight, child. My spirit is like, all right, hold on, child. Dirty Money. Say it again.
Someone to Love.
Someone. Someone to love me. Oh. Should I be? I don't feel like I should be on this with a big old E in front of it, but okay, here we go.
Y'all ready? Let's go. Hey,
Feel the
Oh,
bass.
hey,
oh shit.
Talk to him.
look,
Fair use.
It's that
it's
dirty
that
money,
dirty mother.
motherfuckers. It's that
It's
dirty
that
money,
dirty mother.
motherfuckers.
Oh,
Hey,
It's that dirty money, motherfuckers. It's the dirty money, motherfuckers. Somebody feel me.
Looking for someone to love me.
Sing a song.
And now I'm looking for someone to love me.
My drama, my karma, my love, my life, dear
dear
mama.
mama.
Wars I fought, scars that I garnered. The hustle, I got that honest from my father. Mix me with violence, blend me with peace. Combine me with hate and I can't face defeat. I did it all in a week, still incomplete as I stand on my feet. It take a lot to still dance to the beat. Skin more cold than callous and concrete. I love swimming, but that's just one skeet in a rich man's cheap hotel with bed sheets. You know what I'm looking for.
Looking for someone to love me.
oh, girl. All right.
Yeah, that's funky right there.
That's got that. I'm a sucker for a beat drop, y'all. I'm telling you. You want to get
When you
your
ain't got dough, you scratch and you crawl. And your state of mind ain't I want some, I want it all.
Hey,
Look at the sky.
That's that ugly music face. That.
that's right.
Hmm. I forgot about
In
that
your
one.
face, man. All right, Rashawn, you up?
Well, no, the only one I put in the chat was a Sweet Release because we were talking about Sweet Release earlier. So Sweet Release by Kevin Ross.
Oh, okay, that's right. I missed that.
Yeah, releasing them creative juices.
Yeah,
Ooh, you know
buddy.
about Kevin Ross? Oh, we got to
Fair
talk some more,
use.
Sean.
Fair use for
Yeah, man.
spiritual healing purposes. I am your spiritual DJ, here to enlighten you, embolden you, and brighten up your spirit so you can go out and tackle that bullshit in the world. Come see me. Let's talk about it. Want to have a medicated moment? We can do that too. You want to just sit and chit chat? We can do that. You need your spiritual thing taken care of? We can do that. You can check me out on Buy Me a Coffee. You can check me out on Instagram. I show up in a lot of different places. Just look for it. JP the Aspiring Matriarch. Sweet Release. Here we go. I'm looking for the E. Real talk. Okay.
Just sit back and let it play. Yeah. You know, drive is underway. Yeah. Dose. Curbside fun, yeah. Read between the lines, got pennies for your thoughts, pay millions for your mind, yeah. That's what you like, baby. Pass and recline. Girl, you got the light, diamonds dancing tonight, and it's feeling like we on a vibe. Trying to turn the day into a lucky night. You know I love it when we kiss and ride. It's automatic like a 45. With the dash
That's
on
that
top,
snuggle up music.
anything
That,
goes. Stress won't hold.
you know what?
Once we hit the road, don't you worry about a head on your pretty little head. Let
Yeah,
it
that's gonna be
go.
playing when Daniel come in. JP gonna be like, "Sweet Release."
See, I was gonna go somewhere else. So go ahead. What I was gonna say was that it makes me think of, you know, okay, ladies, you've been with your fella, y'all in the bed, and you don't know how to be like, hey, I need to get this frustration off my spirit. So you just snuggle up and put your behind on him, and then you move around a little bit, and you wait for him to realize that you're not just moving because you're trying to get comfortable.
Lord have mercy.
That's that's that song. That's what's playing in your head when that song come on. Like, Like when I put up the buddy video on Instagram, and I'd be like, when them religious zealots be trying to comfort me, num 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 num, except you be
I
in the
wish I could
bed
remember
and
who was saying it.
I don't, but you be in the bed, you be like, sweet release, just snuggling up. Does that irritate you, fellas? I mean, I know the answer, but I'm gonna let y'all say it.
It only depends on the time.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Forget you, Marcus.
Marcus
Come on up
Rodriguez.
here with your Dolce de Leche and tell us how you really feel. Just say it. Okay.
Dolce de leche. Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, we at Semi Church, y'all. It's Saturday, Spiritual Sunday. Boy, come see me.
So JP,
Yes.
I need flavors for Mr. Best and Queen, because if I'm peanut butter and Marcus is
Who
Dolce
said
de
you
leche,
peanut butter? I said you
you called
butterscotch.
me peanut butter earlier.
I call
Now
you
you call me
butterscotch.
butterscotch and peanut butter.
I do not call
And then
you
last
peanut
time you called
butter.
me peanut butter.
Hey,
Yep,
do you
because
know
Dan
how
Neek
my
heard
brain
it.
works? I don't say peanut. I didn't say peanut butter. I call you butterscotch.
Butter. No, it was butter. That's right.
Oh, I
You're
did.
right.
That's
It
right.
wasn't
I
peanut
did
butter. It
call
was
you
butter.
butter. That was a. I
I
was
Because
would
Dan
I
Neek
would say
caught on to it.
I would say I'm caramel fuzzy.
You can't tell her what you are.
But
Hello,
I'm
mute
how
car-
him,
you
please,
go?
JP.
I'm
Mute
caramel
him.
fudge.
Mute him,
All right.
JP. Thank you. You can't tell her what you are.
I do have a song,
This
but I
her
also have a
channel.
question. Wait, hold on. I got a question for Arshawn real quick. Just real quick if I may.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Say
Yeah.
no, Arshawn.
No, I'm asking my question.
He
So
said,
so
"Oh, wait a minute. Let me just get Mr. Marcus. It's Avatar Troll Hour anyway. Bring your ass on up here. You know you out here in these YouTube streams anyway, doing your thing and da 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 da. But he got some nerve talking about. I'm gonna say this, and then he gonna say, wait. Can I be arroz con leche or flan or tres leches? So
Flan.
rest like this.
listen, my favorite of the three
Oh
is
gosh.
actually flan, and I like it um,
Mm.
with cream cheese in it.
Mm.
Now,
Mm.
if
Never
y'all
had
really know
that.
your flan game, then you know. So flan is in the same family as creme brulee.
Yes. I used to make it.
Which one, flan or creme brulee, or both?
Flan.
Yeah.
I had a
So
Vietnamese roommate who taught me how to make it.
okay. So when you add the cream cheese in the same way that it's the okay, the egg in a cheesecake and the cream cheese in the flan are for the same purpose,
Yep.
right? And so there's that
Oh,
creaminess.
Oh
wow.
wow.
You know what? You know what?
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
Captain Butter, why you mad though? Why?
Captain
Why
Butter.
you,
Oh.
is it
Wow.
what's up? What is it? You caping for
Cap,
the
Captain
ooh,
Oh.
for
Clog
the
of
butter
Artery.
lovers?
You calling him
Ooh, okay.
Captain?
Look, okay. Hey,
You
you can be
call
Lord
you
fine.
call
Jesus.
you call
Lord
You want to be
Rashawn
Jesus.
now? Let me see.
Captain
Shout out
Clog
to
of
Queen.
Artery.
Shout out to Mr. Best, Arshawn,
Right
and
Okay.
JP.
now, let me just say
Marcus. I
this.
mean flan.
Right, but you're not just any
Go
flan
ahead.
though, right?
Oh.
Because
I'm like, I'll
everybody
take
knows
it.
flan.
I'll take it.
You can't be just a regular old
Wet
flan. You got to
bread.
be a special flan. You one of them
What,
really
choco flan?
nice.
Choco flan?
Choco flan.
Choco
I like
flan.
that. Oh, nice. Choco flan. Go ahead.
Mr.
How you
Best,
doing? How's your
Yeah,
spirit?
it's nice.
We gonna
oh,
have um
Been on 4 hours,
ooh,
Queen?
we gonna have silky chocolate.
Yeah.
That's it. Silky chocolate over there.
who?
Silky chocolate.
Who's
84.
that?
Silky chocolate, Mr. Best.
All right. I'll take that.
Silky chocolate, right?
I'll
If
take
you got
that.
to
I'll
be,
take that.
he tempered just right. Somebody been working that brother on marble for a long time to get it nice and smooth. Where
Ooh.
when it runs
Hey,
across,
hey.
it
Lord
need a little bit of
Jesus.
fat on the top, but you know it
A
was
little bit of
chocolate
fat.
there. You know what I'm
Hey.
saying? It's not like an
Yeah.
M&M. That thing go ahead and melt when you
You need
need
to
it
put
to.
that song
Now,
back on.
hey, you started this shit, so here we go. Uh, baby, I love you so much. This is the A. Okay, anyway. I'm so glad you understand. Anyway, Queen. Mm,
Mm-mm.
hmm Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
difficult one.
She not.
Rocky
No, she
Road.
not. Nah.
No,
She
no.
one of them. She a Berry Bliss non-dairy creation, though, right? She got that like
Wait, but
Okay.
I'm lactose intolerant.
exactly.
Very
That's
bliss.
Well,
why. That's
that's good.
exactly right.
Ooh.
She's a sorbet. She's a Berry Bliss sorbet.
Mm,
Don't get it
Gelato.
twisted. She's not a gelato. No, sir. That's too
mm,
fatty. All that egg that's in there,
yes.
right? She wants to make sure that you get that
Mm.
taste, but your palate is cleansed. You don't have to keep coming back. It's good for you. Just gives you that little bit of bright
Okay.
extra right there. Yeah, that's that Berry Bliss sorbet over there. Silky
Berry
chocolate.
Bliss sorbet. I like that.
Chocolate flan. And you, baby, will always be my butterscotch bear. But
Butterscotch?
you're getting some glow up out there. You got a whole gang behind you and stuff. I don't know now. I got to, woo, we might have to add a little crunch to your
Butterscotch
shit.
bear.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
God dog. Butterscotch bear. Oh, crunchy butterscotch
JP, the
bear. All right, y'all
culinary
go ahead.
DJ.
Boy, if y'all knew, I'm out here doing all kinds of things. I told y'all over on Instagram, if you need a concept, because some of you motherfuckers need a concept,
Ooh.
Big time. Big
come
time.
see me.
Big
If
time.
you need some support, come see me. I'm not going to charge you your asshole to get it done either. I mean, I'm
Oh,
not
wow.
going to charge you an arm
Ooh.
or a leg.
Yes, you would.
Ooh.
What? I'm going to charge you your spirit, Choco.
Damn.
Flan.
Little chicklet at the line.
Okay.
I do have a question for Sean real quick.
Okay, cool. Because I got to
Yeah.
take a pause for the call. Go ahead.
So Sean, now that you have found your voice,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about that, brother? Now that you found your voice, man.
Man,
You know what I'm saying?
it's actually cool. It's actually really cool. It's just I still don't want to be. I still feel uncomfortable being the. I would never be by myself just looking at a camera. I can tell. I thought about it, but I can't see myself ever doing that. There's always gonna have to be somebody there. I'm talking to somebody. That's the only way I can rock. I mean, but that's been my way all my life though. I've always felt like an amplifier, not like a catalyst. I've never been somebody to start the party, but boy, if it's already going, man, I'm gonna pump it up though.
Definitely.
Hey, look, I
I'm
could
at,
party by myself. I
hey,
don't
I never
need
could do that.
nobody.
I'll sing in the shower, but that's about it.
Nah,
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
you would think I got a crowd in this house. How loud I can get. And good music, I'm good. I'm
Nah,
good.
you just loud. Period.
Ooh.
Ooh, watch yourself. How's your spirit? Whatever.
You know who
Whatever
I
your
am,
name is.
bro. You know
Whatever
who I
your
am.
name
You
is.
know who I am. You know who I am.
Silky
You know who I
chocolate
am.
Oh yeah, silky
and berry
chocolate.
bliss.
Yeah, she
That's
know about the
right.
chicken chocolate. Yes,
Sorbet.
you do. Yes, you do, sir, baby. Yes, you do. If I was close to you, Queen, I would give you a hug, but you far away, so I can't get to you.
Yeah, that's right. Don't touch
Oh,
me. My husband won't like that.
don't touch me.
So I ain't
Mm.
down with that threesome polygamy. Keep that for
Ooh.
yourself.
Hey, relax. You muted, Auntie. You
Ooh.
muted.
Okay,
You
hey,
muted.
hey,
You
hey,
muted.
hey, hey. I know I'm muted. I just had to put my hand up so y'all would know I was coming back and telling y'all, chill out. Y'all not gonna bring that over here. I'm gonna say this real quick about how I feel about the whole thing. Marcus can attest to this being true. Um, Everyone goes into the game with a certain set of understandings in place. And then like anything else in life, it's trial and error for for your standards. Now once you've got your boundaries and you as a unit of poly whatevers, then cool. But because standards can be worked on, but boundaries are things that can't be crossed. And
Right.
so I've lived. This system has lived that life, uh, and I'll talk about it, but not here in Discord. Y'all got to come see me over there, and I ain't putting that out today. Marcus,
hmm
I keep trying to find you, yo. You like one of the you an eggy flan.
What does that mean?
You like
Oh man.
you know how it is. When somebody overcooks a flan and it's got that eggy taste to it, you're like it's sweet, but it tastes like sweet eggs and not flan.
No. What are you trying to say? Like you were trying to contact me?
Yes, damn it.
Well, like I said it before, but like my Instagram got hacked like a week ago, and
I
then
know, but like finding you anywhere else is even harder than the gentleman whose name I put on this stream. But I need you to make your
Hmm.
Wednesdays nights available for me, please.
oh, okay, I will do. It's just that right now in the middle because of the last week or two I've been moving as well, packaging, moving and just work, and then just my dog. I got my dog licensed to be a therapy dog. So for me,
Oh,
Mm.
and yeah, just school, and then my mom. I haven't gotten in contact with my dad in a while, but just that, and just keep pushing. I was hesitant to move, but I just have to move to keep moving on up, and
yeah.
it is what it is. Like I was fighting back not to move because I got comfortable here, and I was like trying to miss the place because I get attached to a place if I live there for a while, and so I just I had to do it, even though it's gonna cost a little bit more, but it's worth it.
Okay, I understand that. I was, uh, I'm one of those people who's the opposite of that though. I'm trying to. I don't. When something starts to become familiar to me, I'm like, oh, time to go. Oh no, why?
Oh,
Why does
really?
this? Yeah, it's I don't know. I haven't figured out what it is with the Asperger's thing yet. But the way that I understood it was just growing up
Wait, you have
military.
Asperger's?
Yeah, that's what I just recently found out. That's what
Oh,
all of
cool,
this.
cool. That's cool.
Yeah, high functioning, way up there. I haven't. You'd understand this then. I have an eidetic memory. I never check to make sure I'm saying it right.
Hmm.
Um, I have what people think of as photographic memory.
Oh,
Um,
well, you don't.
well, it it is, but it's more than that. In a spiritual understanding, I'm a medium. That's
I
why I
mean, like,
say for fair use spiritual healing.
oh, okay, okay.
Like what was it, Miss Cleo? Except I'm legit.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
In a way that in a way that I think that maybe a 6-year-old would understand it. Um, if I were a computer, then I input through my senses,
Okay,
right?
I'm keeping,
So
I'm keeping up with you.
when other people talk about feelings, that registers to me, um, to my senses, and the computer will put out an emote thingy
Okay, okay.
in
So
the
it
same way
takes
that
you
you
like
do in a chat.
as you're down. You mean like when the software is downloading it, you're processing it through your brain and stuff.
Right. And
I
then
get
I
you.
output whatever is the thing.
Did
But
did they recommend did they recommend to take any vitamins like B12 or something?
yes, and I'm doing all of that. But so what I understand is that's why I need cannabis and more than most people because I had the
Right.
gastric bypass surgery. I
Hmm.
reduced my ability to get it. I'm malnutritive and malabsorptive. So even when I do
Mm.
take in enough food, I don't absorb enough of it.
Okay, so you get full quicker with eating less.
Yeah, I only have an 8-ounce stomach.
Oh, so you can't even hold that much in, huh?
Right. So I have to. So for someone with Asperger's, it's the worst thing that you could do. My brain runs the same way an athlete's body runs.
Isn't there a guy who played a Ghostbuster that has like Asperger's, just like you, like but high progressive?
I would have to
Dan
research
Aykroyd.
it.
Dan Aykroyd.
See, it's new to me. I just found out, and that's what makes me even more
There's actually more than you think.
unicorny.
Like there's more Asperger's people in the world than you think,
No.
which
I'm
is
not saying
actually.
that. I'm saying that to not have found out when I was a little kid, because
Oh.
what I am in the way that I use all of the senses, right? And to find that they usually don't they find it in children and it's rare in children. So for me to be
Hmm.
a goofy 46-year-old and then like see here we're tired.
Yeah, well,
Um,
we doing a stream for 5 hours almost.
yes, but in that way, that's how it registers to us. Um,
Hmm.
so it's just now understanding all of that this late in the game. It's like, I've been right under y'all noses the whole time. Which one of us been playing the game with who? That's the thing. Like, I'm just like,
You're never gonna stop learning, whether you're a child or an adult. You're just gonna keep
yeah,
learning. You guys just got to make sure you're willing to listen and learn. I think that's the thing. And we don't know everything. We just got to keep, busting open the books and listen to people that lived in different decades, different eras, their experiences. Take it as because your own book is your own book. You're writing your own chapters. And I take pages off people that they taught me something or stuck with me. So there are younger kids than me that are very so damn
oh,
dense in the head sometimes.
yes. That
I'm
reminds
keeping
me.
it respectful.
No, you're fine. And then, Mr. Best in the World, we're gonna get to your theme song, and then Marcus yours, and then I promise you we're gonna get out of here. Notice that the only reason I stayed is because these are family members who came up here. In that way, I also understand why YouTube was icky for me, Marcus, but why it was you who I said your spirit let me know I was okay while I was out here during all of this turmoil. Um, Media has always been my safe space because there I could control what I consumed and how, the process, the whole thing, whether it's books or whatever it is, but definitely visual media because it sticks in the same way that my memory does, right? It's like putting a needle
Um,
on a record, right?
okay.
And
Yeah.
so sometimes because I support content creators, even though they don't know it, big or small, I'll leave a stream running, or I used to. Um, and just let it play, and if I fell asleep to it or whatever. And I heard your voice specifically on Moxie Approved before this whole thing went down.
Shout out to
Okay.
Moxie.
Right. And I was thinking in that thing, I was like, man, I would love to do a Cousins video on that little Mexican warrior and all of his moxie. Right. Just, it was a thing. And then I went through this experience. And while I was during the missing stages of my little experience, um, there was an Officer M. Rodriguez here.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, and he didn't sound like you, but the M. Rodriguez part I remembered. And then he was calm. He was level. He was like, okay, you you ain't done nothing over there. There's no harm. I'm not gonna try to find nothing to lock you up for. What do you need? I can only do so much. What can you do? What can I do? And he took me to the gas station, and his shitty ass partner gave me $1 or whatever for a cup of coffee. And I was like, even though I think you're a piece of shit, I'll take your dollar because I still want that coffee. But
Yeah.
M. Rodriguez, I made sure to say Marcus Rodriguez out loud so I wouldn't forget. And he was like, "Oh, you trying to place my name so you can look me up?" I don't think I said anything. When I say I don't think, it means that I'm not willing to go back and search it right now because what I'm talking about is more important. Um, I don't remember whether or not I said anything. I just remember that I was like, "Nah, I just want to make sure that I remember Marcus because when this is all said and done, I want him to know that even though I pick at him and avatar him and troll him in that thing, I,
All in good fun. All in good fun.
yeah, yeah, it's still family. And in that way, I recognize each of you all, even though now you all got your own little nicknames, I recognize each one of you as family. Queen, you remind me of my mother. Arshawn, in a way, you remind me of one of my children. And nephew, well, really, you kind of fill a couple of spaces. My cousin, those men who were ambiguous but off limits. We could laugh and joke and love a little and be a little bit extra and no boundaries and limits. And that way, I want this space, this channel to be that for everybody. And that's what being a spiritual DJ, being somebody's matriarch, being in this space is. And then that's why, to me, I know it's something that has to be protected more than just, I can't do, I can't, the message.
Mm.
It's already not my message. You understand?
Ooh,
Hmm.
Auntie, can I say something, please? I gotta say something. I gotta say something.
Go ahead,
See,
Ducky.
one thing y'all don't understand about Auntie is that when she says something, it always happens. She's one of those people. I got a few people like that in my circle. You know what I mean? When she says something, it happens. When she say, "Yo, that person's spirit is off," blah 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 blah. I'm like, man, okay, let me test the waters a little bit. You know what I mean? Let me see what Auntie talking about. Because I don't let you just put somebody in the blacklist automatically. And as soon as she say it, I just start seeing the moves. I'm like, oh, yeah, she's right.
Yeah, it hits. It hits.
when when she say somebody has a good spirit, and she like, man, that person's light. I'm telling you, nephew, they are light. That person is it's something about them. It
Hmm.
clicks. Don't cry, Auntie. I see it happen. It clicks automatically. You know what I'm saying? And she just can just see what your character is, and me and her have a lot of that. I can see that too, a lot of times too. But she, I think I'm a master Jedi, but she really is a master Jedi for real out here, with about five lightsabers. You know what I'm saying? Cutting down all types of stuff, and she's able to move. She got the force. She able to move stuff and do all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So she got the force for real. I mean, she is the force. So yeah, like when she say stuff about anything, you know what I mean? Um, definitely, rest in paradise. You know what I mean? Much love. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? When you say things, Auntie, it really, really does stick. You know what I'm saying? It really does stick, and like for real, like it does. And I got two songs for you too, as I give you your flowers. I got two
Uh,
songs for you.
Thank you for
One,
that. Now, 1 second. I just want to say this one more time,
yes,
because
ma'am.
since then I haven't been live on YouTube. I said it here because this is where I first saw Joe watching The Lead Attorney, and when you a spirit, I mean, in an instant you can see Joe is this just kindred spirit, like just sipping a beer, Joeing, right? And I was like, yeah, that's the regularest Joe shit I've ever seen in my life, right there. Just a regular old vet sitting, kicking it, watching the show, and being like, you know what, I can call in. Let me tell you what I think. And I did that, and because it was on my spirit when I saw something Gotti in the chat. I mean, I could forgive me, y'all, if I made a mistake. Um, I saw them in the chat, and I was just like, I know what that feels like. Y'all get it. I sensed that thing, right? And I could feel that, and I knew it needed to be addressed in the same way that when Big Rig was here at some point and he needed a space, I did it, and thinking nothing else of it, but it later on put me in contact with Joe's family, and his sister was able to know, and you know that not just they loved and cherished him, but these non-existent. He touched a macro uh, burst bigger than any of us can really imagine, um, in that way. And I just, it's that thing. And when you say it and you mention it, I might forget to put up the banner at some point, or but then that spirit is always present, and I think we need to. It's in us. we just lose sight of it. We get stuck in the hurt.
It's easier to.
Yeah. But when there's a space like this and a family can find out, oh my gosh, he touched so many people's lives. When his name is uplifted, even when they may not be able to uplift him in a moment. Um, that thing, we all have that within us. And if we can do that, if we can't do anything else for ourselves, and if we can't figure out any next steps, just uplift a name, uplift a spirit, uplift one another, and eventually you'll be uplifted too. Um, I know that's the hard work, but in that way, we're all volunteers. Same way we're all volunteering in these YouTube streams. Go ahead, nephew.
Yeah, like I said, thank you for sharing that too. That was great. I know somebody else want to say something, and before I get my two songs, I'll let everybody else rock out because I know that's gonna be the last part. So go ahead, y'all.
I'm good.
Marshawn,
How
you
you
good?
giving 2 songs? She said one.
She's,
Get out of here with all that.
I'm gonna let you hate from the sideline screen. It's all good.
That's all right. I'm hating. I'm not hating from
it's
sideline.
loving
I'm
shade.
hating.
It is
No,
not
no,
hate.
no.
Just
I'm
don't
hating
talk
from the
about
court.
Zendaya.
I'm
Don't
hating in
talk
your
about
face.
Zendaya.
I don't hate behind your back. I hate in your face.
Ooh.
Ain't
No,
Ooh.
nobody worried
I
about no
know.
Zendaya. Forget Zendaya, yo. Yeah, I said it.
Hey, all
What?
right now.
What?
No, I'm joking.
What?
I'm joking. I love Zendaya.
What?
I love you. I love Zendaya. I love Zendaya.
You better stop playing.
There
Better
was
stop
a
playing.
there was somebody earlier, yesterday technically, that was going through something in the YouTube streets. I'm not gonna say their name out there, but you know who they are, and they needed help. So when he was there for me, when I was sharing certain stories that I went through, it was only fair and right to be there for someone that was there for you. So shout out, who you are. He was another, StreamYards, and he broke down a little bit. JP, you were there. Uh, and it's always important to listen. And we know that there's certain things in the world and life that's unfair, and sometimes even worse than others. But you said some very good advice, clear evidence to use and help. And it's a lot more logical because when we're rational, we throw logic out the window and just look at the short term to feel good as opposed to the long term to end up good, So, who you are, man. I hope you don't do anything that might regret. I don't want you to. God knows I wanted to. God knows there are people I know that aren't even here that they did, and they made some bad decisions and lost their life or aren't even free anymore. They got life or just did something that should have been prevented, So, just saying that.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
for
sharing
that,
that, bro.
Marcus.
Shout out to DJ Eddie King.
Yeah, DJ Eddie King,
Chill,
I was getting
chill.
ready to type it to you in the chat, but if you want to come up and share your theme song, you're more than welcome to, brother. You and that pretty ass hair are always welcome up on this damn panel, baby. Okay, so DJ to DJ. How about that? I appreciate you for that, Marcus. I am going to leave this up as long as YouTube doesn't do anything wonky. As always, I've streamed to somewhere else. What I will ask is if what is this right here? What time is it? 2:39 a.m. Can someone remind me? I'm going to use Eddie's thingy as the timestamp, but if you all could individually send this over to, oh my God, I almost forgot. Damn it. There aren't enough people in here. I'm not going to do it now. I'll do it later. I have a new YouTuber that I want to introduce to you guys, so I'm definitely going to come back tomorrow. I think I'm going to do my best. We're going to, hey, y'all, stop being all wonky with the shit and just say what we going to do already. My bad. After tomorrow, I'll be able to give y'all a more clear understanding of Okay, see, the people up here get to laugh because they are. It's supposed to, it's today, it's Sunday, and well, anyway. I still don't have all the information, and it's because I lost track of time. So at the end of the day, Eddie, if you would like to come up and share your theme song, you can. You guys, please share this to one community in whatever way it is that you reach out to him, and just let him know. Reach out to me in whatever ways that he can. I've reached out to him on Instagram and left information there for him to be able to contact me directly, because in that stream he did speak to me, but I wasn't able to continue to talk to him because of things that were going on around. And so I really do want to do that. Okay, now here's the deal, nephew. You can have two songs, but you gotta do it one yours, and then one Eggy Flan, and then one more
Oh, come
yours.
on now. You can at least do Choco Flan.
I know, but then I would be giving you too much love up here on a Sunday. That's like putting extra caramel on top right now.
What's wrong with that?
See? Greedy. What's wrong with you poly
It's
people?
Called donation.
I ain't seen one of them yet, homie.
Let me send you a cash app. I'm gonna send you a cash app.
$ purpcorn. Hey, as in Poe. Hey, come on, y'all. The universe dropping dimes on y'all, not me. And scroll right by. If you go back and time that shit, as soon as you said you was gonna drop my cash app, $ purpcorn rolled across the screen. Timestamp that shit and see me. I'm just go ahead.
What's your song? 84.
Hold on, y'all. My headset. Hold on.
Yeah, you always got technical difficulties. Get it together.
Okay.
Coming from a whole ass technical difficulty, but okay.
All right. So
okay.
my two songs are Ti. What you know about that?
You can't give them both at once. You got to give me one now and then one later. So pick.
Which one?
I'm gonna go with Ti. What you know about that? Yeah.
Okay, Ti. What you know about that? All right, hold on. Somebody in the back chat running their mouth. Who that is? Oh, sweet. The one who don't know how to use the front chat. Woo, see, that's why you get to be Eggy Flan tonight. Yeah,
I don't have that. I don't have that privilege on my phone. They don't let me do that on the phone.
You better learn what you probably. I don't even want to know what kind of phone you got then. Nephew, say it again, because this one over here got me all.
What you know about that?
Which thank you.
What you know about that?
Control chaos. Anyway, what you know about that?
Springtime is coming, people. Springtime is coming.
Give me 07 vibes.
Hold on, let me bring it down so you can hear y'all. Come on, Mouse, act right. All right, say it again.
So give me 07 vibes, and shout out to OG Patrice, by the way, in the chat.
What? What's up, OG Patrice Child? We supposed to have been in the bed a long time ago, honey. What is you up doing? Hey. Hey. What? Oh. Hey. Hey, even our love can get in on this one.
You know about me, dog.
Hey.
Better out me, dog. Nike, bro.
Fair use. Hey. All right. Too many N-words now. Come on, y'all. We gotta. All right.
She's spitting out the bad words.
Yeah.
All right.
I will rebuke you in the name of.
There was that one spitting pastor recently.
Oh, y'all so petty. Oh my God. Thank you,
Spitting
Eddie.
pasta.
I'm gonna go right here and let you got one more chance, Eggy Flan, and you going back in the chat. Get your song together. But I'm gonna go with Eddie. He said the Four Tops still water. You know what? That we might need a
Oh my.
cleansing right now. Oh snap! Somebody in the chat. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me in the back. Let me get y'all. My mouse ain't acting right. The universe is like, hey JP, get your life right. Hold on, where we go? Oh, it's a sign of something, but I can't tell yet. Let me see who down there. Oh, it's a sign that we still up in these Arizona streets. Y'all not gonna let an old lady go to bed, okay? Hold
Hey!
on.
Oh,
Welcome,
Jeepers
man.
Creep.
Now, hold on. Let me get my life right and get the song up here.
What's up,
Hello,
OG?
Got
hello.
How
to
you
keep the
doing?
rhythm going.
Oh, Jeepers Creeps, man. Whew.
Uh,
Oh, Jeepers Creeps. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, Patrice. You got your theme song for me, and I want you to see this. And you tell me what you think as I remove Eddie's comment and play it. You tell me what you think of what I've decided to do for right now. So I'm your spiritual DJ, Patrice, and here it is. I'm giving you a little spiritual healing, and I'm using music to heal your spirit. Fair use. I'm going to enlighten you. If YouTube is a business, are y'all protecting my rights? Don't I have the right to heal my people's spirit in the way that is most comforting to them? Are we not a community? Do we not have our own language? Come see me, community. We here, willing to listen, be a comfort, a salve on all those wounds. Fair use. Shout out to brother Eddie King.
Yes, I'm
Eddie
DJ the
King.
King.
No, pretty hair. Oh, right, you down here, that thing so manicured. It's just nice. Woo! Like looking at a display walk by. Ooh, that package is sure enough wonderful, honey. It just make you feel good inside. Yeah. All right, Marcus, are you ready?
Uh-oh.
I think I put it in the back check, didn't I?
Yes,
No, I
you
couldn't
did.
put it in
Hold
the.
on. There's one more thing I see. Hey, M. Mills. Thank you. How's your spirit? All right, let's see. Marcus. Yes, you did. Oh, I love that song.
I like it too.
Y'all. Aw, look at you. I did say love. I'm not really a big fan of using that word often, but in this way, I kind of do. There's another song that he had that I really used to appreciate, and now I don't care for. Because of the ambiguity of it.
Mm.
A song called "Pass Me Over." When you look at it from a spiritual standpoint, on the one hand, you can see it like just wait until my savior comes to wake me up, like in the literal sense. But then when you think about it in the spiritual sense, I'm just gonna stay asleep right here because it's too hard for me to move forward without my savior. I can't make no moves on my own.
Mm-hmm.
And in that way, I think it suppresses one's ability to um,
Grow.
yeah. So that's why this other one though, the Anthony Hamilton is who we're talking about. Coming from where I'm from, I get that. Hey, I've been all the way down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And still, and here it is. This is our little Eggy Flan playing the song. So what that tell you?
You make me sound expired.
Wow.
Ask Daniel. That's the only one that needs to be concerned. And he seems to think the date is fresh enough, baby.
Now listen.
Because coming from where I'm from, that's the only shit that matters.
Guess I didn't make fair. Got
Thanks a
time
lot,
to
Eggy
Story to
Blonde.
tell.
started
Come see me.
woke up
Fair
and daddy
use.
was gone. I started hustling and they couldn't tell me nothing. Frontin' in the hood trying to be somebody. My
Hey!
soul was on empty. I was searching for something.
Trying to be good.
Trying to keep from trouble. Living too
All right. Yeah, buddy.
Trying to make good on a hustle.
You are so welcome, DJ Eddie Thang King. Oh, Eddie the Thang King. That's it right there, brother.
Sometimes you gotta walk to work, yeah.
Oh.
Sometimes you gotta do a little dirt.
All right, get my life right, y'all. Get up in here.
5'3".
I gotta get my act right. Okay, excuse me. Patrice put hers in the back chat. That's right, fair use. Thank you, DJ Eddie K. Got that spirit right. All right. Get this one. All right, this is gonna be the last one outside of mine, y'all, and then we're gonna get our behinds off of here and everybody go and get them some rest. Cause y'all know somebody gonna be up early wanting some attention in these YouTube streets, and folks just can't help themselves. Caravan of Love. Hey. Now that might be on when Daniel gets home. I'm not shy about saying what it is that I'm looking for. And ain't nothing better than starting with a dance, y'all. Hey! Oh, there you go. Look at that pretty thing. I came on up here to sing and dance with me. Come on.
I had to come up in here for that song.
Hey, King, what up, baby?
What's going on, y'all?
The model.
Listen to him. You can just
my brother,
keep
DJ
him
King.
smile,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
Come on.
What's up, everybody?
Z music coordinator for knowledge and relationships.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes.
Fair use, baby. Come
Fair
on.
use, fair use.
Come see us.
Yo.
What?
We're
It's just
going
some shit
together.
you can't duplicate, baby. Come on.
Okay.
No facsimile, no copies, no goddamn acolyte can recreate certain things. Come see us. Hey!
This back in the day when they used to
Oh, Patrice, come on,
you had to wear suit to get up in the club. This is the day you had to wear suit to get up in the club.
Every man join the caravan of love.
Stand up. What?
Stand up.
This back in the day when the brothers had the Old Spice.
Go ahead, keep talking. I hear you.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay. I was
Hey,
concerned for a
turn
quick
that
second.
up. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm your brother.
Brother, don't you know?
What? I'm your brother. Woo!
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm your brother. Don't you know?
Daniel, there's a half-dressed young lady on the screen dancing.
No, it isn't. It's a fully dressed Care in the stream, goddamn. Meet me with the stairs.
Yo, she stayed with the onesie, boy. I tell you.
Damn straight. Always in the onesie. Because he loves it that way. Oh.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Come on.
Lord have mercy. Jesus.
That's called the bird dance. That's the bird dance.
Hey!
Hey.
Care Bears don't twerk,
Daniel,
okay?
time to go home.
Care
Hey,
Bears
hey,
don't
quick,
twerk.
quick,
Queen.
quick.
That's
Don't
who
mess
we
up the
got.
flow.
Go
Don't mess up the
home.
flow, okay?
Care
Let's
Bears
go.
don't
Hey,
twerk.
I'm
Let's
your
go.
brother. Don't you
Don't you
know?
know?
What? Hey, I'm your brother. Oh, snap. What? Oh,
I'm
snap.
your brother.
Listen, hey,
Oh!
this is the day when he used to wear white linen.
Something a world can see.
Gotta have the white linen on.
Never go out
Come up
to
to the spot.
How you
Yeah,
playing the
one
whole
button down.
song?
Let's go.
Did you just call me a white lady?
She
I
jamming.
hear
She
you,
jamming.
damn it.
She jamming, girl.
Hey.
Oh!
Jamming.
What?
Do the Bernie. Do the Bernie.
Every man
Join the
Do the sprinkler.
caravan of love.
Stand up.
Do the chicken head.
Oh, oh,
Stand up.
take a stand.
DJ Eddie King has to have at least one pair of Stacey Adams singing a song like that.
Oh.
Hey, whatever.
Hey. Don't mess up my groove.
Some lemon pepper steppers.
This that means when you have the one shirt button open, you comb and extension.
Hey, okay.
Bow.
Bow.
Kerbow.
Hey.
Hey.
Whoa.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Is she swag surfing?
Excuse me. Excuse
Hey.
me. Excuse me, Care Bear here. Okay, Care Bear.
Hey,
Hey.
Excuse me, Care Bear.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Excuse me, Care Bear.
Excuse me.
Excuse me,
All
Care
right.
Bear.
All right.
Excuse me.
Hold on. No.
That's what I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about.
No.
That's
Hold on.
that jam.
Wait. Hold on.
That's that
Hold
jam
on.
right there. What they
Right,
don't know
right.
nothing about that. They don't know
I
nothing
didn't.
about
I
that.
didn't. I
That's
didn't.
jam.
I did not know that song was gonna do all that to my sis. I would have played. I would have told her to play that a long time ago.
Y'all
Right.
don't know what y'all missing.
Hold on. We
This
can.
hey, JP.
If we gonna get the party started,
This your first time hearing that song. That's that jam. Y'all don't understand.
Hey.
Woo!
You messing up my childhood. The pink Care Bear didn't twerk.
Hold on.
Hey.
The party started.
She was not twerking. She was
That
doing the bird
pink Care
dance.
Bear
Okay,
did not
it's called the
twerk.
bird dance. It's not twerking. It's called the
Hey,
bird
Auntie,
dance.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I don't
Right.
see nobody's
y'all.
wrong.
Hold on, Queen. Hold on, y'all.
Thank
Hold on,
you.
y'all. Auntie,
Woo.
listen. If you
This
gonna
is
play
love
that,
right here. Do y'all
if
see
you gonna
that?
play that, then you gotta play something. You gotta play the Zap Computer Love. Then
Of
Don't
course, I
overheat
will.
love.
Hey, I will do that. But do you see that?
There's
Uh-huh.
no
That's
other
love.
song.
That's big. That's seeing me get my act right all kinds of wrong just now and being like, okay, baby.
no,
I
you
need
good to
you
go,
to-
Auntie.
He said-
You
He
good
was
to
like,
go.
don't forget yourself.
Right.
That's what he was saying. Just checking on me. That's love. All that other bullshit people be talking about out here in this YouTube street. That
Okay.
y'all being here. That's
Mhm.
that's it. That's what we need to work
Mhm.
towards. And God to be. Oh, that was so much fun though, y'all. Woo.
Mm.
Baby, I got thighs.
Make sure that's on your playlist, Daniel.
Shut up. This was when music was good. You're right, M. Mills. Okay. Woo.
Man. Auntie, now I got like some Cheryl Lynn on my mind now.
Well,
Got to
see,
be
That's
real.
what I'm
hey,
talking
I
about.
guess you're gonna have to show up every
man.
time I go live so you can get your spirit right.
Well,
Huh?
I have my second
man.
song.
And hold on, let me just
man.
do this real
It's
quick.
so funny because
That's the
Let me get y'all back up
JP,
here, son.
JP, it's so funny because I got my onesies on too, but I'm not dancing on the TV screen with
Oh, see, she the professional. Hey, that's all right. I love y'all. I get
Maybe
it.
maybe I gotta get me a onesie. You know, I gotta get
Yes.
me a onesie.
No, you
I
don't.
told you. Hey,
I don't
shout
know.
out to Mandy
No,
Core
you don't.
Fashion.
She said, "No, you
Mandy
don't."
Core Fashion, Jimmy the Legend. I'm telling you, brother, if y'all ever decide y'all want to do a line of onesies, this unicorn got some ideas for you. We got to do some things with some, back in the day, they had the little spaces where you ain't have to get all out of the onesie or whatever. Anyway, we'll talk.
Can I get my second song?
Can you chill out for a moment, Pushy?
Okay.
Let me just do
She
this
said,
right
"Don't
here.
overheat, Queen."
Right there you go. Get your act right.
She tried to mess up my mood.
Man, be quiet.
They act like they
I'm gonna send you a onesie, Eddie.
Saying what I was gonna say. What we gonna say, y'all? Oh yeah, that's right. This one's
Send him
for
a
the
Care Bear onesie.
There you go, Eddie.
DJ Onesie
here you
King.
go.
He's the
This one
Blue
right
Bear.
here.
Grumpy.
I'm the blue bear.
Oh,
How
It's
am I the
fair
blue
use.
bear?
Shout out to
DJ Eddie
Punchy
King is the
Butterscotch
blue bear.
Bear.
I'm the black bear. I'm not the blue bear.
Y'all, but
I'm a
hey,
black bear.
are y'all really gonna argue this right now? Oh
Hey,
Lord,
There is
have
no
mercy.
Eddie.
blue Care
Hey, Eddie.
Bear. I mean,
Y'all
Hey,
Black
Eddie.
so-
Care Bear.
Yeah,
Hey, Eddie.
that's
What about
what I
the?
am.
Hey, Eddie. What
That's
about the
because they all
silverback?
come from black.
What about the
Stop it.
silverback bear?
Okay.
But
Got to
Hey, Eddie.
know.
you're not the center of all man life.
Who?
You are
Hey,
the
Eddie.
blue bear.
Oh.
Hey, Eddie.
Okay,
Eddie.
Eddie?
Well,
What
I'm
about the? What
Lionheart.
about the?
Ooh,
What about
hey,
the silverback?
okay, now, late, Sharon.
She.
Oh,
Ooh.
She called him children. Oh Lord.
No, she said
You
children
heard
without
it.
the D. She said
actually,
Children.
children.
cheering.
Cheering. Yeah,
Oh,
cheering.
cheering.
Okay. Cheering.
Cheering. Right. Y'all ain't mine, but y'all cheering. Y'all need to get your cheering.
Sound like
Cheering.
B9.
You
Murd.
can't say
Hey, Eddie.
cheering
What
without a
about
rocking
the?
chair.
Hey, DJ Eddie.
Yeah.
DJ Eddie. What about the silverback? What about the silverback bear?
Is that you?
Silverback. I tell you, I'm a
That was
silverback.
formerly me, but anyway,
I'm a Roman shepherd. All that.
nephew. Okay, we said computer love.
Mm.
Here we
Oh
go.
no!
Order in the
I
court.
had a song for you. Oh man!
Now, if this is being petty, then I'm with that too. I ain't gonna front. I don't even know why. Y'all gonna act like I don't know these things are out here in the YouTube of spirit in another way. Quit playing with me. My spirit know.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
As soon as I heard computer love, I thought of
Oh,
one
Oh.
person.
I remember
say
I had.
word.
Is this like early 90s?
Oh,
All day.
This ain't
Boy,
no
I remember
90s,
I had
boy.
a.
sit your
Is it
hey,
mid
go
to late
back to the
80s?
chat.
I
That's
remember
it.
bumping this in
That's it.
my old caddy back in the day. Ooh, bumping this
I
jam.
will.
Ooh.
They won't let. Yes, sir.
That caddy was moving too. I know that caddy was moving, boy.
Okay. All right. Let me get
But
this
Eddie, why
together.
you ain't give nobody no ride?
Oh,
Ooh.
Man,
Queen is
listen,
stupid. Queen is
ain't
stupid.
ain't nobody
Here
paid for
we go.
my ride. Ain't nobody paid for my
Cheering,
ride.
I can't
cheering,
get a ride, Eddie? That's
cheering.
messed up. I thought we was homies.
I want to listen to my jam, please.
Oh.
I want to listen to my jam. All right,
A lonely jam. Lonely jam.
all right.
Quiet market.
That special
Oh,
love.
God.
You had
So
to have a
Pokemon.
caddy back in the day to bump this song. Okay,
Boy,
you had to have a caddy. All right, old school
your
caddy.
face I see.
Yeah, that caddy be
My
moving in
first
that
car.
joint. That joint be bumping. The walls be moving and all that.
Oh, you think I wasn't
What
bumping in the
color was
caddy?
it?
Driving down the street,
Man.
open the doors.
Hey! Sharing my computer.
Man.
Oh,
Y'all
Lord.
don't understand. Before this little experience, I didn't have any rhythm. I couldn't roller skate. I couldn't double dutch. None of the black girl shit. Somebody reneged my Negro card a long fucking time ago. But here I am now.
Okay,
She said somebody would
got
need
your
my
Hey,
rhythm.
Negro
come
card.
Got
see
your rhythm.
me.
Got
Hey,
your rhythm.
babe, I got great rhythm, don't I?
Hey, see, that's what I'm
My
talking about.
sexy
That's what I'm talking
models,
about.
cool prima donna.
Mm-hmm.
Ow!
Shout out to the
Must
movie
see
Ministry
your face,
Society.
I
They had this song
see.
too.
Yeah. I
Oh
was just
my.
gonna ask you what movie can you think of this song?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh! You are such
No,
a
no, no.
pretty lie.
Oh,
I will
Lord.
cherish the memory of this night. Hey, what the thumbnail say? You gotta do it like you're trying to seduce a virgin. All right, let me tell you a story, and then we're
Oh
gonna get up
my.
out of here for
Oh,
sure.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Yeah,
you missed the
yeah.
good part. You missed the good part. The good part was coming up.
No, baby. This is the
Oh,
good
No,
part.
Trooper the what?
Listen. This is gonna take the place of Sugar Doo Wop in a little. We'll go back.
that the shooter to
Okay,
rob. That's when I had the doors open
Stella.
as I was driving. I was mobbing.
Stella. Right, what was you
Man.
doing? Seducing a virgin.
You
How
know you
that
could have
pretty ass
been a
hair, that slick ass
candle.
mouth. All right, let's talk about it. So
Blue
Okay.
Bear.
the title is from, believe it or not, when my mother was ill with stomach cancer. She was bedbound. And one day I was sitting in their bedroom, my mother and father's bedroom, on their bed. And at this time, I hadn't given birth to my son yet. So I'm still pregnant, somewhere probably around 8 months right at the mark, right? But my father is sitting on her bed. We've got one of those hospital beds in the house. We've got hospice care, but they're not there that day. And my mother, you all will understand this if you've been around someone or if you have it yourself, wherever you've been injured is where fluid will build up when you're sedentary. Um, and so my mother's legs would swell up because she had been in a car accident. So she asked my father to rub her legs for her, and he touched her, and it was painful. And she was like, "Ah, damn, Tony." And then she said, and I quote, "You got to do it like you're trying to seduce a virgin." Now here I am, your recently married 20-year-old pregnant daughter who ain't never wanted to think about you motherfuckers having sex. And this is one of the last images you want to leave me with? You and my daddy talking about seducing virgins. But in that same way, I also understand that she was just like, you have to be gentle. You have to lead with some understanding about what the experience is going to be like for the person on the other side. Now, you can be all aggressive and pushy and force your way in there, but what's the experience going to be like? Are they going to be willing to return to you? And for how long will they keep up under such a thing? Right? And that's what we're witnessing in these YouTube streams and in the world in the same way. People are buckling under the forcedness of it in a way. There's not enough gentleness. So yeah, my mom, she was like, Janine know how to do it. Fuck you mean Janine know how? Listen, just because I'm pregnant don't, anyway. So yeah, it was one of those things that I just realized in that moment, she couldn't express it in any other way that, it was uncomfortable. She had to get it out in the most basic understanding terms. And that was the most intimate for the two of them. I just happened to be present for it. And in that way, sometimes we invite people into our spaces who may not be that closely intimate with us, but they mean that much to us. And shout out to the theme song in the back, because that is definitely man.
I thought of that one because they was talking about their Cadillacs and stuff. They was.
Oh, well, wait, hold on. No, this one right here. This one's for my 80s babies, black or white. This one transcends all the races. And shout out to John Hughes for it as well. Otis Redding, though.
Otis Redding?
That's my dude.
Woo!
Brother Otis.
My guy right there.
That soul right there. Oh, she may be weary. Young girls, they do get weary. Wearing that same old shaggy dress. Yeah. But when she gets weary, try a little tenderness. Yes. Fair use, y'all.
Fair use. Fair use.
No, she's waiting.
Hey.
This is making me fall asleep.
Anticipating. That's because you don't know how to love a woman. You
I know.
know
I'm
how to
saying
be greedy.
it's like soothing.
Forget
Very soothing.
Hey.
Why play you like that?
It's about to kick up.
Waiting.
Oh no, it's soothing is what I meant.
Yes, it is. You gotta lull her a little bit, rock her into it. The way she rubbed that behind on you. Oh,
Seduce a virgin.
Yes, sir.
Oh Lord.
always.
Just
Sentimental, no. Hey!
You're the only one dancing.
I'm not the only one dancing.
You
Y'all just
are.
want to tell that lie.
You are.
I'm dancing in my brain.
Stepping.
I'm not. You dancing in your brain, and a couple of y'all are petting some things, but I'll be quiet.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Oh!
Holy water.
Wow.
Easier to make. Ow! Regret it, no. Y'all don't know how to give it a build up, right? Rub that girl the right way. Talk to her. Caress her a little bit. Hey, love, how's your spirit? Oh, baby is good. Come see me. Come on, mister. I need to have a little extra rhythm in my rock. Let's go. Tenderness. Oh, put some cream cheese in your flan, boy. Oh,
She said flan. She said flan.
Never leave her. What? Get you one. Try a little tenderness. Hey. What? Know how to love a man. Come on.
Lindsay's coming back.
Don't please us. Nah. Try a little.
Hey.
Take it from me. Come on. What? All right, I'm gonna get my life right. I'm getting called and yelled at to go and eat some food, y'all. Stop it.
I've been.
And then right there, I've been loving you too long. Yes, sir. Watch this. Watch. Hey, love.
Oh.
Before I started this stream, I'm getting off right now. Everybody say goodnight to Daniel and JP.
Good night.
Good night, Daniel.
Good night.
All right. I love you all.
Take care of yourself. Get some nutrition. Don't overdo it.
Yes, sir. I'm done.
It's time to rest. Resting is good. We gotta remember to rest.
I know. I'm really hot. I'm taking off my shoes now. Okay. Anyway, y'all keep your spirit up. I'm going to play the close. Family, y'all know I'm going to see y'all in like almost 12 hours. Keep your spirit up, and I'll see y'all in the streams.
One love.
One love.
One love.
Oh, goodness.
Hey, love, I'm glad to see that you was having a great time tonight.
I did, babe. Hold on. Let me do this before I get my act right wrong. Hey citizens, how's your spirit? It's JP. Welcome to our compassionate, melanated community. This is where we unpack our mind. I'm gonna unpack some of mine over the course of this video and throughout the time that we spend together. But first, I want to tell you what community means to me. Community is the purposeful, consistent effort to support and uplift the circumstances of those with the least agency for the betterment of all. And when I say compassion,
There's not a moment in my life that doesn't come pain. But it's my job to try to make sure that it comes with some joy. I try to smile. I try to get out here and talk to y'all. My community here is small, but it's mine. We're all positive. We're all trying to move forward. We made it through this pandemic, and we're all still whole.
But we had a conversation about what we could do different. And I was thinking about that, so I decided, what the hey, I'll do this pop up because according to YouTube, I haven't been live in a month. That's not true. They just blocked the last couple of videos because there was way too many theme songs. Speaking of, does anybody have a theme song for me? Anybody?
Medication works.
Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could help you understand. I do this so that you could try to understand, so that you could know that there's a whole host of people out here like me who never get to leave too far away from their homes, and yet we have amazing lives. We're happy in our lives, and yet we have a whole lot to share. Don't count us out. Don't hold us down. And for fuck's sake, we are not inspiration porn. I am not here so that you can go back and be like, yay, at least I'm not JP. That ain't it.